Chapter I: The Dacian War. September 24, Unified Year 1924, Transylvania Region, Tyrol County, Imperial Army Field Maneuver Area. The first thing Battalion Commander von der Guritschaf asks about is the situation in the air. When the radio operator from command replies that they have no information about enemy air strength nor any aerial contacts at all, she cocks her head as if she can't believe what she just heard. Her distrust is plain in her next question whether their communications are in working order, but the operator assures her that both wired and wireless communications are functioning normally. They are even fully monitoring the Dacian FAC's contact channel. The next moment, the personnel at command feel a chill go up their spines. Major von der Guritschaf's Smillingen intoxicated smile. An indescribable shock ripples through the room. No one knew at the time, but if Lurgen had seen that expression, he would probably have smiled the same way. It's the smile of a ferocious hunter, and it contains the delight of a starved wolf eyeing its prey. That's right. She can hardly believe her improbable good luck, but logic tells her it's the truth, enveloping her in a burst of joy. Yes, this is what they mean when they say filled with emotion. It's no wonder she can't keep her lips from curling into a grin. The opportunity in front of her is that good. A battlefield entirely devoid of enemy air cover. Yes, a battlefield entirely devoid of enemy air cover. The significance of that is so luscious, so terribly seductive. How many officers, how many men have yearned for relative imperial air superiority in Norden and the Rhine? Thanks to the complete lack of enemy air forces in Dacia, which is unthinkable in modern warfare, complete supremacy is guaranteed. No hostile forces in the sky. I have to confess that never in a million years would I have thought the Principality of Dacia's military was this hopeless. I wanted to avoid the foolish error of underestimating the enemy, but to think I overestimated them to this extent. They say any number of unforeseen incidents can happen on the battlefield, but I heartily welcome any that are this happy. Has there ever been such a fortuitous turn of heaven's will? Yes, the heavens are literally on our side. September 24 is only her birthday on paper. Still, this could be considered her first birthday present ever. Today seems like it's going to be such a wonderful day. I'm liable to start skipping around like a giddy little kid. Tanya's cheeks flush, and without thinking she whispers, "Dear God, thank you for this 1 in a million chance." In a normal mental state, she wouldn't even entertain the thought of parting her lips for such an utterance. It must be an expression of her tender feelings toward this command. The establishment of absolute air supremacy, at least at that moment in time. The only one who understood the significance was Tanya. That's why she shot off running with periodic little skips. And that entire scene played out where Lieutenant Colonel von Lurgen could see it, even as his face was still twitching from the report that 600,000 Dacian troops had crossed the border. Thinking of the dire effects this would have on the front, he wanted to bury his head in his hands. And so, when Tanya ran off with her unit's deployment orders in hand, apparently skipping her briefing, all he and some other personnel from HQ could do was stare after her, as if the whole thing wasn't actually happening. If someone asked what was lacking in the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion, which had withstood being drop-kicked off a ridge in the Alpine Mountains as part of their extremely authentic training, Tanya would immediately declare combat experience. Not that the need to further develop esprit de corps and continue training are insignificant issues, but their commander can't stand the fact that her subordinates lack a most critical baptism by fire. No matter how much rookies train at an exercise range, once stationed on a real battlefield they are sure to muck it up. Not to mention that they've been drilling at the Tyrol field maneuver area in the southeast, exact opposite direction from the fighting. She can't deny that they are getting a bit overly comfortable, as everyone does when stationed too long at the rear. It would be a waste if the human resources meant to serve as my shields went soft, So after receiving word to keep an eye out for Dasha, I've been considering it a useful expedient to maintain some degree of tension and not much more. Given the disparity of strength between the two nations and the Empire's habit of freely throwing its weight around, I figured Dasha would get the message and mind its own business. Which is why when the alarm goes off, I'm at a total loss. The Dashians would go to war risking occupation of their fatherland, in the name of international cooperation. I can't believe idiots like that actually exist. She half expects a stern order to call off combat maneuvers because the warning was a mistake. But for better or worse, for reasons Tanya can't fathom, they don't seem to care if they really start a war. 203rd, to your battle stations, on the double. How's Border Command? Command personnel run around shouting requests into radios and telephones to be connected to one post, or get information about another. Lieutenant Weiss, reassemble and have someone pass out ammunition. Major, we have a theatre report from the 7th Air Fleet. We've received the command post frequency. Verify immediately, and get me Lieutenant Serebriakov. Efficiently cancelling the exercise and giving instructions for their next move, Tanya scowls slightly in the direction of Colonel von Lergen, who seems to have anticipated this. He had dropped her a hint, but if their neighbour Dasha is really planning to oppose them, she would have liked a chance to scope out the area as a military attaché or liaison officer. That way she would have a better grasp of the lay of the land and thus a clearer image of what needs to be blown up. Well, this attack is certainly a bolt from the blue, wouldn't you say, Colonel von Lergen? Spare me the sarcasm, Major. You'll be delaying for us. As my battalion is under direct command of the General Staff, there's been a constant parade of high-ranking staffers in and out of the garrison. It seems my hunch that they were mainly interested in Dasha was spot on. That's why when Colonel von Lergen shows up with an urgent update from the border and sealed orders from the General Staff office, I can only sigh and hold my tongue. Huh, delaying, sir. You mean you want my battalion to stop the Dashian army? I realize it's unreasonable, but whether we mobilize forces in the east or send reinforcements from Central, war on multiple fronts means we'll need to buy time somewhere. Her unit might be newly formed, and she may be an untested commander, but Tanya isn't about to be underestimated. According to the report, it's only 600,000 Dashian troops crossing the border. Yes, their infantry is marching through this mountainous region, greener than a bunch of Boy Scouts. With all due respect, the Principality's troops are a barely trained rabble of soldiers and farmers, hardly up to modern warfare. After assuming her post, she'd done a little investigating as part of her Dashian studies and learned that the Principality is a so-called minor nation standing atop an unstable foundation at the moment. It may have a lot of soldiers, but Boy Scouts would probably be better prepared. It's ludicrous if Lergen thinks her battalion can only manage to delay them. Mobilize the regional army group. I'm sure 4 divisions assembled from the surrounding area would be plenty to trample them. My battalion alone would be enough to repulse the vanguard, not just delay. Do you understand what you're saying, Major? I do, sir. I see it as a fully outfitted army driving off a Boy Scout troop. It might even be easier than that. Far from the level of National Guard reserves or part-time soldiers, the Dashian forces are half farmers, more like the Korean People's Army. A band of armed robbers would have more discipline than such a riffraff. The Imperial troops will crush them in a single blow. If they can't do at least that much, it would be too shameful to call themselves an army. After all, the military of a modern state is a dense conglomeration of precisely managed violence. There's no way such an instrument will find it difficult to scatter an anachronistic mob drawn from whoever happened to be around at the time. The gap in fighting power between modern and pre-modern forces is insurmountable. All the sealed orders one said was to take the most appropriate action to defend the border. Tanya has been authorized to act at her discretion. In other words, she's been given free rein to do whatever she thinks is best. That's the minimum requirement of a commander as well as the standard for all evaluations. Would a fully outfitted army run from a rough gathering of picnickers? That would be an eternal blot on her record. Tanya would forever be a laughingstock in military history. Now that the mission has been given to her, the methods are essentially under the umbrella of her discretionary powers. That also means any failure would indicate a lack of resourcefulness. Call me anything but incompetent. Colonel, before the Dacian forces crossed the border, was there any artillery fire or struggle for control of the airspace? Well, no. If these were 600,000 federal or Republican troops with air support, there'd be no shame whatsoever in calling for reinforcements, and that's probably what I would do. But such worries are pointless against an enemy who didn't bother with preparatory bombardment or securing air supremacy. It's quite a pile of soldiers, but they are helpful enough to line up in a row for easy targeting. Experience is a great teacher, and these primitive buffoons are about to learn what a difference modern civilization makes. That should tell you something about who we're up against. I'm going to bring the iron hammer of civilization down on these barbarians. We shall conquer the sky and teach them to fear mages. What? My battalion is a fully outfitted and properly trained military force. Well, rout the lot of them. Modern warfare depends on national strength to a savage degree. Education, training, logistics. There is a world of difference in these areas between countries that are considered great powers and those that are not. History provides eloquent testimony about how undeniable this disparity is. I'm gonna drive these guys off conquistador style. The enemy vanguard alone is 3 divisions, you realize. On the map, the Dacian advances are represented by multiple arrows. The one penetrating the farthest into imperial territory is supposedly composed of 3 divisions, elite corps from the standing army. What a joke reality is, seriously. It cracks me up. This vanguard is supposed to be their military's best, and they don't have any armored divisions or mechanized infantry, just plain old foot soldiers. It reflects on their nation's true strength, and it honestly makes me feel sorry for them. The competition principle at its core benefits the strong and crushes the weak. Still, this is the first time I've ever felt guilty that the fight isn't fair. This won't even be a battle, just a simple thrashing. I'll teach them what a real army and war look like. Nothing more than 3 divisions of amateurs, that's all. The conquistadors had horses and guns, but they still fought it out on level ground. We'll be shooting like mad from our 3rd dimension in the sky, so victory is assured. This is going to be a pseudo-atrocity that can only be described as a live-fire exercise. So how far can we go? What? If the enemy's resistance is so fragile that we accidentally overextend, that could be a logistical problem. Hold on, Major, what are you saying? Sir, I'm going to give Dasher some educational guidance. I intend to personally drive home for them the high price of the teacher we call experience. Okay, time for war. No, time for bullying a bunch of weaklings, more like. How lucky this pathetic bunch showed up at just the right time. I lick my lips in spite of myself. Unlike the muddy Rhine or freezing Norden, the skies over Dasher in the temperate southeast are sure to have perfect flying weather. It's still September. We'll have any number of opportunities to attack before the sun goes down. I ponder these things, but all those thoughts disperse when my adjutant comes trotting over. It's time to work. Second Lieutenant Serebriakov reporting in, ma'am. You called? Yes, Lieutenant, what's the battalion's status? Everyone has assembled. Lieutenant Weiss is currently handing out ammunition and explaining the situation. Their progress is the definition of smooth, all according to plan. Tanya even feels her cheeks relaxing into a smile of satisfaction, but she wills them to stay taut. Even elementary schoolers know that the field trip isn't over until they make it home in one piece. It's careless to be so giddy before departing, but even if I don't like it, it's an undeniable fact that no one at command shares my optimistic view of the situation. And at the very top, openly anxious, is Colonel von Lergen, watching our preparations in a speechless daze. Well, it seems he's still overestimating these 600,000 Dacians from his desk at the General Staff Office. Regrettably, Tanya is forced to confront the reality that though the colonel may be a genius, he's been out of the game for too long. That's why when her adjutant finishes reporting in, she nods in satisfaction and pounds her little fist against her chest as if to tell Colonel von Lergen, "Leave this to me." Just as described, the unit has speedily assembled and is equipped with their training gear plus the distributed live ammunition. The soldiers are ready to sortie. Apparently, despite being a little winded from the interrupted exercise, it's not enough to affect their combat performance. Very good. Attention, battalion. Instructions from our commander. First Lieutenant Weiss barks orders, his heels angled perfectly at a formal 45 degrees. In response, the members of the battalion align their feet and straighten up with movements that are nothing if not brisk. Before she knows it, Tanya finds herself smiling in satisfaction. Surely everyone agrees there is something uniquely charming dreamy, even about rigorous discipline. Thank you, Lieutenant. Okay, troops, this is war. Well, something resembling war and it's about to begin. Perhaps it's even charmed Tanya into taking the dais with unconscious excitement and a smile of pure joy, nearly singing to them how happy this makes her. Today is my birthday. Maybe the Principality of Dasha knew that. As you've heard, they've been kind enough to offer the surprise present of targets for a live fire exercise. I have been hoping for some. It's so nice of the Dashian men to volunteer themselves. You're free to shoot them with bullets or blow them up with spells. They won't even have a chance as we slaughter them from the sky unopposed. It'll be an even bigger turkey shoot than the one in the Marianas. The only question will be how great a victory we can achieve. Troops, we're going to teach these invaders a lesson with an iron hammer. Which is why she makes a fist and brings it satisfyingly down on an imaginary Dashian army as she shouts to crush them. Beat them into a pulp. Her enthusiasm makes her intention clear to all present. It was a savage proclamation that the Imperial Army's advanced forces would literally pulverize the Dashian army vanguard. The result is a given, so she commands them to go out and make it happen. One last thing. I haven't received any confirmation of this, but our target practice should retaliate in theory. I don't think any of you are stupid enough to get shot down, but keep an eye out. Okay, we're restarting the live fire exercise. Gentlemen, let the games begin. This is a manhunt in a way literally. A sport, or a story to give the legendary knight Don Quixote a run for his money. After all, our enemy is a bunch of anachronistic heroes from a bygone era challenging a terrifying modern monster. Leaving the rear personnel and the handful of officers visiting from the General Staff Office to man the garrison, Tanya leads the battalion, setting off as the fastest responding unit in the Imperial Army. Their target is the Dashian Army's vanguard, 3 divisions or so that have crossed the border and started the war. The fact that everyone is flying in perfect strike formation and remembering their training means that Tanya's work is already paying off, to her great satisfaction. Before long, she manages to make contact with the evacuating Imperial Army border patrol units. Receiving the latest about the enemy from them, Tanya is convinced. Without a doubt, whatever strategy the Dashian army has in mind is some kind of medieval relic. Moments later, making minute adjustments to their course and preparing for their attack runs as they rush ahead, the battalion sees a writhing mass of humans on the horizon. How kind of them to wear brightly colored uniforms and pack together in dense formations. Their outdated military doctrine doesn't take magic strikes or aerial bombardment into consideration. They are at once splendid prey and a wasted mountain of human resources. What a pathetic nation, to have so much human capital but be entirely incapable of putting it to good use. Anyhow, it's the Imperial Army's job to blow these youths away. So ill leave the condolences for the sorrow of the widows and elderly to the Principality of Dasha's foolish government. Action item 01 to all hands. This operation is a go. Teach those fools the definition of war. The battalion is using an incredibly obvious textbook tactic for aerial mages facing ground forces, where 3 of the 4 companies attack from 3 different directions. That leaves 1 company left over, which is a great problem to have. Normally, the enemy would have direct support, and I'd send that company to fight for control of the air, if you can believe it. Today they are simply extras. Company commanders, I'm expecting you to follow your orders and show me good results. Understood. I could save them as backup, but things are going so smoothly it hardly seems like I need them. The companies on the attack aren't even attracting any anti-air fire with their tight maneuvers. All the enemy ground troops can seem to do is panic as my mages lay waste to them from the sky. If all I do is watch, people might start saying I get paid to stand around. I'm stumped, Lieutenant. There's nothing for us to do. It's not as if I'm pro-war or a workaholic, but I do worry what other people will think if I'm the only one not being productive while everyone else is working. It has been 2 months since the battalion was formed, and it's clear to Tanya that the General Staff is keeping a close eye on how they are doing. There's a strong need to take aggressive actions and achieve appropriate results. I was bracing myself for a difficult battle. You're nervous about 3 measly divisions on a reckless, half-baked rampage. That doesn't sound like a veteran of the Rhine front. I mean, Major, it's 3 divisions. I don't mean to be presumptuous, but your sense of these things is a little never mind. I realize that Lieutenant Serebriakov is at least a little bit right. I should use my words properly. This Dacian unit does consider itself to be 3 divisions. Is my adjutant's hesitance a sign of her apprehensions regarding my lax use of specialized vocabulary? That has to be it, without a doubt. I guess it's my mistake for taking a post-structuralist lightly. It's very dangerous when phenomena are evaluated based on words. I've got to deconstruct this and remedy my error. Sorry, Lieutenant Serebriakov, it seems you're right. Ma'am. Yes, technically I should have said it's a 50,000-man mob on a reckless rampage. If you don't properly define your terms, of course you'll invite misunderstanding. Honestly, what was I thinking? It appears Lieutenant Serebriakov and the others were expecting the fight to be a bit tougher. Their ability to brace themselves for a harrowing battle against a mighty enemy shows good mettle, but it was my mistake to label the enemy forces divisions. Tanya can only show remorse for making her subordinates think the Dacian army is a serious military power. This conflict will be this world's first world war. For most soldiers, it will be their first experience with many things, including the menace of aerial fighting power. They are so caught up in 2-dimensional warfare that they have yet to understand the value of the sky when battles become 3-dimensional. Okay, we should participate too. Command company, follow me. Let's poke at their leaders. That's why she wonders how this battle against opponents with no presence in the air could be any more one-sided. Lieutenant Serebriakov and the others' worries are starting to seem a little amusing. The point of this battle is simple. All they have to do is reap the heads of the enemy soldiers. Then they'll transition to blowing any remnants of the enemy forces to literal smithereens. On me, on me. We swoop down and drop formula-fixed anti-surface grenades. The goal with these is to scatter shrapnel so they explode above the enemy soldiers. The fools aren't even wearing iron helmets, so their heads turn into pincushions. But we don't have time to watch. The company preps formulas, locates optimal locations, then opens fire with full power. We blow away the tightly packed infantry, and the surface devolves into total chaos as soldiers run in all directions trying to avoid the blasts. There is some sporadic return fire, but for infantry rifles to pierce our defensive shells, they would need to wear them down with a dense barrage. This battlefield, devoid of the harsh sound of heavy machine gun fire, is a horrible place for the infantry, forced to use nothing but their basic firearms in rudimentary anti-air tactics, but for those of us who can fly, there's nothing better. The Dacian army is dragging their feet. They are too slow. All companies give me an update. Everything's fine, Major. No problems here. This really is a live fire exercise. It's weird. I was sure we were the ones being attacked, but this is such a letdown. The scene below is so absurd that I nearly wonder if we mixed up offensive and defensive roles somehow. Those Entente Alliance numbskulls crossed the border without intending to fight, but once battle was joined, they took it seriously and fought almost too passionately. The Principality, on the other hand, has plenty of motivation and declared war from their end, but they just have no idea what war even is. This really is strange. Did they think they could hit us and we wouldn't hit them back? Seriously, these poor half-wits. Even in a fistfight, you expect some retaliation after punching someone. Of course, when two nations' instruments of violence clash, you should be able to maintain a minimum of dignity, despite the foolish quarrel with artillery. These guys need to take a tip from Frederick the Great. Stuck waging a war against these idiots, so clearly the one who has it the hardest. Of course, ever since the evil being X interfered with my ultra-ordinary working adult life, I haven't been optimistic about my fate even once. By the way, what's that? What are they doing? As Tanya finishes communicating with the companies, she adjusts her altitude to prepare for another attack run when she notices some kind of organized movement beginning on the ground. According to Imperial Army textbook, the expected enemy response to this situation would be to have their soldiers spread out and begin anti-air fire in areas designated by their commanders. But rather than putting space between one another, they are starting to form densely packed squares. Are they panicking? True, becoming isolated on a battlefield is a terrifying prospect. My adjutant's understanding of the situation is perhaps the most realistic, but from what I can see, officer-looking types are actually commanding them to form up in those ranks. It doesn't seem to be confusion. I think they are making an infantry square, but that's so stupid. The age of cavalry is over. Yes, just as Lieutenant Serebryakov's astonished remark would suggest, we are conducting not a cavalry charge but magic ground attacks. The correct response is spreading out to minimize casualties, and it's honestly hard to imagine that there are soldiers in this day and age who would form an infantry square under the belief it would achieve anything. Even a civilian should be able to tell that bunching up would be dangerous. How far back in time are they living? Is this some kind of mistake? Or maybe another power has given them some sort of new doctrine or technology. But as those unlikely scenarios flit across Tanya's mind, the simplest solution is to quit worrying and attack to observe their reaction. A moment later, however, she instinctively explodes at the scene unfolding in front of her. Weiss, why are you running away? She can't believe her eyes. Confronted with an enemy infantry square, Lieutenant Weiss' company has hastily changed course. The Dacian troops are all packed together. They are doing nothing but holding their positions and bravely waiting for the moment they get blown up, the poor bastards. The pain of being such a badly misused human resource would have evaporated in an instant. Conscious that she is practically quaking with anger, Tanya screams, "Hey, why are you reversing? Why are you breaking attack formation?" Major, but the scene has made Tanya so furious that Lieutenant Serebryakov's startled shout has no effect. Weiss' company was in position to make their assault, but then they hastily turned away from the enemy as if they were scared. As far as Tanya could tell, there was no evidence of a counterattack that could warrant such a move. Her suspicion that they are fleeing before the enemy's worst explanation possible rapidly eclipses any other thoughts. Her men are spreading out and pulling back in the face of such flaccid defense. The sheer spinelessness astounds her. Unaware that her teeth are grinding, she doesn't even hide the fact that she's lost her temper. "Lieutenant, go get the vice commander. If he resists, you can shoot him." "Why, yes, ma'am." I order Serebryakov to grab Lieutenant Weiss by the scruff of his neck and drag him over on the double, but at the same time a sinking sense of betrayal takes over. I thought he was going to be a good vice commander. I thought he was a great subordinate, so how could he be deserting now? This is ludicrous. The fact that the vice commander of the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion fled before this rabble will be a blot on my career that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I at least want to sublimate my rage rather than waste it on chewing him out, so I seal a compound explosion formula inside a magic bullet. Thanking the archaic mindset that had the Dacian army still struggling to maintain ranks, I fire. The shot lands right where I aimed, in the center of the enemy formation, and detonates. Seriously, this is the easiest fight. It can't even be counted as one of the Lord's trials, it's ridiculous. Major hears Lieutenant Weiss. Lieutenant Serebriakov makes her report as efficiently as possible, as if to avoid conflict. Tanya proceeds matter-of-factly, not because she interpreted the gesture favorably but more because it simply didn't register. Thanks, take my company, continue the attack. Yes, ma'am. Even the continuing verbal exchange is irritating. Having rather irresponsibly entrusted her company to Serebriakov, Tanya closes in on Weiss as if she's going to bite him, openly livid. He has no idea why the commander has suddenly called him over. All right, Lieutenant, if you have an excuse, you'd better give it to me before I shoot you. Major von de Guritschaf, what exactly do I need an excuse for? You're suspected of fleeing before the enemy. Lieutenant, if you need an explanation, maybe we should grill you in a court-martial. Weiss still hasn't figured out why he was called over. Of course he doesn't. After all, he can't recall making any mistakes. But it isn't normal for the battalion commander's adjutant to take a position to shoot him down as if he were an actual enemy and summon him immediately. Major, my men and I would never abandon our duty. This is precisely the moment he realizes he stepped on a huge landmine, despite not understanding why. What did I do? Still, he can sincerely swear that he only intended to fulfill his duty. His conscience vis-vis God and his fatherland is clean, and that's why he dares to argue against his superior officer, who looks ghastly enough to be a furious vampire. Then tell me, Lieutenant, why you drew back and spread out just moments ago. Why did you turn around? What? Explain why you turned tail and scattered in the face of the enemy. But the shouts raining down on him didn't take his defense into account at all. On the contrary, the anger and murderous hostility only increased. Ma'am, the enemy infantry assumed an anti-air formation, so I played it by the book and pulled my unit back to the edge of their range and ordered containment fire on the enemy unit. Book? What book? The 22nd Aerial Magic Combat Field Manual. His response is dead serious. From Weiss' perspective, he skillfully acted according to his training in the Eastern Army Group and made the right call. But I want to teach him via actual combat that referring to the manual for every operation is nonsensical. Really, there's a limit to what the manual even covers. That's why it takes me a minute to remember. Right. It was recommended in the section about anti-surface strikes to avoid anti-air positions, but after recalling it, Tanya's face twists up in disgust. Wait a minute. Look over there, that's enemy infantry. Do you not understand that I ordered you to attack immediately? Yes, they were in a close ranks firing position, so I ordered my company to avoid them. It's just a bunch of infantry standing close together. She wants to scream, but Weiss' explanation was straight out of the textbook. Lieutenant, let me make this clear. If we have any majors who would get shot down by that, I will kill them before the enemy has a chance. But Major, listen up, mister. Common sense, I'll explain this only once. Do you really think bolt-action infantry rifles firing at the edge of their effective range can pierce a major's defensive shell? It's not as if you're heavy cavalry about to get dashed against a tercio with their pikes and muskets. The utter stupidity, the lethality of our sidearms alone is enough to render their infantry square defense useless. The point proves itself when you look at the current Rhine front, or the amusing nastiness in the Far East between Akitsushima and the Federation. Hence Tanya's difficulty, grasping the notion of her subordinate who had been trained with completely outdated doctrine. If the infantry has gathered together to commit suicide, why not assist them? But apparently that's difficult to comprehend for someone who has never experienced actual combat. Especially since live ammunition doesn't get used on the exercise range, the sight of all those barrels pointing at them from a dense infantry formation tends to elicit a conditioned reaction to reverse course. The longer someone has been serving and training, the stronger that tendency. It'll give you a chance to clear your name. Try shooting a formula straight into the middle of that formation. After me. It'll give you an example. With that, Tanya loads a magic bullet into her rifle and maneuvers neatly down to attack the middle of the long formation. If his superior officer is going to rush the enemy, Weiss has no room to argue. All he can do is follow. He's grimly determined as he hastily swoops after her to perform what he's sure is a desperate, reckless charge. You blew them away. There are no words, now do your duty. He casts the formula directly in the middle according to his training. They even have time to watch scraps of flesh scatter in all directions. Whether the enemy could defend or not, surely they have some way of countering what most of the Imperial Army troops think. As Weiss is definitely in that camp, seeing Dacian soldiers, who went to the trouble of bunching up with no plan, get blown apart is an utterly novel sight, even on a battlefield. Me sincere apologies. Lieutenant Weiss, consider your error the result of inappropriate training. I guess it's a good thing we're doing this live-fire exercise. Thank you, Ma'am. Sheesh, I never expected there to be problems during such a simple exercise. The fringes of the Imperial Army are unexpectedly shaky. How sad. Up above, she breathes a sigh. She even misses what's coming over the radio reports for a split second. Tanya takes a deep breath and suppresses her emotions that threaten to blaze out of control. The reality is that education and training for the new realities of war aren't reaching even the best soldiers. Which means, unfortunately, the Army's doctrine too is failing to meet real combat situations. I'm forced to realize that apparently those in the rear don't understand the frontline experience. Or perhaps a better way to put it is that they are failing to acknowledge the paradigm shift. 3. It's almost certain that most of the officers in charge of training recruits still fail to understand three-dimensional warfare. Veterans of the Norden and Rhine fronts have written enough reports on what they learned through combat to make anyone sick, but the people reading them are only interpreting the information through the old models of war. The implications are truly sad. The situation is far worse than I thought, to the point where I feel disgusted. This is just tragic. The entire Imperial Army is failing to learn from even the instructor, whose exorbitant fee can only be paid in blood and iron. Experience. Now I understand why General von Zetua and the other Service Corps authorities assumed the combat accounts couldn't provide enough instruction for the armies in the East and South, and wanted to create a unit immediately under the General Staff Office partially just to advise them directly. The extravagant folly of lowering your guard in combat airspace to sink into thought this kind of contemplation is only possible because of our overwhelming air supremacy. In a way, it would make sense to be happy we're winning, but there are a few problems on Tanya's mind that make celebrating impossible. We've found their command post. That's awfully fast. It's not a fake. Unbelievable things keep happening one after the other. Even Tanya never imagined there would come a day she would distrust her subordinates' reports this much. Yes, we have air supremacy, and we're using leadership decapitation tactics, but does that mean the top of the enemy command chain can be exposed so easily? There's no mistake, Major. Is it the frontline command? Lower than that? If they could pick it out in this chaos, it had to be either a division or brigade command post. No, it's the headquarters of the invading army. What, are you sure? For a moment the words seemed to mean something inconceivable. Headquarters of the entire invading army. We intercepted an unencoded transmission. Conclusion, it has to be a basic form of disinformation. Even if they are panicking, there's no way even the lowliest radio operator, much less a comms officer from their headquarters, would send information without encoding it. Then it has to be a fake message. No, I understand why you would say that. Everything we're picking up in this airspace is clear. Seriously, that's hard to believe, but they aren't even limiting the signal's strength. It may seem unlikely, but it could be real. Though the look on his face is half disbelief, he reports in a voice that can only belong to people who thoroughly understand their job. To put the incomprehensible situation into plain words, is the Dacian army attacking with only ground troops and sending unsecured communications from their headquarters for the benefit of the imperial army? Though Tanya just reprimanded a subordinate for relying too much on rigid common sense, she's plagued by it as well. Of course, her own sense is optimized, raised to a whole other level. I still doubt what he said, but when I use my orb to listen into the signals, there is a huge convoy emitting uncoded transmissions in one spot. Lieutenant Weiss, bring your unit and support mine. Lieutenant Serebriakov, round up the company and follow me. Roger. Just in case it's a trap, we make sure to secure a route for rapid withdrawal as we approach. I have Lieutenant Weiss' company get into position to support our advance, and with their overwatch covering our backs, I have my company begin aerial maneuvers for reconnaissance in force. Presuming the enemy will fire a volley, I consciously thicken my defensive shell. I enter the enemy's range knowing that in addition to the Type 97, I can boot up my Type 95 in a worst-case scenario. I'll get shot at. The possibility was on my mind, so of course I had imagined a number of shots from the ground, of all the ridiculous. That's why I shout in disbelief. Surely even the sloppiest army can manage to defend their headquarters. In stories, even dictators and corrupt commanding officers diligently make sure their immediate surroundings are guarded. But no one is shooting at us. How disappointing. Gentlemen, are we not at war? Is this lot an actual army? It's good that things are going smoothly. There's no doubt about that. But in war, nothing going according to the plan is a given. Even if I thought it would be possible to repulse these invaders, I never dreamed things would go even better than anticipated. To think we can storm the Dacian army headquarters without even falling out of assault formation and face zero resistance. We didn't accidentally attack a tour group visiting the Empire, did we? If so, that would be a major accountability mess. The situation is so unexpected that I murmur something uncharacteristically silly. It wasn't funny enough to be a joke. My apologies, ma'am. It was an error not to check with immigration first. Next time, well, make sure to consult with them. The members of the battalion skillfully playing along, hanging their heads to express their regret, must feel something is off too. If this is all we're dealing with, it'll seem like I subjected them to hellish training for no reason. Seriously, these enemies are so easy. I'm going to get mistaken as a sadist. That's why when we descend to capture the field HQ, its flag flying prominently despite the danger, Tanya is so confused that she fires off another rare joke. Yes, excuse me. Are you the tour leader? The Empire humbly apologizes for the trouble we've caused. Embarrassingly enough, Imperial Army Border Patrol thought you were an army. She mimics her subordinate's humorous motions, lowering her head and then bowing slightly in the direction of the pathetically wailing, panic-stricken enemies. A silence falls as everyone in the tent is rendered speechless, but the next moment she abruptly delivers some stock greetings with a cheerful smile. Welcome to the Empire. What is the purpose of your visit? May I see your passport? The silent Dacians have probably frozen in response to the bizarre circumstances. But as their brains start to reboot, they finally begin to process what is going on. In all the confusion, a fully armed little girl has attacked them before they even realized, and is now engaging them in a game of pretend immigration inspection. Cut the crap. The officers were all wearing so many decorations a sniper wouldn't have known who to aim at first. This girl is toying with us, realizing that one of them leaps at Tanya, but first Lieutenant Weiss steps out of the formation and kicks him to the ground, where he passes out. Problematically, judging from his decorations, he's the most senior officer present. In a way, this is actually the first thing that hasn't gone according to plan. How about the rest of you? Would you like to enter the Empire as prisoners? If they surrender, Tanya will have no choice but to treat them as regular prisoners of war according to the law. Driving off 3 divisions is easy, but feeding that many prisoners would be really hard. Just the thought of the additional burden it would put on logistics is dizzying. Still, as slaughter isn't one of her hobbies, she advises them to surrender at least. That's what she's doing from her perspective. Preposterous, as if the Dacian army would ever surrender. This is a waste of time. Shoot everyone except that general. Sadly, they didn't understand, but she's happy to give the order to fire. The rest is fairly straightforward. Her company of mages conducts a close-quarters battle against a company's worth of command post personnel. Taking on mages at close range with little more than pistols is suicide. Before long, the outcome that will no doubt be printed in Dacian textbooks is reached. They eliminate their targets without a hitch, and the tent is filled with fresh corpses. Like a gang of burglars, Tanya's company is snatching up every document and apparatus they can find and cramming them into their packs. The papers and high-ranking prisoners, albeit few in number, will be good souvenirs for the general staff. Set a booby trap. Yes, well put it by that head. At the same time, before the disorganized Dacian soldiers realize something is amiss with their headquarters, Tanya has her troops leave a little parting gift for them too. The head of that officer we propped up is going to explode. No doubt it'll be very effective against these guys. A bit of a crude move but also a classic, and the tactic has been in use for so long because it works. Rigging a corpse with a booby trap. It's a huge blow to morale, and we can also inflict casualties on any enemies who come to rescue the HQ personnel. Pretty good return for a low-cost investment of time and effort. If only there were a pamphlet about group sightseeing tours. Lieutenant, do you have any paint? I'd like to make an immigration stamp. Hey, don't play with the corpses, take this war seriously. Tanya raises her voice slightly to warn her soldiers who seem to have relaxed with the path to victory so clear. This isn't a game for kids. Her troops have to remain vigilant. It's understandable why tension is low, but they had best stay on their toes. If she loses any men in this joke of a fight, it'll be a failure worse than useless Italy getting driven off by Ethiopia. I'd never live it down. That said, when Tanya flies up to look down on the scene, she's plenty satisfied with what she sees. The Principality's army is still marching in ranks down the road, and the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion is assaulting them from every direction. The fragility of an army without any aerial or magic support, combined with the virtually insurmountable gap between modern and ancient military technology, have resulted in excellent achievements for the Imperial Army. Gaping holes have been blasted into the Dacian army formations, and personnel who have fallen out of rank litter the ground. It'll take more than a few hours to reorganize this chaos. After all, we've succeeded in mowing down the command personnel responsible for stepping up and taking charge of this mess. And even if the next in command makes every effort to get the army united again, this is the chaos they'll be up against. There's no way to regain control. The only way the overwhelmingly inferior Dacian military can hope to hit us hard is by launching a sneak attack with blitzkrieg tactics. Sending unsupported infantry to attack the Empire is incompetent enough to give full of shit Gutschai in Imphal a run for his money. If any Dacian officers can get this army back on the march by tomorrow, they deserve medals. Lieutenant Weiss, is your unit assembled? Yes, Major, what about the remainder? It seems he's about to ask, shall we mop them up? And Tanya just barely manages to control herself and not burst out laughing. All this guy wants is to rack up achievements. Even though he only just wrapped up his first battle, and he played it entirely by the book, he's eager enough to mention the necessity of increasing their success is excellent material. Our air fleet has been deployed, right? That's why she softens up when she poses the question. You could say the key to making things go smoothly is searching for positives. Before, she was critical of his actions, but not anymore. That's the trick to managing personnel in the army. Yes, the 7th Air Fleet is underway and should arrive momentarily. Then let's leave the cleanup to them. We're advancing. Ma'am, where are we headed? Weiss' brisk response is proof that he's at least somewhat soldier material. It seems like hell perform his duties with more sincerity than I anticipated. If I can use him, I need to use him well. The capital. The capital, ma'am. Yep. Tanya senses that she's mellowed out quite a bit as she gives him a magnanimous nod. Have an escort take the injured and prisoners and withdraw. You can choose who to send. Yes, ma'am. No one sustained even minor injuries though, so in that case what would you like me to do? Oh, right. When he points it out, I realize that it's hard to imagine sustaining any casualties in that kind of battle. Well, it's not like I assumed there were any. It was more to be considerate, or force of habit, though I'll eventually have to admit that I've been just a little intellectually lazy. Tanya has grown used to the weight of her rifle, so is this just making mountains out of molehills because she's nervous about commanding a battalion for the first time? If that's the case, I need to compose myself better. A leader shouldn't dampen the mood for no reason. All right. Then have the ones who are the most exhausted go. This is going to be a long advance. Yeah, send some of the newer officers who just had their first battle back to base. May I send one platoon from 4th Company? That seems reasonable. I'm leaving it up to you. Weiss actually makes fairly good calls on things like unit management, and Tanya has come to trust him during their time at the garrison. Peacetime company commanders aren't worth their salt unless they can properly lead their subordinates. Whether he turns out to be a decent wartime company commander or not depends on his experiences going forward. I just hope he grows. Anyhow, at least one of my hand-selected war maniacs has the right skills and spirit for battle. With his measure of common sense, I have no complaints about making Weiss my right-hand man, and am eager to have him contribute to my security. Well, I guess I should just keep using him and see how things go. Okay, now we can push farther, Lieutenant. Yes, ma'am, farther, even farther. Let's see how far we can go. You never know until you try. But for now, we should enjoy our bonus level. With that thought, Tanya smiles in amusement. It's the smile that chilled Colonel von Lergen to the bone. She grins from ear to ear in celebration of their continuing advance. Now onward, onward still. That is the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion's Racen Dietrich and none other. Mysteriously enough, First Lieutenant Weiss is wearing the same smile without realizing it as he salutes. Every soldier accepts the orders without question, believing that if anyone can forge a path forward, they can. With the arrival of the Eastern Army Group Strategic Reserves, the 17th Army and Air Fleet, which had split up on their way over, the Dacian army lines were demolished. 2,000 dead and innumerable prisoners. The battle had pitted 600,000 against 70,000, and the 70,000 trampled them. The outnumbered side, the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion, had been the first to strike and held absolute control of the skies over the combat zone. After scoring a victory, they decided to attack the capital ahead of the air fleet. At the time, Battalion Commander von de Guritschaf was so confident it veered close to arrogance, boasting, who couldn't run them over. September 25, Unified Year 1924, 3:17 a.m. airspace above the outskirts of the capital of the Principality of Dasha. Night fell on the capital of the Principality of Dasha as calmly as any evening since the beginning of time. The people, roused by a certain excitement that accompanied the start of the war, had chattered boisterously, alcohol in hand, with great and senseless fervour. But by this time at night, every place had quieted down and most had gone to bed. This could be called a nice, quiet night. Cloud cover is limited, visibility is good. A slight southeasterly breeze is blowing, but it isn't so weak that gunsmoke wouldn't disperse. The only tiny smudge hidden in the night is the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion. This is the first night attack on a city in this world. That said, the mission actually isn't very difficult. The one who whispered is the battalion's commander, Major Tanya von de Guritschaf, who is leading them from the head of the formation. If there were a photograph of her to capture the moment where she gazed at the city with a gentle, elegant expression, it would prove the aptness of her alias White Silver. Soaring peacefully, she enjoys being able to proceed through the starry expanse without trouble. But inside her are thoughts incongruous with the beauty of the night, upcoming turbulent attack. It will be fun to burn their target down. A night incursion on the enemy capital that hasn't instituted a blackout thiz will be as easy as flying in parade. As expected, though still astounding, there is no aerial or magical interception, not even any anti-air fire. The fact that Tanya can't spot a single artillery battery improves her mood even more. Of course, although it's only in the realm of possibility, there is a non-zero chance that the whole place is full of hidden gun emplacements. But if they made such careful preparations, why would they let enemy soldiers into the capital? Ultimately, if the Dacian military takes air combat so lightly, I can't imagine they'd have the wherewithal to construct any elaborate firing positions. Ultimately, what convinces me is how bright the city is. The electricity and gas are illuminating the place so well that I wonder more than once about the possibility that the lights are decoys. On a battlefield, that nonchalance is a regular occurrence in its own way, but it's abnormal at the same time. When she thinks that she might be able to teach them the concept of a blackout, she even fancies herself a bit enlightened. I'll teach these fools a lesson through experience. Sometimes I wonder why people would bother teaching the unwise, but now I understand. Behind Tanya's broad grin are pity and contempt, the satisfaction of channeling those emotions into a lesson by means of kicking their ass is ever so unique. Education, I see. Becoming the instructor known as experience and collecting a hefty fee isn't such a bad gig. I guess it's sort of like being one of those Meiji period foreign government advisors. The job is simple. Give the poor principality first-hand exposure to the difference between us in modern war, civilization, and national power. Payment will be made in whole by the imperial army. This is a sophisticated enterprise where everything, down to each individual round of ammunition, is made possible by the cordial consideration of the Imperial Army General Staff. Oh, so this is what it's like to understand something once you try it yourself. Bringing the light of civilization to barbarians is clearly my sacred mission. Aha, I see why there are people who confuse differences in culture and civilization with racial superiority. It's far too alluring, and most of all, it provides this horrible sense of omnipotence. Well, that's not good. Tanya regrets the thought a bit and wisely admonishes herself. If there's one thing I won't resort to, it's interpreting everything through the lens of God. That would interfere with my personal raison d'etre, so I definitely can't do that. Well, I guess it's fine to believe in a sacred mission when I shoot being X. Anyhow, I pause that train of thought for the moment, like in a video game, and then Tanya flicks her flashlight on and off while whirling it around to call her commanders. It's almost time to move. The munitions factory is shining so brilliantly, it seems to be trying to turn the darkness into day. Even from our distant position, the bustling energy of the workers is apparent in one area where they are putting all their efforts into shell production. We have nearly reached our target. You called, Major. We've found our target as planned. You can see it right, Lieutenant, over there. I can't believe a weapons factory is unguarded. Honestly, neither can I. This might sound arrogant, but that's what Tanya says, although she scoffs as she continues. It would probably be more accurate to say that she bursts out laughing at the enemy's foolishness. Their way of thinking is stuck somewhere about a century in the past. They seem to still be living in 2 dimensions. Ignoring the 3rd dimension in the sky, the Dacians only know of an absolutely flat war. What a splendid concept. How stupid can someone be? Thanks to that, I have it easy. Their ineptitude really is wonderful. Any enemy of mine is free to let their intelligence atrophy. Tanya feels she should be genuinely happy about their enemy's stupidity, while celebrating the favorable circumstances. Actually, we should probably be impressed that their factory is operating 24 hours a day. Thinkers of the Enlightenment would be delighted to find them so industrious. Though he was wincing a bit as he agreed, First Lieutenant Weiss knew what he had to do as Vice Commander to clear his name. Noticing that he's trying his best to restore his honor, Tanya adjusts her evaluation of him and decides he can be trusted with assignments. Anyhow, I think it's good that our job will be easy, Major. Then, not one to betray expectations, Weiss offers his opinion. A vice commander who can make their own calls but also affirm their superior officer's judgment despite their lack of experience is surprisingly hard to come by. Having selected Weiss as her deputy, it's a relief that Tanya seems to have an eye for talent. This is a great opportunity to attack, shall we? At the same time, her adjutant, Second Lieutenant Serebriakov, is giving some cause for concern as she's starting to sound a bit impatient, perhaps due to her opportunities on the Rhine front. I've been teaching her how to wage war, but not how to navigate its rules. Tanya has only received short, intensive officer training, so even if there are no issues with the way she led her subordinates, it may be necessary to pay more attention to the legal side of things. Lieutenant Serebriakov, we're not such brutes that we would ignore the law of war. Yes, established by humanitarians and people with legislative experience, these statutes stipulate the sanctioned way of waging war on cities. It's a parade of arguments no one could reasonably disagree with. You mustn't attack facilities that would interfere with people's daily lives. Attacking civilians is prohibited, indiscriminate bombing is inhumane, and so on. Oh, how great are laws that try to bring some sense into the mad realm of war. They are worthy of respect. If we can do this sanely instead of like maniacs, humans are honestly wonderful. Long live humans. If there's a problem, it's that many of the laws are just slightly impractical. But poorly conceived laws are still laws. In reality, though, we don't have any issues operating within them. What with murky scopes of application and interpretation difficulties, most laws can be handled simply. At least we don't have any problems this time. Please excuse the error, ma'am. Let all units know that we're only destroying the arms factory. Hey, put out an evacuation notice broadcast on the International Distress Channel according to regulations. The enemy manufactory is obviously a military facility. It isn't baking bread or generating electricity to assist people in their daily lives, nothing like that. Even if someone wanted to insist to the contrary, there's no such thing as a peaceful purpose for ammunition. Well, maybe the warm-hearted humanitarian Mr. Molotov 4 would be making bread baskets. Still, that's no problem. It would be their fault for making bread baskets in a facility so easily mistaken as an arms factory. But Major, if we do that, we'll lose the element of surprise. Lieutenant Weiss, common sense says that fear is justified, but you're thinking a bit too straightforward. It seems Tanya's suggestion that they conduct their attack in line with the rules dictated by international law is completely lost on her subordinate officers. We came this far in secret only to reveal ourselves. The same questioning look is on all their faces. Their expressions share a common type of soldierly doubt. They don't have any question when it comes to carrying out their military objectives. Of course, the one who was selected for that character was the battalion commander, Major Tanya von de Gurichaff, in other words, me. Even if I try to put the blame on someone else, I'm the one responsible in the end. For a split second, I wonder if I made an error in gathering these particular subordinates, but I console myself with the thought that they are magnificent imperial soldiers who obey orders even when reluctant. Tanya opens her mouth to instruct them in a stately manner. Lieutenant Serebriakov, issue the warning, order an evacuation according to regulations. You want me to do that? But in the next moment, Serebriakov asks a question without any deep meaning that unintentionally highlights Major von de Gurichaff's acumen as a specialist. It's enough to make her sick. Yes, the warning is only a formality, so less believable is more desirable. In that case, the cruel reality is that Tanya figured Lieutenant Serebriakov's slightly unsophisticated voice would sound less reliable than the hard, soldierly tone of Lieutenant Weiss. Of course, Tanya is quietly exempting from consideration the youngest member of the unit herself, but now that it has been mentioned, I have to admit Serebriakov has a point. If someone were to ask Tanya afterward why Lieutenant Serebriakov made the announcement, I was planning to say, My assumption was that if a girl made the warning they would drop their guard, but the worst thing that could happen is someone asks, "Don't you think the commander should have issued it?" I have to do it. I don't want to, but, okay, you're right, I should do it. I'll make it really sound like a little kid. Arg, nothing for it. At this point, all I can do is think about increasing our chances of success. Arg, these shitty international laws, what a pain. Can't they hurry up and meet their de facto death? What genius got on a high horse and suggested upholding rules of war? Having partially given up, she shouts into the receiver a subordinate handed her, leaning heavily on the infantile sound of her voice. This is a warning, and so the warning that day echoed grandly throughout the Dacian capital, except it didn't. It's true that she is following the law to the letter and broadcasting it over the international distress channel. We, the Imperial Army, are now commencing an attack on a military supply facility. However, I suppose would be the appropriate word, only a very tiny number of people will hear the announcement. For starters, radio penetration in Dacia isn't high enough that every house has a set. Furthermore, households who leave their radio on in the middle of the night are no doubt an extreme minority. We will begin maneuvers 30 minutes from now. Most of all, would anyone take a threat from someone who is obviously a child at face value? Not really. If someone with a more rigid tone, voice and manner of speech that practically shouted their identity as a soldier Somione like Rudersdorf or Zetua, with that undeniable military air about them gave the warning, it would be a different story. But with Tanya as the announcer, objectively speaking aside from the content, the announcement is awfully heartwarming. Many people will consider it at most an elaborate prank and think little more of it, going back to sleep with a critical frown. We solemnly pledge everybody swears to fight fair and square, according to international law. On the other hand, there remains the goal of playing the part properly despite the ridiculous voice, so Tanya lets all the emotion drain out of her words. In a way, this performance is a mortification of Tanya's mind comparable to using Type 95 at full power. Praising God and affirming being X is bad enough, but I still see my duty through to the end. Naturally, she is openly indignant as she scowls at their target and shouts that she will crush it. Visha's emotions as she looks on next to her are probably shared with the rest of the battalion. Unshakable solidarity. No, her thought is that so low, Major. Tanya finishes reading the warning in a voice appropriate for a child her age. No matter how you think about it, the only appropriate explanation would be some kid's prank. Anyone would think so. Even we feel like we've caught a glance of some gruesome sight. Major, do you have experience in acting? Acting? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I'm just hoping they lower their guard. Though the tone matches her age, Tanya murmurs her dissatisfaction in her usual cold voice. It must be a sign of complex internal feelings. Weiss has only known her for a short time, but even he can pick up the displeasure his superior doesn't bother hiding. Her mood is as dangerous as nitroglycerin. When Weiss quietly takes a step back, everyone discreetly follows suit. Nobody wants to be so close to Major von der Guritschaf when she's irritated. Okay, troops, it appears shaming myself was worth it. Still, something has been beaten into them during their training as soldiers. And that's why they understand that their superior will vent her feelings on the enemy as they ready themselves for the attack, grabbing their orbs and rifles with as much as a measure of sympathy. This munitions factory has been receiving Republican assistance. It's probably full of flammable materials. Tanya's tone contains a clear determination to blow the target sky high. Normally her inner thoughts are inscrutable, but today, at this very moment, every mage in the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion can understand exactly what's on her mind. There's no mistaking it. She's motivated. I issued the warning. Our obligation has been fulfilled. Now let's watch the fireworks. I'm openly indignant, blowing off steam or maybe taking it out on them. The expression on Major von der Guritschaf's face, while she casts an extra-large yet precise formula and conjures a long-range projection formula, is a mixture of intoxication and anger, all indicating very real danger. Let sleeping dogs lie. Since no one has interfered, she's able to turn her undiluted fury on the enemy. Let's educate them in the name of God. That murmured remark informs her unit how serious she is. I will manifest the power of God on this earth. Their commander continues constructing an extra-large disaster. Deploy formulas. Look sharp, observers. Deploy formulas. Target, Carberius Arms Foundry. All companies match your timing to Major von de Guritschaf. Not wanting to fall behind, the commander of each unit shouts and several long-range attack formulas are cast. Normally, any attacker leisurely launching this slow formula in the middle of a battlefield would end up pummeled by anti-magic artillery or picked off by enemy mages on patrol. But if the enemy's even slower, then it's a different story. Deploy formulas. Fire. We loose a volley of long-range explosion formulas cast by a 48-man augmented mage battalion. That power and range requires more magic than usual, but this time at least, it's the optimal solution. No one interrupts, no one even notices. The formulas rain down on the target so easily the mages are almost disappointed, and the spells explode on impact with the factory literally filled with ammunition. 16 direct hits, the rest are close. If we can do that with long-range formulas, then I can't complain. Tanya nods in satisfaction. Then, just as Weiss is about to say something to her, it blows up. The flare is so dazzling, even the mages are blinded, despite having anticipated the blast. The light fills the quiet night with naked hostility. The roof of the factory, blown skyward, seems to fall in slow motion, and the Dacian capital has been jolted awake by a glare that lights up everything for miles around. There go the secondary explosions. Then a quiet, satisfied remark sums it all up. Tamea, it's just an exclamation, don't worry about it. She turns around and appraises the scene with a deflecting remark about the fantastic sight. I gotta hand it to Dasha. Not only did they help us out with our live fire exercise, they even arranged for a post-training fireworks show. She cackles in amusement, her expression exuberant. If she had to sum it up, the gigantic sun-like explosion below feels just like a fireworks show in honor of her service. Anyhow, we achieved our objective. We're returning to base. Troops, October 23, Unified Year 1924, Imperial Army General Staff Office, Dining Room 1 Army. That captain did say it lets you experience war rations. An officer who worked in personnel was reported to have said it. The General Staff Office dining hall was a perpetual battlefield cafe that didn't let soldiers forget their combat experiences, even in the rear. Major General von Rudersdorf had no words to deny that. In fact, he secretly agreed with his junior colleague's opinion that the dining room and its unique cuisine seemed to be engaging with the Commonwealth in a fierce competition no normal person could comprehend. And likewise, as far as Major General von Zetua knew, there were no general staffers who actually liked the food. So perhaps it was ironic that although discussing confidential matters in a cafeteria was generally considered a poor idea, this particular place was actually the optimal venue for strategy meetings if secrecy was desirable. It was Zetua's and Rudersdorf's natures to use whatever they could together to the fullest, and when it occurred to them that the dining hall was the best place for keeping things confidential, they reluctantly began taking at least one of their 3 daily meals there. Time is not necessarily on the Empire's side, though it isn't exactly on our enemies, either, Rudersdorf grumbled, sounding absolutely fed up. Irritated, he washed down some bread-like foodstuff with Sudu coffee. Among all the ersatz items on the table, he could tell from the feel and luster that only the mason cup in his hand, and only that, could be called genuine. Taking our current situation into consideration, it's not a good idea for the Empire to deal with 2 fronts for too long, but you still think time might be with us, Rudersdorf. Zetua looked dissatisfied with the food but smiled, somewhat amused, as he replied. He was in charge of logistics. Of course, as a general staff officer, he could stick his fingers into strategy or operations just as much as Rudersdorf, who had long been involved in operational theory research and development. The General Staff had simply seen what these two were capable of, so they put energetic, dynamic Rudersdorf in charge of war operations, mainly mobile, while expecting Zetua's wise, scholarly precision to keep the military organization running smoothly. And in Dasha, all expectations had been met. Rudersdorf set a perfect example of how to conduct maneuver warfare with his astuteness, whereas Zetua made arrangements for the efficient deployment of troops, even organizing the dispatch of an advance unit. Both of their talents achieved everything the General Staff had hoped for. Of course, more time spent will mean more waste, but that's exactly why our basic strategy of knocking out the weakest enemies first, like we did in Dasha, shouldn't change. In other words, what you mean to say is, I'll give you time, so handle the logistics. Rudersdorf, I have to warn you, the Anluk E. Cartagena as well as the port facilities are already at their limits with the construction jobs and expansion work in Norden. Transporting enough material for a winter offensive will be much too large a burden. If you say it can't be done, then I guess it can't. But I've known you long enough. You say it's impossible, but you won't convince me you don't have an alternative plan. An ideal mutual understanding between the front lines and the rear. In a way, this was made possible by the rare cooperative relationship the two men had been able to build, where they completely trusted in each other's exceptional abilities. I'm sorry, General von Rudersdorf, but as far as I've heard from the managers of rolling stock in the service corps, the logistics situation in Norden isn't going to improve anytime soon. General von Zetua, do I need to explain to you about the possibility of a maritime supply route? Relaxing both his expression and the mood just a little bit, Zetua dropped all pretenses. All right. As you say, since the war began we've had our sea routes cut off, so there are all kinds of trade vessels anchored in the port that we could requisition. It was a plan he had considered many times. If necessary, I can send a nearly 300,000-ton ship to a port facility somewhere in the north for a landing operation. So it's decided, then. I wish you would just say that from the beginning. I have to warn you, this discussion is only valid assuming we have control of the sea. I'll put up with a skirmish or two, but I'm not keen on the idea of losing a unit and a ship for the chance to gamble on an amphibious operation far behind enemy lines. Zetua frowned slightly. He was more worried about the possible losses than he was about the potential success of the operation. It was true that the Empire currently had a glut of ships because the sea lanes had been tenuous since the war started. There was a chance they could solve their supply and operational issues with them. But put another way, the Imperial Navy had nothing but vulnerable sea lanes, so would they really be able to protect supply lines? That was the risk they faced. As long as that was the case, maybe they could use the narrow straits near the Empire, but they had no choice but to be pessimistic about the idea of establishing a major supply route. You worry too much about supposed losses. Even if it's a bit of a risk, getting behind Entente Alliance lines and cutting off their communications would crush them. Rudersdorf's reply was almost carelessly optimistic compared to Zetua's strategic concerns. Despite the deadlocked front lines, the substantial gap in national power left the Entente Alliance on the brink of collapse, just like Dasha. In other words, Rudersdorf's take on the situation could be criticized as an oversimplification, but if the Imperial Army could seize a region in the rear the same way their soldiers had trampled Dasha, even the Entente Alliance would collapse on its own. I can't deny it, but frankly, I don't think they are much of a threat anymore, even if we leave them as they are. Shouldn't we forget about them and finish off the Republic? There's nothing better than having fewer fronts, but on the point of whether it was actually necessary to force the Entente Alliance to completely collapse, a slight disagreement between operations and the service corps began creeping into their remarks. Zetua didn't think advancing north would do anything to ameliorate the logistical strain. On the other hand, from operations' point of view, cleaning up that front would make things much easier strategically. From the logistics standpoint, the burden of maintaining the amount of troops necessary to hold against the Entente alliance is not a light one. Even without firing a single round of ammunition, soldiers starve to death if they don't eat, I'm aware of that. But it's true that compared to the Republic it would be easier to take out. Fine. In the end, both men had clear criteria for how to optimize the instrument of violence known as state warfare, while not losing sight of their greater objective. An operation could be undertaken if it didn't strain logistics too greatly, and if it gave them a chance to shrink their active fronts. Given the fact that in those operational terms there were no issues with gaining control of the rear in the north, Zetua agreed to draw up an attack plan. If we're going to attack, I'd like us to consider the Ostfjord. The Ostfjord, it's too heavily defended. It's situated inside that narrow bay, but I'm pretty sure they have a few coastal guns. The city of OS is the main railroad hub. If we take that, all the Entente Alliance's trains should be out of commission. Then we can stroll in and keep our troops' supplies using their rails. The city Zetua pointed out was significant because of its role as a transportation center, presenting an opportunity to knock out enemy logistics in one fell swoop. It would be difficult, but if they could cut the enemy's supply lines when the thought crossed Rudersdorf's mind, he could no longer hold back a savage smile. Got it. You come up with some really nasty plans, don't you? But it does make sense. So you want us to capture OS. If the Entente Alliance was crippled like that, their army would die like dogs even if their frontline forces put up a heroic resistance. A military with no head or limbs was just a mob that used to be called an army. Assuming things went as Northern Command hoped, victory could then be achieved with a short frontal assault. It could be so easy that they might want to consider how to achieve an even better outcome. Say you can do it, and I'll give you a unit. If it doesn't work, I'll just deal with Norden in a less sneaky way. No, let's give it a shot. With that same grin on his face, Rudersdorf decisively met the challenge. He would try to take them down. It was the dream of every general staff officer to dramatically shift the tides of war on the operational level with one large-scale battle. He nodded at Zetua as if to say he would even drink down this dirty water coffee with a smile. Very good. If you need anything, let me know. Oh, then lend me a mage unit. Rudersdorf was merciless in asking for what he wanted. A mage unit. Sure, but which one? The pet in your pocket, the 203rd. I want you to let me use the troops that performed so well in Dasha. That battalion's a handful, are you okay with that? The pet in Zetua's pocket, they were a dauntless combat unit that had waged impeccable maneuver warfare in Dasha and had even bombed a weapons factory. Not only that, but they were an augmented unit equipped with cutting-edge gear from the technical arsenal. When Lieutenant Colonel von Lergen had reported on their training progress, he insisted with undisguised shock that there was no unit in the Empire that could match them. That's fine. Besides, I believe the commander has combat experience in Norden. It's reassuring to have someone who is even a little familiar with the lay of the land. The 203 RDS commander was said to have a distinctive personality, but if she had to be sorted into the groups useful or not, she was certainly a part of the former. That made her just the type that he could afford to push hard as a game piece. All right, I'll make the arrangements right away. Thanks, here's to the hope that we win. A glass was raised. Then here's to the hope the food here improves. The return toast made them both wince. I think the war'll end first. You're probably right. Though grimacing, they stayed faithful to the basic soldiering principle of eating whenever a chance presented itself. That said, neither hid the fact that they would rather dine elsewhere. Chapter II Norden I. November 4, Unified Year 1924, Entente Alliance Defense Ministry, Personnel Office 2. A man in the Entente Alliance Army's Type Roman II dress uniform was receiving a new rank insignia from his superior officer in the Army Personnel Division, who wore a smile plastered over his face like a mask. You've been promoted. Congratulations, Colonel Anson Su. If I'm getting promoted after suffering such a loss, our country must be at its end. He didn't fly into a rage at the state of things, but neither did he bother to hide his murmurings. He simply expressed his sentiment before he realized what he was saying. Normally, an officer of his rank shouldn't have talked like that, but the miserable situation of the Entente alliance created a peculiar atmosphere in which Su's bitter comments could be excused. Their defeat was all too clear, the kind of fall that was guaranteed to come. Of course, there was still some hope, but in a room full of people who understood their circumstances and could see where they were headed, optimism was in laughably short supply. Now then, here's your new insignia. We expect a lot out of you, Colonel. And that was why the people who fully comprehended the gravity of the situation were already exhausted. Their hearts were long spent from the intense rage they felt. The fatherland is in crisis. I have to hope you'll do your duty as best you can, that's all. There is no greater happiness than to be entrusted with the fatherland. Excellent. They did nothing but exchange set phrases. Probably the only thing on Su's mind as he delivered his stirring lines in monotone like a sutra was simple contempt for formalities. Since the leadership's choices have been so grievously bad, aren't the duties we soldiers can actually fulfill rather limited? It was for that reason that Su was miserable. His only reaction to the impassioned commotion caused by mobs of citizens frantic to save the nation was the extreme fatigue on his face. He saluted according to protocol and left the room with a gait that grew even heavier when he saw the excited young volunteers, brimming with love for their country, forming up before marching out. They are so innocent, eager to go to battle, but what can they even do when they finally arrive? How disappointing. What awful luck to have been born in a country that can only ask its youths to die for it. A patriot would cry. They were supposed to protect their fatherland, they should have been proud of it. Instead, their nation had committed a grave mistake, and now it was ushering young people down a path that promised death. Though he could have sworn he was emotionally spent, he found tears blurring his vision. Colonel Su, while trying his best to keep up appearances in response to concerned voices, in his heart with a hint of resignation he made a vow. If I'm going to send them to their deaths, then the least I can do is fulfill my duty as best I can, too. The commitment to self-sacrifice stemmed from his sense of responsibility and fate as a leader. If the youth are going to sacrifice themselves for the fatherland, then there at least has to be someone to accompany them down that path, an adult who will fall beside them. He was grimly determined. How could I let them die alone? Even so, as the young men paraded proudly down the road, he couldn't stand the sight of the anxious-looking women carrying children in the crowd of people bidding them farewell. Thinking of those who were left behind, he prayed for salvation and nearly cried out. Anyone at all, please end this nightmare. If there was a hope he could cling to, it was that the Republic or some other great power would maybe, just maybe, show up in the nick of time to save them. Then the Entente alliance might have a chance to escape total collapse. But can it really? Having thought that far, Su sneered at the futility of clinging to a wish that couldn't even convince him. He knew they were well and truly cornered with no way out. They were supposed to protect their fatherland, but it was already ticking down its final days little by little, like an hourglass. In the future lay inevitable ruin. Facing downfall, he could only stand still, tormented by a sense of helplessness. His resolve to share the fate of the fatherland was unwavering. Nonetheless, when he thought of what hardships would befall the people when they lost their home country, he could only shed tears of grief. Wait, it must have been the workings of fate that made him realize something at that moment. Just because a country was destroyed didn't mean its people had to be. If they couldn't protect their homeland, they at least had to let its citizens escape. Even after the state was broken, mountains and rivers would remain. Yes, countries fell, but they were made up of people. Perhaps they would have a chance to rebuild their broken home. If they saved the people who would become the seeds, they could dream of a day when the field of the fatherland would bloom once more. It would be a difficult journey. Times would be hard, But this wouldn't be the end, there was the hope of rebirth. A homeland is more than territory. As long as home existed in the hearts of its people, this wasn't the end. He had to help as many fellow citizens escape as possible. Surely that was the great cause worthy of dedication for a soldier of a failing nation. No, it was the one and only way of sacrificing oneself that a soldier who had sworn to protect the fatherland could be proud of. Here it is. Yes, I found it. With a shout so full of hope and purpose you would never have thought the speaker had been on the brink of despair just moments earlier, Colonel Sue made a vow. "I'll never let anyone destroy thee, O fatherland." This country was his family's home. He was a father, even if he hadn't been around his child much. Though he regretted that, and it was a bit late to start caring, he swore to leave his wife and daughter a future. Though it was immodest, he wanted to be glad he could use the military connections he hadn't paid much attention to until that moment. Meanwhile, the new Entente Alliance councillors, with traces of difficult-to-conceal resignation and contrition in their gloomy expressions, groped for a way to flip the hourglass back over as time slipped away. Nobody had foreseen the start of open hostilities with the Empire. Everyone present had been appalled upon hearing the news. Why has the fatherland done something so reckless? When they came to grips with reality and left by the wayside ideologies, and the illusion that this was the way things should be, it was clear that the Empire was going to pulverize the cheeky little contender snapping at it. Though the gears of destruction had ground to a halt briefly due to the Republic's surprise attack, the situation had definitely not improved for the Entente Alliance. On the contrary, the Principality of Dasha, after their warriors' fanfare that sounded like music to the councillors' ears, had been wiped off the map in the span of a few months. The overwhelming military might of the Empire and the pathetic final days of the upstart challenger to anyone with a heart, this was a nightmare come to life for the Entente Alliance. In the midst of all that, the new councillors, despite their fear, were doing everything they could think of to maintain the front and continue the resistance. "Now then, I've got some good news for you, gentlemen. It's only a stopgap solution, but we've begun coordinating with our allies." As he read the announcement to the other 9 councillors in the meeting room, Foreign Affairs Councillor Abensol was a little excited by the first good news in a long while. Diplomacy had fallen into chaos ever since the war started, but he finally received a favourable reply. Ever since the Republic had entered the war, he had been going around apologising to all their allies and begging for assistance, and finally someone replied. The Republic had stepped in, fearing the collapse of the Empire's encirclement following the Entente Alliance's reckless move, but between the stalemated front and a huge number of casualties, its attitude rapidly soured to the point that the Republic barely even gave the Entente Alliance the time of day after Dasha got involved, addressing them with openly cold contempt. What the nation wanted to say was clear: your heedlessness is the cause of this catastrophe. A Republican diplomat had made that remark to Abensol under the influence of alcohol, but those words said it all. That's fine, but all the Republic really hopes for is someone to lessen their burden on the Rhine front. No, because they knew exactly what the Republic was truly after. What should have been good news instead left the 10 councillors in a hollow mood with low expectations. At most, the Republic hopes to take some of the heat off themselves by having us continue fighting on a second front, they thought. Councillor Kaza, your apprehension is reasonable, but the Republic is worried about a repeat of Dasha. You mean they are worried that if we fall, the Empire will turn its full energy on them. I see. Well, isn't that a wretched thing to hear? Army Councillor Kaza shrugged, seeming offended at being treated like a second Dasha, but his arguments weren't very persuasive given how much he had hoped the Grand Duchy's entry in the war would lessen the Entente Alliance's own burden. Councillor Abensol, surely that isn't all. No, excuse me. In addition to the Republic, it appears the Commonwealth will send over some manner of assistance. At least, there is consensus among the great powers that they would like to stop us from being completely annihilated. Foreign Affairs Councillor Abensol had trailed off, but at the urging of an older councillor, he presented some good news about a sympathetic neutral powers foreign policy. The Entente alliance would receive a helping hand from another nation, in addition to the Republic that wasn't happy with the prospect of the Empire expanding its influence. The Commonwealth, known for its excellent naval forces, was concerned by the Empire's sudden expansion on the continent, so it had decided to take the first step toward joining the battle. Its plan was to maintain the balance of power, not much more than an excuse, but that was why they could be trusted from a realpolitik standpoint. Oh, the friendly Treaty of Londinium again, though were the ones who broke it. Despite thinking it was probably a good thing, there was no way anyone present could be genuinely happy to accept the help. Any member of the Entente Alliance leadership who was familiar with how the other powers felt about them, given that they had broken the treaty, could understand that the Commonwealth had offered half as an insult. So what are our options? After analysing the Dacian War, the Republic told us they worry our rear regions are underprotected. Unlike the Republic, forced into a head-on clash with the Empire, the Entente Alliance was using its topography and climate to maintain its front. But in reality, what allowed the Entente Alliance to just barely hold was that the Empire didn't consider it a serious threat and was treating it as a side project. I'm envious of countries that have power to spare. We've got nothing left. The Interior Councillor commented on the disparity in national strength, which was truly massive. In fact, simply going at it with just one of the Empire's army groups required the majority of the Entente Alliance's resources to maintain the troops on the front lines. For now, we have mage units stationed to fend off any attempts at incursions in the rear. They should at least be able to handle most things before it becomes a serious problem. The Entente Alliance was on guard against surprise raids deep in their territory, but so far nothing major had come up on of the leadership's few comforts. The most they expected was a gamble by an Imperial Cavalry Brigade to destroy Entente Alliance railways, or an airborne operation by a handful of aerial mages. The Entente Alliance's Quick Response Division had been successful in repulsing everything that had come before with their mages, so they were fairly confident they could fend off most invasion attempts. The Commonwealth says they are anxious about an Imperial naval assault. A seaborne invasion. I don't mean to be master of the obvious, but couldn't we just attack them once they make landfall? Foreign Affairs Councillor Abensol himself was dubious, but the Commonwealth was seriously concerned the Empire would try an amphibious assault, and its officers were unanimous in voicing the warning. I understand your country's situation, but your coasts are wide open. If our main forces are all tied up, even a small amphibious landing force could prove catastrophic. Abensol had no choice but to warn his colleagues with a measure of anxiety that if invaders met no resistance when they made landfall, then it would open up the Entente Alliance to a thrust from behind and bring their whole country down. Councillor Abensol, the Republican Navy doesn't have the power to put a stop to that. And might I remind you, we only have 2 capital ships ourselves. But he still managed to feel hopeful. That's no problem. This is confidential, but the Commonwealth is already monitoring the Empire's navy. The Republican fleet is apparently ready to deploy if need be, which means, gentlemen, time is key. We need to buy time. We must ask the other powers to intervene. It's utterly shameful, but we have no choice. In the meantime, let's do our best. November 5, Unified Year 1924, Imperial Capital Garrison 14, Auditorium. Battalion Commander. In the auditorium where all the unit members have already gathered, the commander of 2nd Company, 1st Lieutenant Weiss, stands and salutes the battalion commander as she enters. The troops follow suit, saluting and voicing their greetings as Tanya gestures for everyone to be at ease. She takes the dais in the center and nods in satisfaction after glancing around at her men. I think you've already heard, but the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion has been given transfer orders. We're going to Norden. Man, That's exactly what I don't want to do, but I don't let my opinion on this injustice show on Tanya's face. Right now, it's all hidden with that particular tone officers use to keep their emotions unreadable. But I sent a dozen complaints in writing to Lieutenant Colonel von Lergen about how much the military has been overworking Tanya. Rest and joint training for 4 months, plus 2 months of basic training to improve the recruit's skills. The unit should have had 6 months of deferment. It was no small shock to have the unit declared trained and ready for deployment after their combat exercise in Dasha. Running my gaze over the troops from the platform, I can understand how it was possible to see them as a disciplined unit brimming with confidence. With their field gear perfectly polished and their feet all lined up as if they were towing a ruled edge, they do seem elite. But the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion isn't as ready as the General Staff might want to believe. They have so many weak points remaining that it's enough to give Tanya a headache as their commander. First, as exemplified by Lieutenant Weiss' misstep in Dasha, most of them are still operating on an obsolete version of common sense, even if only partially. Of course, it's true that after their baptism by fire, their understanding had changed so dramatically, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a Copernican-level revolution. It was almost like Paul's conversion. Tanya could practically bless them and inform all that they were on the right path. But that's still nowhere near good enough. Naturally, the General Staff expects us to bring to Norden the same skills and quick thinking that we showed off in Dasha, so we need to be ready. On Tanya's face is a smile of anticipation, but it feels so forced. Well, that makes sense. This unit has never been through a tough fight. There are too many examples from history of game dogs who only just learned the sweet taste of victory and turned into a pack of cowed mongrels with a single loss. No one is weaker in the face of adversity than purebred elites, which applies to Tanya as well. Gentlemen, be proud that you've finally been given a chance to overcome a trial of fire and iron. No army can win forever. Even the USA, despite boasting that it would bomb its enemy back to the Stone Age, was long traumatized by the nightmare of guerrilla warfare. It dispelled the trauma momentarily in the Gulf, but when it got overconfident, the result was Iraq. I recall that even the great empire, one of the leading world powers, hasn't achieved military strength on par with the USA's dominance. I really need to cultivate subordinates who can withstand hardship. Not only will I be branded as incompetent if I handle it poorly, it could literally mean death for me. After all, once a bunch of numbskulls who've never lost a battle collapse, they're extremely fragile. An army with a broken spirit is simply a mob. Even with magic technology, it's not as if soldiers can be miraculously imbued with an iron will to fight, although somewhere in my heart, I'm sure that's what a certain mad scientist and his cohorts are trying to accomplish. That said, at present, all I can do is manage as best I can with the cards I've been dealt. My salary is looking better, and considering my raises on top of that, I need to work at least as hard as I'm getting paid. Gentlemen, Dasha was nothing but a live fire exercise. Now it's time for the real war you've all been thirsting for. The best part is probably that a whiff of war fever is coming off most of her hand-picked subordinates. Under normal circumstances, of course, there would be nothing good about that at all, but the moment a unit has to go into battle, that trait becomes more than welcome. Give your all for His Imperial Majesty the Emperor and your fatherland. Never forget your duty. Yes, ma'am. Their magnificent reply satisfies her for now. In terms of personnel management, it can be necessary to remind them that their duty is commensurate with what they receive, but this time, given their reactions, there doesn't seem to be any need. Of course, I can't let my guard down. It's for the Empire that everyone seems so attached to, and for myself. Yes, I'll have them properly serve the apparently beautiful and respectable Emperor as well as the fatherland. Luckily, my subordinates are strong, so in a worst-case scenario they can be my shield too. It's too bad they are so obsessed with fighting, but for the most part they are still talented enough mages that I want to work with them. Good, Now we'll hear the notice from the General Staff. Lieutenant Weiss. Of course, I'll have my deputy explain the details. After all, that's why the Empire and every other country established a system with adjutants and vice-commanders. Ma'am, as you've already heard from our commander, this unit will serve as a mobile battalion. According to the notice from the General Staff, the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion will be deployed in an entirely different way than being assigned to one of the army groups, as would be standard. We are the first unit created specifically as a mobile battalion. Naturally, it's safe to assume that there will be plenty of experimenting, and that will be expected to bring back a lot of informative reports. Due to our status as a unit, the General Staff can deploy without coordinating heavily with an army group first. We won't be picked on much as long as we can live up to their expectations. In other words, be an easy-to-use independent unit that promptly tackles any mission entrusted to us and have no problems. Yes, though it hasn't been explicitly stated, we've been given de facto autonomy. To put it another way, we'll be constantly shuttling around via interior lines. In other words, it's an even exchange of authority and responsibility. If there is ever a problem on the front, we'll be sent over and expected to resolve it immediately. To explain it simply, Tanya employs a simile. The General Staff's working us like a team of harnessed draft horses. Rejoice. Apparently, they've prepared some carrots for us. I don't know what the exact perks will be, but I predict the General Staff will do all they can in terms of salary increases and chances for promotions. Whether it will be enough for her men is another question. Wah ha 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 ha. Well, laughing was probably all the troops could do, who would happily go to war for a perk or two. The officers and generals might see a modest raise, but the rank-and-file soldiers don't get much in terms of special rewards. It honestly isn't a very good proposition considering they're putting their lives in danger. Of course, if a free market system were in place, it would be up to each individual to decide whether it was worth it. In that sense, the conscription system is outrageous. The Empire drafts people like Serebriakov, who might be even slightly useful, because the nation doesn't have the resources to fully attend to its citizens. Writes Tanya herself, had no other option than to volunteer for the military for much the same reason. I would prefer it if they switched to a system of voluntary military service as soon as possible. Or let me resign this very instant. Of course, only if I can still collect on my civil servant and commissioned officer pensions. Tanya shakes her head slightly to clear out the extraneous thoughts, then gestures to Weiss, who was looking at her questioningly. She indicates that there's nothing to worry about and has him continue. Battalion, attention. The way the room quiets down the moment he shouts is extremely satisfying. At least they are disciplined enough to follow instructions properly. Then again, of course, soldiers should be able to do that much. Carrots or not, even horses aren't lucky enough to eat for free. Lieutenant Weiss almost seems like he's lecturing the soldiers as he insinuates that the unit is expected to produce results. Watching him talk to the troops is gratifying. I adjust my evaluation of him upward in a mental grade book. My vice commander isn't half bad. No one likes meaningless expenditure. A racehorse is expected to win, a farm horse to plough, a stud to pass on his genes, and the workhorse earns its keep through pure labour. If the vice commander can understand that and explain it to others, he's a keeper. Of course, we need to prove that we're capable of handling a bit of work. I've never particularly wanted to be a horse, and I wouldn't want to risk my human dignity by thinking I'd want to be cultivated. But if they are going to wedge the carrot into my mouth, I'm not opposed to biting it, although it would be unfair if afterward they said, "See, we're supporting you, so get to it." We'll be assigned to a mixed group drawn from the Eastern Army Group and the Southern Army Group, but we're going to be under Northern Command as a unit dispatched from Central. Political dignity, as a concept, is honestly ridiculous. Perhaps political decisions that are considered without looking at the issues logically show its limitations. Then again, The dictatorship of an emperor or nobles can be just as terrible. Even democratic forms of government falling into the hands of mob rule may be due to latent defects within the system. Humans truly are political animals. It's possible that animals that have no honor are far more rational than any human. Of course, this might just be a misunderstanding, since we haven't yet confirmed whether animals understand the concept or not. The General Staff wants us to test new combat tactics in the north. While listening to Lieutenant Weiss' explanation, the essence of the message echoes in Tanya's mind. This is a test. In any case, we belong to the General Staff, and no army group on the front can order us around directly. Basically, we're a unit the General Staff can send on missions without interference from the regional armies. I suppose all we can do is reconcile ourselves to our duty and follow our orders to put on a show. I feel like a circus monkey being forced to perform for other monkeys. You could call it a species of abuse. The only difference between me and the monkey is that there are countless protection groups dedicated to preventing animal cruelty. There is no organization that would shout that's abuse. When it comes to imperial soldiers, ID like the people who cry animals are not your food. 5 to spare a thought for us too. People may be political animals, but we're still animals. I guess this is better than the pity of paternalists though. And so we've got to show them that we can work well enough in a group to go picnicking. We're stuck with orders to go up north to try some new stratagem for the General Staff's Operations Division. This isn't really a mission that I want. It's the same as being sent on a pointless business trip due to company hierarchy. And talk about wasting time and resources. New tactics or whatever are generally just novelties. They can't be trusted. And on the off chance there is an element that turns out to be something we could implement, how much trial and error will we be forced to do before it's usable? Tanya hasn't said much about it to anyone, but I can only think that someone thought this up after noticing her service with technology and the instructor unit. Anyway, putting that irritation on display won't get her anywhere. She nods benevolently at Lieutenant Weiss, who was looking at her for permission. Today at 1800 hours, 6 will begin a long-range maneuver toward the supply depot. Company commanders, after everyone is dismissed, were having a meeting to decide the flight plan. While watching them trying to get down to business in the meeting, I decide to throw out a few words instructions, I guess. Soldiers love these kinds of formalized interactions. Let's just say that not only do I disapprove of this waste of time, I can't sincerely appreciate this prioritizing mental intoxication. Of course, as a member of the organization, there's no good reason for me not to participate. That's where Tanya endeavors to string together some sort of advice. Sorry to interrupt while you're enjoying your chat, but I have some quick news. It was a truth that people at company commander level should have already picked up on, though it was only an unspoken doubt at this point. If they knew it, their units would have a different outlook. It wasn't a particularly confidential matter. The Great Army may have pulled out, but it's strange that the fighting in the north hasn't settled down yet. According to military standards, the Entente Alliance isn't considered a major world power. The fact that it's able to qualitatively compete with the Empire on any level implies that they are receiving aid from somewhere. Needless to say, its ally the Republic has already given it a formidable helping hand, so there is no doubt that the majority of the support is from there as well. The real crux of the problem is whether those that claim neutrality are intervening. Of course, these bystander countries deny any participation on a national scale, but they are silent whenever the possible existence of voluntary armies comes up. The participation of at least a few countries like the Federation and the Commonwealth is certain. To begin with, the Entente Alliance is dramatically less capable than the Empire when it comes to the national strength that can be devoted toward total war. Entente Alliance majors alone shouldn't be able to put up such stiff resistance. Its troops' ability to fend off the Great Army while holding steady against the pressure of the regional Imperial Army group speaks volumes to the amount of aid they must be receiving. That's the reason why even Tanya's battalion is stuck going on a picnic despite the Dasha situation not being quite settled yet. So there has to be something going on. In other words, someone is poking their nose where it doesn't belong. Commander, Lieutenant Weiss was on his way out of the room when he changed color. He must have had some idea what she was saying. It annoys me, but he's right that there are things that can be said aloud and some that can't. But considering the situation, it's better to have Tanya's subordinates in on this from the beginning. Lieutenant Weiss, this is just my guess, a personal take on things. Well, for now, I'll stay quiet about the supposedly neutral federation. I don't mean to stir up unnecessary trouble. It could affect my career, and I wouldn't want to invite the fatal misunderstanding that I can't be discreet. Still, the troops are relaxed from their easy win in Dasha, so it feels like Tanya has to brace them for what's coming. Well, gentlemen, I just mean to say that I don't know if it's the Republic, the Commonwealth, or some other nation, but someone is definitely interfering. It really pisses me off that some other party is joining in. It's faithful enough to the principle of raison d'etat that it makes me sick. Simply put, it's actually a very rational decision. From the point of view of the other powers, it's a standard move to protect their national interests. Surely the people of the Commonwealth and the Republic can rest easy knowing they have heads of state who take security seriously. So compared to the Commonwealth and the Republic, which conduct themselves as proper political animals, the Entente alliance, which starts a war on an impulse, is even more irritating. What in the world is so fun about picking a fight with the Empire? Are its leaders just addicted to war and love it so much that they can't help it? Well, if that's the case, maybe that's why the Republic has to help out its game dog after pitting it against the Empire. Still, it's a surprise world-class players even pay attention to such a remote nation. Usually territories short on resources and potential concessions don't even show up as blips on the radar of powerful leaders. In other words, we're going on a nice hiking trip with the whole world watching. It's significant that we're heading to a battlefield that has every nation's attention. The General Staff are wagering the nation's dignity on a swift victory, so they must want a win badly. We also have to bear in mind Supreme Command's desire for an outcome that demonstrates the Empire's superiority as much as possible. In any case, failure will not be tolerated in the slightest. We can probably expect some sort of disciplinary reprisal if that happens. In order to avoid falling into ruin, we have to be model Imperial mages. So despite my deep reluctance to the battlefield, I must merrily go. Otherwise it'll be interpreted as lacking the will to fight. In reality, I have no love whatsoever for war, so I have to do everything in my power not to be suspect. So, great news, right? You guys get it too, don't you? They seem to pick up on my look. This is the best. To think the General Staff would provide us with an opportunity to shine so soon. I was just feeling like a skiing trip. What thoughtful orders. I thought the General Staff only asked for the impossible. Are the orders really from them? Luckily, everyone goes along. These guys have more tact than I expected. They understand both respect for a superior officer and what is being asked of them. Maybe I don't have to worry too much. Good. Well, that's where we're at, troops. We've been given the opportunity, so we're off on a trip up north. Am I pulling off the I can't wait for combat look? I managed to avoid spewing expletives by smiling. You're excused. November 6, Unified Year 1924, Northern District, Kragana Depot, Advance Guard. For the Imperial Viper Battalion, the words "the worst" described everything about their day. Certainly, there was no other way to explain the circumstances after they sortied. The bulk of the Empire's proudest force, the Great Army, had been abruptly redeployed, which caused massive confusion. By the time the Imperial Army's Northern Command managed to get everything under control again, the Entente alliance had taken the chance to recuperate and rebuilt their lines. As a result, the Imperial units that had been sent out to pursue and mop up the enemy had to be reorganized, and the Northern Army Group's logistical network was overextended. That meant opportunities for continuous Entente Alliance army strikes on Imperial supply depots. Once the Northern Army Group had been forced to spread their manpower thin to fend off the Entente Alliance commando attacks, the enemy aerial majors would strike. The Northern Army Group had already been hit with this tactic twice. They were just barely managing to keep the front supplied, but they couldn't afford another major disruption. The depot raids had to be stopped. That was the gist of the Viper Battalion's mission to guard the supply lines. The brass had made it sound simple, but for those actually tasked with the assignment, it might as well have been impossible. Although the Entente Alliance's total mage strength was less in absolute terms, it had total freedom in deciding when and where to attack. Meanwhile, the Viper Battalion had to allot troops to multiple points and communication lines because they were committed to defense. It was a huge bother that the enemy had made remarkable qualitative improvements. Most of the remaining Entente Alliance majors in this commando unit had been in service since the war started. Furthermore, these tenacious soldiers had been equipped with the latest model of orbs that, though officially unmarked, were actually supplied by interested world powers such as the Republic, the Commonwealth, the Unified States, and the Federation. With this, the quality of their gear and combat capabilities rose dramatically. The Entente Alliance Mage Commando unit had transformed into a threat even Imperial mages couldn't take lightly. On top of all that, the fact that Imperial forces couldn't let their guard down against even new units on the front made it difficult for Imperial commanders to station troops. Sometimes the Entente Alliance sent in fresh soldiers. If they were new mages rushed through training, they could be immediately slaughtered, but sometimes there were voluntary mages of unknown nationality mixed in. It was hard to know how to deal with those. Fucking hell. Entente Alliance mages again. As a result, despite outnumbering their opponents on paper, the Imperial mage units on the defensive were suffering from local numerical inferiority. The Viper Battalion's skill was fairly standard for an Imperial Army unit. Compared to others in the district, they were veterans with a good amount of combat experience, and as usual in the Imperial Army, they were well trained. There was no reason not to label them as a first-rate combat unit, so the fact that they were outnumbered by a fearsomely powerful enemy unit could only mean the situation was terrible. This is sooner than we thought. Why did Intel say we had nothing to worry about? Information regarding the skill level and equipment possessed by the average Entente Alliance mage had been passed on to Viper Battalion, so they were ready for the qualitative improvements, the disciplined fire, and other tactical measures their opponents had taken that made them a greater threat than before. But despite the force's upgrades, according to their data, the Imperial mages should still have been superior on an individual level. That's why they were confident they could defend to some extent, even if they were outnumbered. They figured with airspace control holding the sky they could overwhelm the enemy with their individual abilities. A little numerical disadvantage wouldn't beat them, so they wanted to curse intelligence as the ones responsible for the phoned-in report. They could explain it away as the fog of war, but the ones who suffer are always the troops on the front lines. When everything was predicated on different information, it made them want to be mean. Commander. He blossomed red upon shielding a subordinate who had carelessly maneuvered into the enemy line of fire. Luckily, his flight was only momentarily disrupted, and he soared across the sky in an evasive maneuver. He must have managed not to black out. There was no immediate threat to his life, but as far as the soldier could tell, it was a serious wound. As his buddies covered for him, maintaining coordination, what crossed their minds was the notion that output strong enough to penetrate an Imperial mage's defensive shell didn't come from standard Entente Alliance equipment. In spite of their grim suspicions, they cast formulas one after the other. Even when the Entente Alliance unexpectedly made it a three-way fight, the mages of the Viper Battalion were fulfilling their duty thoroughly. I messed up. Sorry, 02, the rest is up to you. Understood, Commander. 07 and 13, you two have reached your limits. Fall back with him. 02 had taken command, so he quickly shifted mental gears. Their commander wouldn't be able to continue fighting, but he needed an escort to retreat, so the only option was to assign soldiers who were exhausted or heavily injured to go with him. They hadn't expected this to be such a tough fight, but the enemy was also wearing down. All we have to do is defend, he encouraged himself, but it pained him that their battalion was down to half its original strength. A company's worth of mages had already retreated. Another half a company's worth had been shot down and were still lying on the ground below. Down to half strength, and their enemy was still raiding their supply depots, though the fight should have been wearing them down too. Their determination was extraordinary. CP-7, do you read me? This is 01. Command of the Viper Battalion has changed hands. CP Roger, Viper 02, do you read me? Of course, there was tension in the CP radio operator's voice. The company they'd sent ahead was already combat ineffective. Almost all their anti-air gunners, who were supposed to be a powerful deterrent against mages, had already been evaded. Behind those, the only defense the supply depot had was the temporary anti-air gun emplacements established to provide direct support fire. Maybe they could do a little intercepting, but there was no way they could handle a large-scale assault. No problem. This is Viper 02. The commander has been seriously wounded, so I'm taking over. Ugh, what should I do? I want to take my time to think of a way to handle this. If God exists, he's a real asshole. CP Roger, got some bad news for you. The Surface Observer Squad spotted 2 company-sized groups approaching from the northeast. Seems like they are definitely headed your way. Reinforcements? How the hell do they have any left? Viper 02 took off his receiver and screamed. They are chipping away at my friends in this bloody battle, but we've downed way more than a company's worth of these bastards. And yet 2 more companies were closing in on them. A little math was all it took to see that the Entente Alliance was pitting a regiment's worth of mages against a single supply depot. Why? This is a bigger problem than our intelligence agency being incompetent. The Entente Alliance obviously has way more troops than we thought. Viper 02 to CP. If I may share my thoughts on the matter, we won't be able to continue interception missions like this. Our only choice is to use the supply depot we're supposed to protect as a shield, even if it sustains some damage, and commit to a defensive battle. If we take any more casualties, our unit will be wiped out, and the supply depot will be overrun. Having made his decision, 02 had to tell CP. This is an emergency. Please make handling this top priority. The battalion has sustained serious casualties. I don't think we can take much more. Requesting immediate permission to retreat. I want to take us back to the depot. Even the exhausted Viper battalion could fight their hardest in a tough battle if they joined up with the depot's defenses and the mages who had retreated. It would increase the likelihood of the depot getting damaged, but there was no other way to intercept at this point. If the battalion fought with only the remaining mages, they would just be picked off one by one. It would be better to at least join up with the remnants of the units that could still fight and get support. They might get cut, but they would be able to put up a better resistance that way than with broken bones. CP Roger, I hear what you're saying. I'll consider it with high command. Wait 5 minutes. Under normal circumstances, 5 minutes would be wonderfully efficient. It was proof that the bureaucratic CP understood the gravity of the situation. But even if he should have been happy for the prompt assistance, as someone on the front lines, he had to think 5 whole minutes, 300 seconds. How many times would they have to evade and counter while waiting them out? Please respond as fast as you can. The vanguard is already beat up. In a brawl like this, the vanguard always had to face the enemy the longest. They were already so worn down they could barely fend for themselves as individuals, much less perform as a unit. Even if they set up for a protracted defense, they wouldn't last long. Just staying in the air was a huge burden for them now. Only someone who had experience knew how hard it was to dodge formulas. Anyhow, they had no choice but to hold out until they got permission to retreat. That was the right mindset, but it wouldn't be that easy. Lieutenant, multiple aircraft at 2 o'clock bombers came the half-screamed report from his subordinate on guard. Arg, the worst guys show up at the worst times. Mechanical birds that were comfortable flying at high altitudes and could carry a huge amount of explosives a human could never manage. They had almost never been spotted on the northern front. Bombers. How high? Thayer at 9,500. His question contained a sliver of hope, but the response was cruel. It sent a chill up his spine. 9,500 feet. That was too high for a mage but low for a bomber. At that altitude they could also bomb targets to some extent. Naturally they had sturdy armor, and a bomber unit under pursuit from mages could shake them off with no trouble by leisurely climbing to a higher altitude. Between the huge altitude gap and their armor, intercepting bombers was too hard a mission for mages. That was why the aerial units that specialized in interception always fought the air supremacy battles. But with a mere mage battalion, they didn't know what to do. Intercept the bombers while fighting 2 battalions, that was the definition of an impossible order. Viper 02 to CP, it's urgent. This is CP. Viper Battalion, what is? We've spotted multiple bombers. Altitude is just an eyeball estimate, but Thayer at 9,500 feet. Intercepting is impossible. Deploy all the marshaled troops immediately. What the heck? CP was taking too long asking the question, and he furiously interrupted. Bombers don't have great mobility, but they are fast. If fighters go around 250, then bombers go 200 to 210. Mages usually go around 230. If they really worked, they could tolerate 250, but at that point they could only really fly in a straight line. The enemy was going for a 1-2 punch of bombs and mages. The methods to deal with that were certainly limited. This enemy was awfully crafty and capable. Bombers, tell me how many and what direction. 2 o'clock from our perspective, about 20. It was only 20 planes, but getting bombed in this state would entail more than a little damage. It would be a disaster if they lost the winter fuel stockpile. The troops on the front would have a cold time. Surely their opponent knew that. That's why they'd brought out not only mages but bombers as well. This was what it meant for worst to come to worst. CP Roger, can you intercept them? He suppressed the urge to shout how. They are too high and we still haven't eliminated the enemy mages. We can't really use long-range sniping formulas right now. Basically, it's obviously impossible. It would be difficult even under normal circumstances to eliminate bombers with a 300-500-foot gap in altitudes. If they were operating fully manned and employed disciplined fire, maybe, but that was about as much of a chance as they had. Intercepting them while dogfighting enemy mages was unfeasible. We definitely want to avoid Kragana Depot getting bombed. We can't put up a fight if we're all dead. CP seems to want to rely on us, but the impossible is impossible. There are things that can and can't be done, and we are doing our absolute utmost. The voice of the Viper Battalion leader couldn't help but become sarcastic and even a bit resigned as he replied with pride. It seemed like no matter what they did, they would be wiped out, so are they going to tell us to brace for annihilation and resist? My interest is purely sarcastic, but boy, even I'm getting pretty philosophical. Maybe I should get ready to die. It happened just as he thought that. Roger, what, really? A whisper, then a shout, then a flurry of voices. Something was happening at the command post. CP, what's going on, CP? CP to Viper Battalion, fall back immediately. The awaited retreat orders came down in a tone that brooked no argument, but he never imagined they'd get them like this. What the hell happened? We have permission to retreat. I appreciate it, but is everything all right? Rejoice, you have reinforcements. A battalion is rushing over from Sector B3. Once you join up with them, you'll be under their command. Reinforcements? What woodwork did they suddenly come out of this late in the game? If we had reserves, why did we end up in this struggle? Reinforcements, that's news to me. If we had extra troops, what were we waiting for? They were dispatched from Central. Call sign Pixie. The operator ignored his attitude and simply conveyed the information. If it was a unit from the Central Forces, they must be getting caught up in the fighting as soon as they arrived. It was likely they had shown up ahead of schedule and command thought, great, before throwing them right in, and you should be happy, their commander is named. He forgot his grudge in spite of himself and nearly whistled in amazement. Wonderful, that's absolutely fantastic. A battalion of reinforcements and a named. It's like the harvest festival and Christmas both arrived at once and we got this terrific present. If I could, I'd open a bottle of champagne and welcome them with a toast. Viper 02 Roger, those are some fancy reinforcements. If we're getting that kind of quality backup, then I see why we were granted permission to retreat. I want to shout hooray, but I do wish they could have come a little sooner. At that last thought, he realized humans rescued from hopeless situations tend to expect an awful lot, and he winced. Well, he knew it was completely unreasonable, but he still had the nerve to think that if the reinforcements had come earlier, his battalion wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Add some fighters and it'll be perfect. There probably wouldn't be many, but he was sure they would scramble some to intercept before too long. His mouth naturally relaxed into a grin at the prospect. It was such a load off to know that the enemy would be crushed one way or another. When will the fighters be taking off? They were judged to be unnecessary. The unexpected response stunned him. Fighters, unnecessary. He wanted to ask what the radio operator was talking about. Don't worry about it. Just hurry and meet up with your reinforcements. Roger. At the same time, Northern Army Group HQ. The staff at Northern Army Group headquarters were staring at the map of the war at a loss, and that was when they got news they didn't really want to hear. The Deputy Director of Operations in the Central General Staff had gone out of his way to come and deliver the notice in person. It might have been central interference, but the wording was simple. We've dispatched reinforcements. Don't touch them. The damned General Staff. Why do they think they can go around meddling in frontline business? The complaints of the high-ranking officers of the Northern Forces that it was insulting were unsurprising. After all, they finally thought they were getting support from Central, but the moment they had managed to accommodate the hastily deployed Great Army, most of it was transferred abruptly to the Western Front, and they were left in disarray. It was only human nature that anyone stuck enduring unnecessary hardships in that chaos would want to give Central a piece or two of their mind. According to the report from the observation post, a battalion-sized group of aerial mages was indeed rapidly approaching. Well, that certainly is a nice batch of reinforcements. Seeing as they were sent immediately after we requested them, they are apparently serious about being a response team. But Central giving us reinforcements and then telling us not to touch them is overstepping their bounds. Well, maybe they gave us really elite troops. Even so, from another perspective, this is an opportunity for the Central Army to pay us back. It pulled out the Great Army before the battle was completely decided. Those guys are proudsy won't come bowing in apology. Although he wouldn't go as far as to accuse them of taking advantage of Northern Command's current issues, they were probably thinking to cancel out the debt. Are they trying to make us feel indebted to them? But don't touch them. That takes some nerve. Yeah, I can't believe they said that. And if they were trying to make us feel indebted, Northern supply depots are in trouble. Do they realize that the already poor logistics framework for the Northern Army Group could completely collapse? Sayer talking pretty big considering the Northern supply lines are in crisis. I wish I were that confident. You could even call that warning arrogant. He made his spiteful remarks without thinking, but from someone in the thick of it, it was the natural response. Then came even more dumbfounding news. We just got a telegram from the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion. This is the Pixie Battalion. Ooh, a telegram from an incoming battalion of reinforcements. Normally they would report their call sign and that would be all, but for some reason the radio operator was hesitating. It's fine, read it. A suspicious staff officer urged him on and he finally continued. It says we don't require assistance. Have the Viper Battalion retreat immediately. We don't require assistance. The Viper battalion has been intercepting up until now, but they want it to fall back. This went past impressively confident to overly confident. There were 2 Mage battalions and bombers out there reinforcing the enemy side. It definitely didn't seem like an attacking battalion fresh off a forced march could handle it on their own. They were supposed to put their units under a commander who didn't understand that. That was simply out of the question. We can scramble fighters to intercept at any time, right? Every hangar is on standby, 1 word and we can send them out. A few staff officers began quickly developing their own interception plans. Even if the time they had to climb was limited, fighters scrambled from the surface should be able to contain the bombers. Originally, they were outnumbered and needed a way to deal with the mages, so they were grateful for reinforcements. But perhaps it would be smart to stop the bombers on their own. Shouldn't we use them? This situation is plain bad. Well, it's an order though. Doing anything more would be he swallowed the words acting without permission, but they embodied the worried staff officers' fears. Staff members' authority did not extend to acting without orders. Their job was to plan operations, not make decisions. That was one of the hard things about being a staffer. What freed them from that agony was ironically the source of their current headache, the Pixies. The control unit got a read on the Pixies. 48 signals. Speed 250, altitude. The control unit on watch detected the incoming Pixie battalion. The reported speed of 250 kilometers per hour was virtually the maximum. If they could fly that fast and still maintain formation, it indicated they were highly trained. That's awfully fast. What about the altitude? The staff officers were starting to feel like maybe they could count on this backup and asked for the altitude data. Thayer at 7,500, Nothia still climbing. What? Are you sure? They aren't fighter planes, you know. Lessons learned in combat made 6,000 feet the common sense limit. Maybe the data said the record was 8,000, but it was hard to trust that until they saw it in an actual battle. The theoretical values the engineers talked about and the values a frontline unit could achieve were of completely different importance. The members of the class known as soldiers were always suspicious of new frameworks, weapons, and technology. It was healthy skepticism given their lives depended on whether the things were usable or not. And that was why, in one sense, they had no choice but to be humbled by what they were witnessing now. That was the weight of proof in combat. No mistakes. The Pixie battalion is currently at 8,000 feet. Thayer accelerating 300. Just as unbelievable was the jump in speed. A unit flying in formation toward combat on the front lines was at virtually the same speed and altitude that the tech tests had achieved. If the data was real, it would indicate skills on a whole new level. Is it true? If it was, this battalion's performance was in such a realm of its own that it would render all the existing units obsolete. Are those control unit readings accurate? I don't see any other abnormalities. Everything's operating normally. The same unbelieving expression rose to all the staff officers' faces. It seems the Central General Staff has a deviation as their trump card. Seriously, deviation is right. The only thing they could say was that they were glad this battalion was on their side. Commonwealth Voluntary Army Frontline Command. It's a named who was spotted in the west. We've got an individual Matchets, the devil of the Rhine. The observer cried out in surprise and the entire HQ focused on him for a moment. The name they weren't even sure existed had appeared. The one who flew casually through the death zone. The one who single-handedly slaughtered a company. The one could use interference formulas so powerful they distort space. When their contact in the Republican Army had given them the intelligence, they'd laughed it off thinking it was too early for April Fools, plus had been drinking. It was true the Empire had superior technology and tactics, but they'd thought this was beyond impossible. Their analysts had said she was a sort of battlefield legend. Though they respected the Republicans and wanted to avoid outright denying the claim, they figured she was at most a phantom generated by the chaos of the battlefield. The gossipy officers had whispered that sort of thing, questioning whether this named even existed. But now if their own observer was detecting her in real time, they needed to re-evaluate the data they had tried to forget like a bad joke over a nice cup of tea. "She's real. I thought the Republicans were just daydreaming." Misunderstandings weren't uncommon. If you took every confused soldier's report at face value, you'd join the ranks of the insane from the paranoia. Thus, the Commonwealth officers who had realistically deemed her either a false report or, at worst, some kind of mass hallucination had to leap for their machines. Some jumped for receivers to wake up the analyst squad. Others promptly notified High Command. "We've identified the signature. There's no mistake. She's heading this way." Then multiple observers succeeded in identifying her. They had input the pattern half wondering if it was even real, but now they had a match. An individual might misreport, but the conclusion reached by multiple precise observations made by several observers wasn't likely to be wrong. At this point, they had to acknowledge that she was real. The enemy reinforcements are a battalion-sized group. We have no record of this unit. Add to that the signal of a group containing numerous unknown signals. Judging from the scale, it had to be a battalion, maybe even an augmented battalion. If the mana inclination didn't resemble any existing records, that meant the Empire had deployed new mages. The fact that there was almost no overlap with the Republic's library from the Rhine front had to indicate that the Empire had as many reserves as ever. Apparently, despite the muddle, they could still produce a new unit led by a named. Surprised they are sending out a new unit when they already have so much pressure on the Entente alliance. You think it's the unit from Dasher. Most of the fighting is over there, so they could probably afford to transfer them. Aha. He didn't know who, but someone had said the Dashians couldn't even stand up to Boy Scouts, so certainly an Imperial army named would have no trouble blowing them away. And it made sense to think that if they were free, they would be sent to take care of the impudent Entente Alliance command team and its rampage. Well, take data. You got the recorders running. If it's true, he's a monster who can take out a whole company on his own. Don't miss a thing. The intelligence officer may have been chatting, but he was staring at the data the whole time. This unit had a mana inclination head never seen before, and more than anything, he couldn't ignore the actual existence of the rumoured named from the unconfirmed reports in the West. If they had so little info on a battalion led by a monster of that calibre, it had to be a failure of their espionage in the Empire. So he realised, even if he didn't want to, how important objective observation of this new enemy was. Picking up any transmissions, it's no good. Say are using an unknown code and protocol. At least it's not in the library. That was the answer he had expected. Even if they couldn't decipher them by intercepting and recording wavelengths, they would be able to grasp enemy unit hierarchy and movement. But if all the records they had didn't contain this code or protocol, who was this new enemy? He was keenly disappointed that Dasher had fallen so quickly. They had gone so fast it was no wonder they weren't able to get any data out of the conflict, but he still wished for the impossible. "Commander, it's nearly certain they're a new unit with the Empire. There are almost no similarities with existing records of the Northern and Western Army groups. All right. Well, gosh, I'd really like to send up a control unit." Everyone grinned. Even deployed in the frozen north, they hadn't lost their sacred sense of black humour. All of them understood. They didn't need to be told that they were under too much pressure in this war. It was evident that the Commonwealth was wrestling with political restraints at home, which limited its military in ways individual soldiers could do nothing about. God and the devil seemed to be involved somehow, so after a round of curses for each, the officers on site reluctantly accepted their circumstances, resigning themselves to their fate. "Yeah, we can't send a plane in. Right, we should probably be more worried about whether we'll be able to withdraw with our gear in one piece." Pressure on the Entente Alliance army was gradually increasing. They weren't completely falling apart yet, but that was just it. The only way to describe the current situation was not fallen apart yet. The calmer third-party observer could see that the Empire, without even making this front its main focus, was driving the Entente alliance to collapse. The Entente alliance was like a bedridden patient with a serious illness, just barely hanging on. If the situation changed even slightly, it would have a seizure and breathe its last. NGH. Well, for now, alert the front lines. Roger. But the CP officers consciously cleared those thoughts from their minds and focused on the tasks before them, shouting instructions into receivers. Determining the enemy's status was a task that involved many difficult elements, but at least the team on the scene was a group of intelligence-gathering veterans. They had been sent out with an eye on future fighting with the Empire. Since the Commonwealth hoped they would gain all sorts of experience and learn a lot in combat, from a national defense standpoint, it was very considerate toward its personnel and had outfitted them well. But I'm surprised. Who'd have thought a battalion could come flying over at 300 kilometers per hour? That's far from what you'd expect. Maybe the apparatus needs tuning after all. So these men chosen from across the Commonwealth's armies were expected to learn from the Imperial Army and master their tactics. But even these most promising soldiers hadn't had much combat experience, and on top of that, the assumptions that had been pounded into them were all pre-war doctrine. The reality of the battlefield was far removed from the experiences and techniques they had accumulated during peacetime. Thus, if they didn't learn a thing or two before their country was enveloped in war, they would pay for it with their own flesh and blood. Most of the staff officers had thought this named couldn't exist, but she did. In other words, she wasn't an illusion of the battlefield but a real nightmare. It was no laughing matter, but the predictions made far from the actual fighting had already missed their mark. Ironically, the fruit of the Commonwealth's diplomatic victories was a vexing dearth of combat experience. Only specialists can do the analysis necessary to distinguish subtle changes in the war situation. Their failure to read the situation was irritating. In intelligence work, there wasn't anyone who could teach that essential sensei. You had to develop it through your own experience. Of course, there were no specialist textbooks, and even if there were, they wouldn't be of much use. We should probably be ready for about half of what we heard. For that reason, most of the officers dispatched were chosen so that they would gain experience. Of course, most of them weren't told they had been selected for purely educational purposes, but the ones who couldn't figure it out were forcibly sent home as wastes of time and resources. That being the case, the remainder went about performing well-focused, objective analysis. It was precisely for that reason, due to their quick sagacity, that they sensed they were facing a crisis. Even if all the stories had been exaggerated, this was an Imperial named, and the reinforcements consisted of a battalion, very likely an augmented battalion. Even taking the simplest view, it was a battalion-scale attack. There was no cause for optimism, so what if that named can blow up a whole company instantaneously? There's no way the bastard can take 2 battalions, right? Still, a wishful hope existed somewhere in their minds. Let's just say, hypothetically, that there was a named who could fight against a company. Even so, numbers can overwhelm strength, so they still had a chance. If she had been alone, she probably wouldn't have been such a problem. But we can't ignore the battalion. They must be highly trained if they are coming in that fast. Meanwhile, we have numbers, but where a composite unit could be tough. Purely from a numbers standpoint, the new enemy battalion was a grave threat. There was no doubting the fact that a fresh battalion would be a hard fight for 2 tired battalions. Conversely, you could say a hard fight was as difficult as it would get. That was what they were thinking. So the Republic, the Commonwealth and the Entente Alliance all have different combat doctrines, What the Commonwealth men were most worried about was the possibility that even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't be able to cooperate well. The Republic and the Commonwealth were secretly fighting together, but as long as there was intelligence they couldn't share, there would be major losses. The Republic, to whom the Entente Alliance had cried and who was now asking for help itself, and the Commonwealth, which was gathering intelligence for war with the Empire on its mind, had gotten very out of step. Today they were extra conscious of that fact. If our coordination gets disrupted, we might have to split up. No matter what the Republic and Entente alliance did, the Commonwealth was loath to give up its neutral status. Even when it did join a war, it did so with caution. The Republic and Entente alliance would badmouth the Commonwealth, saying it had a tendency to conserve power or that it only fought to test a new weapon in actual combat. But were those really insults? The officers had to wonder. The state wanted to keep casualties to a minimum. It will take some time, but a reorganized battalion might be able to come help. Naturally, the Commonwealth's voluntary armorful of soldiers who signed themselves up didn't want to break through if it meant a high number of casualties. After all, they had to buy the indispensable time for their home country to switch over to the wartime system. Though they had numerical superiority, never for a moment did they want to fight head-to-head on a battlefield where a named was coming to meet them. And when she had an Imperial Army unit as backup, it was time to start considering withdrawal, but they couldn't ignore the fact that they had sacrificed so much to disrupt enemy logistics. I guess in the worst case, well, smash the position using just the bombers. So accomplishing the minimum goal would depend on the bombers. They were bombing a fuel depot. Even a small number of successful attacks could get them great results. And if they failed, the planes they were leasing to the Entente alliance were old models that the Commonwealth wouldn't use anyway, something they thought but couldn't say. Against that, if fighter planes intercepted were liable to sustain more damage than we can brush off. Can't high-speed bombers shake them off? The Republic already tried it and got burned, so against it. In that case, we need to eliminate the enemy majors somehow. We stand a lot to gain from that. I guess we have no choice. They pretended to worry about the bombers for appearances. Really, they just had to make remarks for the record. After all, everyone knew the high-speed bombers they had provided moved dirt slow. The issue is the ability of the named and the unknown battalion. It would be great if the bombers could take care of them. Those were their true feelings on the matter, a boorish hope that the enemy would overexert themselves attending to the bombers. At that moment, fate played a trick on them. They had taken over a simple, hidden Entente Alliance Army control center used for observing the front line over 20 kilometers ahead and giving direction. But they had forgotten something. They had forgotten that 20 kilometers was not much distance at all to a mage. What, for real? There's no mistake. Suddenly the CP officer on control duty jumped up, turned pale and shouted into the radio. A moment later, a number of other officers stood with equally bloodless faces. "This is battalion, this is urgent, what the, recommend taking shelter, kill the power, we're getting traced." Everyone was shouting at practically the same time. Getting a strong mana signal from the named, she's rapidly deploying a magic bombardment formula. Then the controller started shrieking and the panic escalated. "We're getting traced, a warning to take shelter from battalion, a strong mana signal, what? She can't hit us from there, take shelter, take shelter." A few of the officers kicked aside the idiots who instinctively denied the necessity of the warning, ran for the dugout and were blown away a moment later. Altitude 9,500 in the war zone ahead of the supply depot. With his glory like the morning sun, he illuminates the darkness. He is born, praise the Lord. A converging magic bombardment formula. Magic bombardment has the penetration and destructive power of a 28 cm gun. The 7-layer control equation that created it scatters and disappears. For an instant, the battlefield shines with a great light, and then the sound of impact roars through the air. Collapse of surveillance waves confirmed. Elimination of enemy observation unit complete. At the same time, a noise-heavy report of the effects comes in from her observer, Lieutenant Serebriakov. "Splendid, Major," she adds, and Tanya has to agree. She rarely registers the satisfaction of an attack, but this time she feels it. It goes without saying that she hit her target, and it had to be quite a blow to them. In any case, this fundamental part of any mage battle, eliminating the enemy observation personnel, had gone quite smoothly. The victims were either amateurs or they were awfully confident in their dugouts, but they had been putting out powerful surveillance waves like crazy, so they had been discovered right away. Compared to the Republican Army, which was mainly a passive receiver of waves, they were quite easy to find. Apparently, the Entente Alliance's army continues to be qualitatively inferior. You wouldn't normally actively emit surveillance waves unless you were at a distance in a control unit where you could easily escape, or at least a surface surveillance train. How dumb are they to blithely observe from a fixed position? That's Tanya's judgment coming from experience. It seems luck is with her. She balls her little hands up and enjoys it. Enemy transmissions dramatically increased. Multiple calls from mages confirmed. You must have hit their combat direction center. The report from her subordinate observer only deepens her belief. She has definitely, without a doubt, blown away the enemy controllers. Knowing the implications of that, she triumphantly raises her rifle and crows. Even just looking from a distance, she is satisfied to see the enemy formations begin to waver, an indication of the shock they just received. Okay, we definitely got them right. Then let's move in. Normally, engaging the enemy in an airspace of their choosing with a numerically inferior force is out of the question. I would stubbornly refuse, but once the enemy's head is blown off, that's a different story. A conservative description of the units fighting in the air would be chaos. The job of maintaining discipline and turning this into organized combat is too big for their frontline commander to handle. No matter how outstanding the commander, once combat devolves into a brawl, it's impossible to keep an eye on the entire situation. There are limits to how much a commander can monitor their unit while engaged in dogfighting. On that point, Tanya is thankful for the Imperial Army's combat doctrine. Its mission-oriented beliefs mean that if an officer has good subordinates, they don't need to hold their hands and show them how to shoot. Of course, the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion is receiving a minimum of direction, including navigation support, from Northern Control. A war without control is just a crude dogfight between isolated mages. After all, without control to keep the necessary order, you're left with individual mages flying around. Power that can't be harnessed isn't much of a threat. Pixie 01 to all hands. Enemy control has been eliminated. We are lucky the linchpin of the enemy command scheme gave away its position. You never know till you try, so she had thrown out the bombardment and blown them away with ease apparently. Now the enemy is no longer units but a mob of individuals. Mages without their CP are like a pack of Don Quixotes, each fighting their own battles. Pixie 01 to CP, send the status of the enemies you spotted. CP Roger, the remaining enemies are flying at 500 feet. Looks like the vanguard is about a reserve regiment's worth, 2 companies guarding them. They also have bombers, no sign of reinforcements. The situation is exactly what it looks like. The only enemies who can engage with us right now are the disheveled troops directly before us. Normally, enemy control would have any number of options how to proceed, like sending the escorts ahead to shore up the disordered vanguard. But now none of them know what to do. They are panicking. Entente Alliance and Republican mages, I've noticed, have a tendency to be overly specialized in group combat. The mages of our Imperial Army's pride, the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion, who somehow cheerfully survived their hellish training, should be able to overpower them. At the very least, they probably won't hold me back, so I can use them as a shield with no problems. And this time we also have the wonderful addition of enemy bombers. If I take them down, I can expect a raise and other perks according to Air Force regulations. Ah, this really is great. Tanya unconsciously gives her lips a vulgar lick. For once, she's in a situation that is virtually blue ocean. It has to be her efforts day after day that have created such a blessed environment. As in Dasher, fate, or the law of cause and effect or whatever is finally on my side. I'm willing to stick with the hypothesis that being X is evil, but I'm in a good enough mood to argue that a benevolent entity might exist. First, second and third companies hunt the two enemy vanguard battalions. Fourth company with me, we aren't lacking a necessary cause to act. I'm the commander of the battalion, the one who leads. To put it bluntly, my attitude is more or less maybe I'll end up fighting myself at some point. I can push the annoying job of dealing with enemy units onto my underlings. Or rather, that's what they are there for. I want my subordinates to give it their all so I can think about more important things. The Imperial Army General Staff has invested a lot in these guys. It's not my money, but it is taxpayers' money, so I've done my best to put it to wise use. I don't want to do anything that would make me look inept, and though taxes are a sort of evil, I'd like to atone for it by using the funds in a meaningful way. For that reason, I need to show that the investment was worth their while. Most of all, I don't want to be branded all talk and sent to the front lines as punishment. So I'll leverage my position and make my subordinates do the tough stuff. There's a right man for every job, you know. Since they like war so much, I'm sure they'll be happy to do it. I intend to make my way to the rear with a record of discovering and recommending talent. This is the ideal win-win scenario. It's fair to call it truly wonderful. Fourth company were going to strike the escorts and the bombers. After that, we'll go around the back of the other fight and pincer those two battalions. For the time being, I take Fourth Company as my escort and initiate maneuvers to take the rear. I want to avoid any danger spots, so under the pretense of a detour, I put off some fighting. First, I want to see how they do against my subordinates. If the enemy seems stronger than expected, I'll abort the roundabout sneak attack and head back to assist the rest of the troops. My insurance is all in place. That's it for the battle plan. That said, gentlemen, the Northern Army Group is watching, so I need to show them this frontline commander's fighting spirit. This'll make us look like an army. A resolute commander with a loud voice and an offensive mindset will silence any meaningless criticism. Just look at the loudmouthed Tsuji. He indiscriminately ground down talent, caused a catastrophe and still got promoted. Though your job is to stop them, you don't have to wait for me by any means. I don't mind at all if you defeat them. If things get bad, I'll use the Tsuji doctrine to protect myself. For better or worse, after World War II, that guy brilliantly managed to avoid war crime prosecution. Even if I can't imitate his shameless nerve, there are still things I can learn from him. He could have been a corporate warrior who would have forever been waging internal company battles with his demonic drive for promotion. Well, I don't actually want to be that kind of person. This world is rather impossible for good citizens like me. I have shame and a conscience. Also, when we get back, whichever company gets the worst results will have their commander treat the rest of us to a party. I ordered some 25-year-old wine, so fight hard if you don't want to go bankrupt. Thus, I came up with an elegant way to get around socialization expenditures. Associating with one's subordinates is part of a boss job, but I hate getting my expenses audited for no reason. Take that guy, for example. Tsuji was really picky about inspecting for improper spending. He would find people's weaknesses that way. What you can learn from that is that armies and companies aren't so different from one another. Improper spending on entertainment will affect your future career. So I'll use my subordinates' money just below the threshold of power harassment. Furthermore, though in society it's generally accepted that children aren't allowed to drink wine, if one of my brothers-in-arms offered me some, and I can't refuse, perhaps the army would look the other way. The thought that I might finally get to have wine brings tears to my eyes. Understood. Good. Now then, gentlemen, do your duty for the Emperor and the fatherland. I don't have a lick of love or respect for the Emperor, and as for the fatherland, I just hope I get benefits commensurate with the taxes I pay. But the state does give me my soldier's pension and other various allowances. Then again, this place sadly seems to be in the strategic position Germany was in during the First World War. Ah, what a tragedy. I feel like I'm at a company guaranteed to go bankrupt, or like an employee who is going to be worn down to nothing at an office with abhorrent working conditions. There's no way to win here. I'd like to submit my voluntary resignation and transfer to a better company. In the worst case, I would even be ready to bring a labor suit. But betraying the army during a war would come with all sorts of troublesome issues. Who would trust a whistleblower like that? Even if they promise freedom of belief, nobody would want to take on a hardcore leftist activist in a million years. Thinking logically, only an idiot would risk betrayal if the returns aren't guaranteed to be worth it. What's more, it would be difficult to protect myself when I've already done so much killing in this war. My position is somewhat like a sniper's. If the war ends and I can be safely demobilized, that's great, but on the off chance I find myself having to surrender, there's a good chance I'd be shot on the spot. In a word, I'm buying my enemy's enmity at limit up. Let's teach those Entente Alliance mopes and the rest of them a lesson. They don't get it when you only put it in words. Actually, I tried to get them to surrender once and I couldn't get through to them at all. Hideously enough, they are people without a shred of economic sense. If they like war so much, they should just split their country in half and fight among themselves. But apparently the Republic and the Entente Alliance are really into involving others. Talk about a pain in the neck. They are beyond saving if they ignore the balance between public matters and personal freedom by causing other folks trouble. I'd like them to think a bit about what a nuisance they are to the average person. We're gonna bring an iron hammer down on them from the heavens. They are about to learn how powerless they really are. If we can't leisurely attack them from high in the sky, I won't be able to take this. For now, we have the bandwidth to spare, but this really isn't good for my heart. The only time I'm thankful for this little body is when the enemy is aiming at it and having trouble hitting. A wise man once said they call bullets slugs because they pack a punch. Well, I don't want to get shot. First, second, and third companies go on ahead. Well, go around and strike from behind. That's why into the most risky situations with the greatest potential for achievement I send the volunteers. Roger, glory to the fatherland and our commander. I wish you all luck. Well, it seems my subordinates are really starved for war since we walloped the Dacians. They are more fired up than I imagined they would. Bait's a bit moving. They have a consummate service spirit. They are so wonderful that if they weren't so dedicated to the pursuit of the unproductive enterprise of war, I would definitely want to recruit them. It's really too bad. It's this kind of thing that proves the devil's existence. If God existed, resources wouldn't be allotted so improperly. The market principle is the one truth path. Only the market has an invisible hand. Honestly, it's so unfortunate. The world really is made to be difficult. It seems like it'll be a long time before economics works everything out. Fourth company were climbing. We're going to go around and attack those two companies that seem like reinforcements. Anyhow, this job is fine. I'll just do what needs to be done. We're an augmented battalion for companies. What that means is we're a battalion plus an extra company. Our battalion will intercept the two battalions and the extra company will take on the two companies. What simple proportions. As for where to employ my personal strength, the latter situation is easier. And I want to make it easy on myself, so I'm going with the latter group. There is no greater aim on the battlefield than to defeat the enemy with as little effort as possible. It's all about how comfortable you can make your life. The idea that struggling while you're young builds character must have as much truth to it as a hedge fund advertisement. I think I'll go ahead and build other people's character. Understood. What will you do about the bombers? They are mine. Don't hate me. I'd just like to be an Air Force ace as well as an Army one. Ha ha ha, good one. He asked something important, so I made myself clear. I replied casually enough, but I meant it. Though it was a sort of snobby motivation, I read somewhere that it's not bad to show a human side once in a while. Of course, I also read that if you're too snobby, people won't like you. Why is a good person like me so unreasonably tormented by being X and made to fight in this war in the first place? I can't help but lament my fate. But now my subordinates have started to laugh like they've heard a great joke. Finding that suspect, I glare at them and ask what in the world is so funny. You know you have to do it with fighter planes, right? But the answer is simple. Vexingly enough, it seems I've misunderstood the rules. How regrettable that I should expose my ignorance in front of my men like this. What indescribable shame. Really, that's too bad. We should have borrowed fighter planes. I'd almost like to go back and get them. Why don't you? Although if I go with you, I think I'll end up having to treat the battalion. They must be having a great laugh at my expense. Going back to borrow fighter planes from the Air Force, I can't do that. If I did, it'd be treated as fleeing before the enemy. Death by firing squad. Death by firing squad would be waiting for me. And on top of that, it's not like I can pilot a fighter plane anyhow, so I wouldn't even have an excuse. I have no doubt this bureaucratic system would execute even a young child like me. Isn't there some kind of interest or rights group, or even a group with vested interests that would protect me? I couldn't possibly turn my back on the enemy. Well, that's that, I suppose. Let's just finish this up as fast as we can. And then messages from the other units come in. There's nothing better than good timing. I love that my men can read a situation. I'm sure they'll be a great help in getting promoted. This is very good. Sorry, you're definitely going to be treating us. Engage, 25 years I'll be drinking my fill. Company forward, nothing better than having good brothers in arms. Well then, excuse us, Commander. Arg, those guys, my apologies, Commander. The atmosphere had completely changed. They were great backup. Even though I had been in human resources, where I didn't have to deal with too many nights out drinking or entertaining clients, when someone is this good, I know in a glance. These guys are definitely cut out to be in sales. I'm sure they have what it takes to handle strategy. What a waste. It really is a shame. The fact that they love war instead of business is just too bad. I have to respect their free will, yet I still find it unfortunate. Okay, don't worry about me, go on ahead. Thank you, 4th Company. We're going out in front. Apparently all my company commanders are full of fight. They are raring to go like Dobermans before their prey, so when I let go of their leashes, they are off. They immediately get into a spindle-shaped assault formation and zoom out of the sky to put pressure on the enemy from above. It's a truly beautiful maneuver. The instantaneous charge is performed in perfect unity, but their desire for battle is so intense they get a bit too daring. Really, I had intended to have 4th Company be my direct support, but if they like fighting so much, maybe it's safer to keep my distance. They might be too aggressive to use as my shield. Enemies might actually be attracted to them. Sheesh, so I'm up against the slowpoke bombers. Doesn't seem like we'll be able to dance. My own lonely interception battle. Against bombers, I probably won't get to perform any elegant maneuvers. It'll be the simple labor of turning into a fixed battery and blasting them out of the sky. If I miss, it'll just be a laughingstock, so although it's a safe job, I can't take it too easy. I'm not really in the mood, but this is work. Let's just get it done one step at a time. Maybe it's good not to stick out, but you can't show people what you can do that way. Besides, I'm up against bombers. I have to aim very precisely to take them out. Since I can't sense magic and use that for guidance, I have to employ either heat detection or radar. I may be a mage, but I don't come with radar, and building in a heat detection formula is a pain. Considering it's going to basically be a sniper attack in the end, it doesn't seem worth the time and effort. Frankly, it's no wonder that puts me in a foul mood. At least if I down the things, my score will go up. Major von de Guritschaf, how copy? This is Pixie 01, solid copy. Since when have you forgotten we use call signs? And that's why I gave a cranky response to the message that suddenly came in. Perhaps not being able to control my emotions disqualifies me as an adult member of society, but nobody would be happy to have a difficult job interrupted with a flagrant violation of regulations. Honestly, what does everyone think rules and regulations are for? There are too many careless people in the world. My apologies. What do you think the military discipline and regulations are for? You can't just fix this kind of thing by saying sorry. Regulation violations lead to accidents. Don't you know Heinrich's law, the rule of thumb an insurance worker discovered taking statistics? Accumulating small mistakes is the first step to a serious accident. Mistakes must be eradicated. Please leave it at that. This is Hotel 03, Hotel 03. Do you copy? Someone who sounds important got on the line, so I decide to adjust my attitude. Sometimes swallowing your pride is the right choice. As a member of an organization, what you need to do is simple: don't bite the hand that feeds you. This is Pixie 01. Loud and clear. What can I do for you? The reorganization of the Viper Battalion and the units that retreated is complete. Shall we have them act as a rear guard? This time, instead of scolding, Tanya breaks into a smile at what a well-made address it was. The Viper Battalion is worn down, and she figured they would be more like deadweight than reinforcements, but it seems their reorganization has gone well. Perhaps the Northern Army Group is more efficient than she gave them credit for. Wow, what a speedy reorganization. Very well, please do. Anything useful is welcome. Deadweight that can't even serve as a shield is annoying, but she is always happy to accept pawns. She has more luck than she thought this time. People shouldn't rely on fortune, but neither should they be too narrow-minded to seize a good chance. What? Oh, understood. I'll get them on their way. You have my thanks. Now watch us work. Over. While I'm at it, I want to share the news with my unit. Even for a bunch of war aficionados, there shouldn't be anything better than getting more friends. Frankly, Tanya is ready to welcome reinforcements right away. The truth of the matter is that they were outnumbered, so she couldn't wait for the reorganized battalion to arrive. Battalion, this is your commander. Yes, they'll probably be happy. They'll be able to fight without worrying about their rear. I live by the creed safety first, and even am not against realizing a few achievements in this battle. Rejoice, we're getting backup. Some reinforcements are coming all the way out here to help us. I'm surprised a unit that withdrew could be reorganized so efficiently. Wonderful, that's the word to express how moved I am. Granted, it's dangerous to judge a whole situation by looking at only a couple events. Still, even if the radio operator is inept, this shows his superior officer is on point. The reinforcements will probably be here any minute. Do you understand what I'm saying? Why don't we just take our time and wait for our backup? I can't say that because my will to fight would be suspect, but if I can get them to understand as much indirectly, there would be no problem. Tanya's real intention as she informs them of the reinforcements is to change the plan in a big way, from an offensive tactical formation to a defensive one, just like in Dragon Quest. Yes, ma'am. The clipped reply surely means they grasp her intentions. Tanya nods in satisfaction. Now let's do as much work as we get paid for. November 7, Unified Year 1924, somewhere in the Entente Alliance, a hospital operated by the Commonwealth humanitarian organization Peace World. The bombers are done for, no support yet. The light. We lost the formation leader's signal. Break, say a fast, put up a wall of bullets, don't get anywhere near them. Pixie 02 to all companies. Charge, NGH, Thea past the vanguard. Stop shooting and be ready for a close quarters fight. Mayday, no rescue yet. Norland control to all units. Abort the operation. As of this moment, abort the operation, the bomber unit. Fucking hell, the vanguard got savaged. Who are those guys? The recon company has been wiped out. At this rate, we'll be surrounded. They got past our close support. Viper 02 to Pixie 01. We're on our way now. Roger, no sign of enemy reinforcements, expect a hot pursuit. Viper 02 Roger, detecting enemy reinforcements, Thea the size of a battalion, reinforcements, what about ours? Norland control to all units, retreat immediately to marshalling point 2, I say again, retreat immediately to marshalling point 2, it's no good, I can't lose them. Damn it. Pixie 01 to all hands, transition to cleanup. Viper 02 to Pixie Battalion, we have visual, we see you too, can we leave the pursuit to you? I want my team to mop up the stragglers. Enemy reinforcements have arrived. Fucking hell, don't stop, run, hurry, Roger, thanks, for fuck's sake, this is hell. My intestines, someone pick up my intestines. Thea, your sworn enemy, no need to hold back, over. What the hell did I drink last night? The first question that entered his mind was absurd. He could tell someone was shaking him, but it took a long time for his brain to start working. First Lieutenant Gunning wondered why his whole body felt so heavy. Someone is calling me, NN. His consciousness returned, though it was hazy and outlines began to appear. Lieutenant. Well, this is no good. If they are not using my name, it's either my boss or the military police. But Im's still out of it. Im's so dizzy I can't take it. Seriously, what did I drink? Im fit as a fiddle after a bottle of scotch, so why? Did someone slip me vodka? He only cracked his eyes open, as was his habit. A blinding white space. Something was blinking. No, maybe some kind of machine. The brightness still bothered him, but a strange sense that his body wasn't his own confused him. He was so weary that try as he might he couldn't move. As he stared up at the ceiling, his brain finally woke up, and as it got up to speed, he started to grasp his surroundings. At a glance, it didn't seem to be his room, so what's going on? He had no recollection of this. A pure white field, a room, I think I know this place. I have some memory of it, so where am I? Where? He wasn't particularly looking for a reply with the groan, but it seemed the person who had been calling out to him had heard. It caught the attention of everyone in the vicinity, apparently, and suddenly he was engulfed in a huge commotion. For whatever reason he tried to sit up, but he nearly tipped over instead. His body wouldn't move the way he wanted. It seemed like someone propped him up, and he vaguely understood he was being held. Lieutenant, okay, you're conscious, right? Medic, bring a surgeon, quick. What? Just voicing the question exhausted him completely. Something weird is going on. He couldn't find the words for it, but something was different. What the heck happened to me? He wasn't half asleep, but though his awareness kept increasing, the foggy light before his eyes failed to dissipate. Not only would his eyes not focus, he couldn't hold them steady. If I were hungover, I'd feel sick and have a headache, and I don't. As reality slowly returned to him, it started to dawn on him what a strange situation he was in. Relax, how much do you remember? What are you saying? No, I don't want to remember any more than that. I must not remember, I can't what? Captain, it's no good, he's totally minced. Here too, the log's been destroyed, we recovered it, but I don't think any of this will be useful. Minced, destroyed, what about my mates? Welcome to the Empire, do you have a passport? Ha, Commander, we didn't bring a welcome bouquet, now what? Oof, what will I do with you guys, but you brought the fireworks, right? Oh, that's right. Those look kinda like flowers, right? Great, then maybe I'll sing a welcome song. You know a song? Yeah, a good one. Do you need me to sew your mouths closed? The captain snapped. Somewhere someone hastily shut their mouth, but it was too late. Red flowers, my brothers, my superiors, my men, medic, a sedative, quick, you idiots, you can expect disciplinary action for this. Thea, meet now. Bright red, bloody blossoms, burst, blooming all over. Chapter Roman 3, Norden Roman 2. The same day, somewhere at Imperial Army headquarters in Norden. The chill of Norden naturally urges people to prepare for it obsessively. That said, it's a pleasant fixation. A fire blazing in the hearth, its warmth filling the room, is an indispensable feature of a quiet Norden winter. Welcome to Norden, or I suppose I should say welcome back. We're happy to have you, Major von de Guritschaf. Yes, returning to this battlefield does bring back memories. I'm eager to serve under you, General von Rudersdorf. There is something off about the General Staff officers and their extremely serious expressions while they are having that utterly out-of-place exchange. Of course, Major General von Rudersdorf and Major von de Guritschaf have simply both judged that it is easier to speak pragmatically with each other, so they hit it off relatively quickly. Now then, let me tell you what a wonderful job I think you're doing right out of the gate. I heard from Colonel von Lergenitz quite the achievement. I'm honored, sir. But I expected nothing less. I knew having Zetua send you here was the right move. The cooperative relationship between these two geniuses within the General Staff really is something. For better or worse, the only one who can get their way with the Deputy Director of the Service Corps is his cohort or his boss. Since Zetua had to be persuaded for her to be dispatched, she inwardly braces herself to be worked to the bone by the Deputy Director of Operations. We'd like you to cut loose up here too. I'll do all I can, though it may not be much. That's fine, then let's get down to brass tacks. Yes, sir. Does your unit have experience conducting attack missions on enemy positions? A handful of our corps members have some experience from the Rhine front, but that's it. In Dasha, we mainly did air raids, and even then it wasn't many. So it's more or less as I feared, but you at least understand how it's done in theory, right? Yes, sir. I learned with 205th Company on the Rhine front. All right, then I'll be frank. I want you to think of this as an airborne operation. Major, we're probably going to have your unit seize the enemy defense line. You mean push them back? Whatever your orders, I'd like to get started right away. That's very thoughtful of you, but I imagine you'll need to make careful preparations. I'd like you to focus on training for a while. Thank you, but are you sure that's all right? It's fine, I'll work you hard when the time comes. Yes, sir. I promise you will be ready in every possible way. The present, on paper. Londinium Times special correspondent Jeffrey told us about a theory he had regarding the 11th goddess. In general, he thought the notion of its existence had some truth to it. Although it wasn't a very pleasant prospect, he considered the possibility to be reasonably high. Today I wanted to see whether it was nothing more than a battlefield rumor or if it had any basis in reality. All the people we asked related to the 11th goddess refused to comment on its existence. Normally, most people would deny or confirm, but no one wanted to talk about it at all. The refusals were so firm. Is it something the army is ashamed of? When we asked that question, a retired general who had been silent up until then pounded the table almost hard enough to break it. He leaped to his feet, and the grimace on his face made him look just like an ogre. We shrank back in spite of ourselves. The retired general's rage was that terrible. There's a world that people like you can't understand. You weren't on that battlefield. He barked, kicking his chair away as if even talking to us was offensive. Strangely enough, the other retired officers present also all stood up at the same time. It was as if they were all communicating their unanimous agreement by way of their silence. I confess things got pretty awkward then, so this much is true. But if we rely solely on what we've seen in person to talk about the truth, we won't learn anything new. That's why I'd like to discuss the data and theory Jeffrey brought us. Jeffrey says the first time the 11th goddess was spotted by the Commonwealth wasn't in the west, but in the north. How? Up until the big counter-attack operation in the north at the end of the war, the Commonwealth had concentrated their efforts on the western lines. So how did the Commonwealth see the 11th goddess up north when she should have been in the west? The answer, according to Jeffrey, is simple. Before the Commonwealth officially joined the war, they sent an expeditionary unit to the Rigadonia Entente alliance in utmost secret. Yes, the Commonwealth assisted in combat before formally declaring war. People have always whispered rumors, but apparently it's true. We have the documentation to prove it. The National Archives were a formidable opponent, but they've already agreed to release the materials. What was going on back then? We discovered this truth while in pursuit of an answer to that question. Apparently, the Commonwealth had decided to intervene while the Republic and Empire were busy clashing. The National Defense Committee recommended gathering intelligence in actual combat in order to better understand a future enemy. In response, a volunteer army consisting mainly of a small number of mage units was dispatched to Rigadonia. In order to dodge accusations of violating international law, the force consisted mostly of retired officers and soldiers who independently volunteered and had gathered on their own authority. The archives still refuse to release the details. Right now, what we know from speaking with those involved is that a regiment-sized group of mages was deployed. So maybe this had something to do with it. At the time, the Commonwealth was a neutral country. Even if the growing mage shortage had yet to become a major consideration the way it did during the middle of the war, the fact that so many went was surprising. This volunteer army was big by any measure. Naturally, we can see there were political quarrels, and apparently the volunteers were brutally annihilated. That was the worst part. After suffering the loss of precious combat mages, they had to bury the clandestine intervention. This is where we start to see references to the 11th goddess. In his report, the commander of the volunteer army says that's what got them. So we started to wonder, is the 11th goddess a person, or is it some specialized term? Jeffrey's take on this point is simple. Supply hell is exactly 11 characters when you include the space. In other words, it was a euphemistic way to complain about the leadership's management in a situation where a more open comment wouldn't have been tolerated. That would definitely be something for the army to be ashamed of, right? Then again, mass mutiny would also work. In any case, they must want to hide some sort of organizational failure. In short, Jeffrey posits that the 11th goddess was not a person but a phenomenon. Honestly, I simply can't agree. I was embedded on the Western Front, and from what I remember, supplies were coming in as well as could be expected. And discipline seemed fine from what I could see. Of course, I'm only one reporter, but I've been at it a long time, so I should be able to tell. More than anything, there was an abnormal number of casualties on the Western Front. No, you could say that abnormal became the norm. It was like another dimension out there. It wouldn't be surprising to find out a devil had been on the rampage, and so our debate has gotten nowhere. Well, the Londinium Times sort of serves as a watchdog keeping an eye on the government. WTN specializes in offering news from abroad, so maybe we just have different viewpoints. Anyhow, I'd like us to keep investigating this. Lastly, I'd also like to say how blessed I am to have such an understanding wife. Well then, until next week. Andrew, WTN Special Correspondent. November 16, Unified Year 1924, Northern Army Group Command, Staff Meeting Room. I don't know what era he was from, but some great man once warned us, victory is like a drug. Military triumph brings radiant glory and a most splendid intoxication to a nation. For that reason, when people are drunk on victory, they think only of getting more. Soon, no one is allowed to ask what the victory is for. Military romanticism has a violent effect on countries. That's why no one likes pragmatic soldiers. They are lucky to get off with being called cowards. Thus, I think avoiding losses and keeping casualties to a minimum is desirable. Drawn on the map is the Imperial Army pulling back. Mounting a predictable pursuit is naturally the enemy army. It's a proposal to retreat so as not to put too great a strain on the supply lines. If a normal officer were to suggest this plan, they would have to be prepared for an immediate string of names worse than coward. And the meeting room did freeze for a moment. With no idea when Colonel General von Ragel might explode in his seat at the head of the table, Lieutenant General and Chief of Staff von Schreis was inwardly annoyed. But at the same time, the atmosphere was so tense he wanted to bury his head in his hands. By moving the lines back, I believe we can lessen the inevitable burden of distance on logistics as well as simplify plans for a spring offensive. But Tanya, who had purposely ignored the atmosphere and stated her thoughts on the matter, quietly takes her seat. Acting like she has finished her report, her impassive no-mask face is unreadable, while she completely ignores the staffers' stares. Actually, no matter how stormy it gets in the Northern Army Group meeting room, I simply can't seriously see it as something that has anything to do with Tanya. Her battalion has carried out its mission and has already returned to its garrison for the moment. She's only present because Major General von Rudestorff ordered her to attend since she had time. When it comes down to it, Tanya is a part of the Central Army, serving directly under the General Staff, so she doesn't have a place in the Northern Army Group chain of command, and that's precisely why she proposed as a bit of advice that they use this time to shorten and consolidate their lines. Really, I didn't mean to interfere so much at first. Rudestorff was there from the Operations Division of the General Staff. I figured being pushy was his job. A Major General in the General Staff serving as Section Chief has far more influence than the rank indicates, so I thought I would politely listen to him speak. But then, ahead of the meeting. He declared he would like to hear the opinions of officers from the field, and several brigade commanders were selected to comment. Perhaps their reports didn't satisfy him. Even though it would be easier to count up to her rank from the bottom, the ball had been passed to her. In that case, I felt I should probably show these hemming and hawing numbskulls, who can't offer a straight remark, how it's done. The only ones who don't give their opinions at meetings are the inept or idiots too worried about what everyone else thinks. That said, there are also times where someone has to stand up and bear the brunt of the silent majority's pent-up frustration. The fact that someone has to be forced into this role, reminiscent of the ship that draws fire away from the rest of the fleet, is a problem that will no doubt plague all organizations forever. And if the boss of the group dispatched from Central is going to keep his mouth shut, then the role of the scapegoat falls to me, another person who hails from Central with field achievements to boot. It's aggravating but true. First of all, I repulsed a regiment-sized assault. That's a solid feat no one can deny. In addition, my considerable accomplishments in Dasher as a mobile strike specialist ought to lend some weight to my comment. My battalion did its best. They're a real bunch of war nuts, but they gave their all. We turned back a regiment and shot down their bombers. We can be proud of the serious blow we dealt to the enemy. Major von de Guritschaft's proposal is quite novel. What is the Northern Army Group's take on the logistics involved? Quite novel. He has thicker skin than I thought, but I suppose Central can't come out and say that the supply lines are dangerously overextended. Our now dismissed predecessors, dreaming of smashing the encirclement, mobilized the great army with gear appropriate for fighting in the north, only for them to hastily deploy to the Rhine front. It's not just General von Rudestorfno, one could ask, whose fault the messy supply lines were, because the blame lay with their predecessors' blunders. On the other hand, if it was simply an organizational failure, the problem shouldn't require Central to handle it so delicately. The issue at hand is that the Empire is panicking, and the enemy is taking advantage of that. Winter is already on its way, and partially because the Imperial Army's Northern Army Group is lacking supplies it needs to weather Norden's cold, the Empire's movements are becoming severely limited. The Entente Alliance, of course, is on its home turf, so its commandos are dominating and constantly conducting guerrilla attacks on the Empire's supply bases. Security at small depots is already in shambles and growing difficult to maintain, but the soldiers still need bread if they are going to march on the enemy logistics base. If it were a tactical disadvantage we needed to fix, commanders would still have room to work, or if simply fighting hard could solve things. But the supplies in a burned-down depot can't be recovered. The conclusion I reached is simple. It isn't clear if the Imperial Army has enough supplies to survive the winter. The supplies exist, but they need to be carefully managed, and that time could be used to reorganize the lines. So that's why he suggested I make careful preparations before the airborne assault on the enemy. If you want to buy time with harassing attacks, 8 airborne operations are an effective option. But Tanya is, not very well informed when it comes to the average human psyche. Of course, she would come at this from the perspective of her own unit's airborne assault in the spring offensive. But that's why if I'm here, I have to sound the alarm about the danger regarding our winter supply preparations and declare that aiming for a swift end to the war is too great a risk. General Jekov von Schreis just barely keeps himself from losing his temper as he thoroughly reviews the plan as Chief of Staff for the Northern Army Group. At the same time, the part of him that remains cool and rational screams in his mind about how bad this is. Really, this proposal is only that and nothing more. In other words, it's simply one possible option. General von Schreis is a veteran who has worked his way up in the Imperial Army's meritocracy. He can see that despite having its main force, the Great Army, pulled out, and the local numerical inferiority of its majors, the Empire still has a clear advantage over the Entente Alliance. Certainly, he understands that the burning of bases supplying the front lines including small depots, was a thorn in his side. He's relieved that after they shed some enemy mage blood, the raids should stop. But at the same time, he's equally worried about the supply issues on the front lines. No, it's not as if he isn't already aware of the problems, but to have it smugly pointed out by Major von de Guritschaf, dispatched from Central, is another issue. Major von de Guritschaf, I'd like to confirm something. After a moment, a logistics officer speaks. Are you envisioning us digging in, then waiting out winter? Yes, she replies calmly. Her tone is rather matter-of-fact. At present we can't maintain the supply lines. We're under no obligation to please the enemy by wasting material and men in a futile offensive. Schreiz looked at the logistics and operations staffers. As he expected, logistics was resisting the urge to shout her down with obvious displeasure and expressions that seemed to say they weren't buying her plan. After all, even the lowliest private knew there weren't enough supplice, didn't even need security clearance to realize that. It wasn't as if this logistics staff was extraordinarily skilled, but they were capable of approaching supplies with common sense. They understood quite well that they didn't have enough material. They also knew that even if the chaos was due to an error on Central's part, the ones who made the error in the first place had already been dismissed. Their continued dissatisfaction had to mean that de Guritschaf's appearance was affecting their judgment. Nobody wanted to be the kind of adult who wailed on a little kid. If Rudersdorf knew that and was having Tanya speak up for that reason, he was quite the crafty fellow. But though the operations staff were restraining themselves, their masks were beginning to crack, showing the limits of their tolerance. This would surprise no one, but their purpose was different from that of logistics. Every day the other army groups would pressure them, asking how much longer they were going to drag out the conflict. After all, Dasher, with about the same number of troops committed to the theatre, had fallen in 6 weeks. The criticism of the Northern Army Group still fighting up there was growing sharper with every passing day. Major von de Guritschaf, if we did that, we'd be losing time. There were all manner of expressions around the table, but on the whole, everyone was waiting to see what would happen. The operations staff especially were looking to Schreiz so as to understand their boss's intention. Schreiz nodded and pressed his point. It'll be a new year soon. We don't want a long war, and we don't want to exhaust supplies, nor can we continue tying up troops here. Operations continued, imparting internal details of the Northern Forces' struggles. Commander Raghino of the Northern Army Group expressed his agreement with a nod, and Schreiz felt some of the tension go out of his shoulders. Apparently, the desire to put a swift end to the war wasn't only the wish of operations, but a view shared by High Command as well. That must have meant that the Northern Forces agreed on time being the primary concern, at least. And that's why he glared at Rudersdorf, shameless and cheerfully listening to their debate with a smile plastered on his face. He wanted to figure out what the man was really after. The enemy faces the same conditions. Operations had raised their objections in a near panic, but her reply was cool and calm. De Guritschaf, completely unfazed by all the eyes on her, gave a deadpan counter-argument. Rather than wasting our resources in enemy territory, we should wait for a chance to settle it in one decisive strike. Logistics can't take it. Her suggestion was made with their circumstances in mind. Of course, that's why she proposed shrinking their lines, but she hadn't arrived at this solution by groping around in the dark. Her attitude said that she fully believed it was their only option. She couldn't so much as lend an ear to the suggestions of the operations officers who wanted to escape this phase of the war by bringing it to a swift end. No, the expression on her delicate face said she thought their plan was stupid. The minute you sally forth, you'll already have gone as far as you can go. Pressing lightly on his right temple, Schreiz glared at the logistics staff. They had guaranteed the supplies would cover a short offensive. The problem was that the guarantee was for availability, and that was it. Nobody had presented him with a foolproof plan for actually delivering those supplies to the units that would be advancing at the edge of the front lines. We can cover a short offensive without issue. We've secured almost all the provisions we need for the front. Catching his glance, the logistics officers mentioned they had enough standard ammunition for 2 battles and rations for 3 weeks. They had baseline levels of aviation and general-purpose fuel. Their numbers showed the army group could fight for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Now that the Northern Front had been reorganized and the units were preparing for an offensive, if they launched a big push, they could wrap it up within that time. The enemy's reserve forces had already run dry, so if they could just take care of the rest on the front with a large offensive. But de Guerichat replied without even furrowing her brow at their reports. "I'm against it. The enemy is putting up stiff resistance. I really don't think we'll be able to break through in such a short time." She flatly rejected the idea, as if she thought it was simply unreasonable. Once the troops get more than 20 kilometers from the light trail, we'll be forced to maintain the supply lines with sheer manpower. A steady winter advance is practically out of the question. She heaved a pointed sigh. A few of the officers winced, but Schreiz stood his ground even under her scathing critique. He was sure that mopping up enemy remnants would take a week at most. Even in the worst case, he didn't think the enemy could hold out against a major offensive for 3 weeks. The one worrisome element, the enemy mage commandos, had been mostly neutralized. Ironically, the one who had played a major part in taking them out was the one stubbornly disagreeing with him, Major von de Guerichat. Even the logistics situation could be ameliorated if field engineers performed road maintenance and laid down more light trail. Frankly, the staunch objection from the central officers was just a pain in the neck at this point. If he could find a way to get rid of them, he would keep holding out. "You have a point, but the enemy is too worn down to put up a fight. You're the one who achieved a victory despite being outnumbered 2-1. Do you really think you need to be so scared of the Entente alliance? After all, in terms of mage casualties too, the enemy army had long exceeded their limits. Even if the other powers were intervening to some extent, when a newly formed Imperial Mage Battalion could drive off a whole Entente Alliance regiment, it said something about the state of their opponent's affairs. The enemy's major line of defense only mounted sporadic attacks. Capturing the entirety of the Entente Alliance was only a matter of time. A few intelligence staffers tried to coax Tanya. "We're winning on the strength and quality of our troops. We should make our move now instead of burning through our limited supplies doing nothing." The intelligence they'd gathered from enemy prisoners indicated that their opponents were hard up for not only weapons and ammunition, but even food. Intelligence had already decided that the enemy army had lost the ability to fight as a cohesive whole. Rather than camp out across the way, the Northern Army Group wanted to decisively end the conflict before the winter set in. But because of one stubborn major, the debate had been dragged out. What an enormous waste of time. Schreiz couldn't be the only one thinking that he would have thrown her out immediately if she weren't a representative of the Central Army's view. Really, personally, I can only recall 2 battalions worn out by our fellow soldiers' efforts and an unsupported group about the size of an augmented company. Intelligence's coaxing only earned them a reply that ruined their schemes. If she hadn't achieved anything, then they could kick her out for clearly being a brat who knew nothing of the battlefield. Beneath Schreiz's dignified exterior, he was gnashing his teeth. Her achievements were extraordinary. This was always how it went. The Central Army Group was constantly pushing the regional army groups around with orders that weren't appropriate to their actual circumstances. But Rudersdorf, Schreiz's junior at War College, had been whispering in his ear how futile it was to refuse to cooperate with Central. The delicate issue was that Schreiz's superior officer commander of the Northern Army Group, Colonel General von Ragel, was very angry. Though he was getting on in years, the veteran who had long been defending the North was furious that the Entente Alliance was trying to trample his home, his fatherland, but he flung curses at the general staff in equal measure for their repeated errors. So whenever Schreiz thought of his boss who wanted so much to crush this threat with his own hands, he felt depressed. That doesn't change the fact that you overcame an enemy that outnumbered you. You slaughtered a group double your size. The only confirmed kills were less than the company's worth. It was less defeating them and more just barely driving them off. The magic staffers frowned as de Guritschaf indirectly emphasized that her battalion had driven the enemy off. After that, the Northern Army group had pursued and achieved as good as nothing. They were to the point of counting anyone they injured even slightly as a confirmed kill, whereas the Central Army was underreporting. They'd been granted a concession. He knew they were on the receiving end of some kind consideration for their reputation. They were listed as having downed a battalion, but the score mostly belonged to the Central Army troops. Only a few people were aware of the behind-the-scenes dealings. That's why, as most of those present looked perplexed, Shries shot the mage staffers a look. You owe them, so shut her up. A staff officer's job is to come up with a concrete plan to actualize the higher-ranking officer's intentions. So he tried to persuade de Guritschaf again. Please just understand your superior's wishes and relax your stance. You can say that, but in our battle together, the truth is that you achieved the most with your fierce fighting. Hadn't her dedicated struggle changed the tides of the war? You say it was only a company, but that company was the core of the enemy's only mage commando unit. That's the same as taking out the supporting pillar of the whole regiment. Hadn't she admirably defeated them? Major von de Guritschaf, I welcome your prudence, but I think you and your battalion would be able to guard the supply lines. If anyone could do it, surely the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion could. He obliquely implied that the contributions of her and her battalion were very highly regarded. Even if ignoring your cautionary arguments, not failing to appreciate the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion. A high-ranking field officer wearing the staff braid was, strangely enough, flattering someone who was still only a major, though wearing the staff badge. Work with me here, please. He stared at Major von de Guritschaf with the same silent wish as everyone else, careful not to let her suspect how much pressure he was trying to put on her. She asked permission to speak as if nothing was out of the ordinary and stood casually. I don't even know what to say in response to such undeserved praise. Does she get it? Yes, it was just as everyone was sighing in relief, and the tense atmosphere began to relax that. But as far as I can tell, Entente Alliance Army command units are a mixture of infantry and mages, so I don't think downing a single company will hinder their activities very much. What do you mean, Major von de Guritschaf? Sir, it's true that in local skirmishes my battalion has emerged victorious. But that group was the same one our troops fought hard to exhaust and isolate. We drove off an enemy weakened by consecutive battles, so I hardly think you can say my battalion took the brunt of their attack. Can't you even drive off a weakened enemy? She seemed to say with a hint of nastiness. Probably not on purpose. You're very humble, aren't you? One of the staff officers murmured, curling the corners of his mouth into a smile that was more of a sneer. Normally, they would scold her. That's what everyone was thinking, but they all hesitated. Scold her for what? Disturbing the harmony of the officer group. But all she had done was share her opinion on a military situation. Silencing her would go against the staff officer traditions that the Empire, the Reich, was so proud of. The one who broke the silence in that awkward atmosphere was the very person who had created the tense mood. No, Colonel, I'm just answering based on the facts. Major von de Guritschaf glared at the high-ranking staffers. Well, it was proper etiquette to look a superior in the eye when addressing them, but when a mage who had been steeping in gunsmoke and blood on the battlefield until just recently began staring you down, that was a different story. A few rash magic officers no doubt unconsciously reached for their computation orbs. That's about enough of that. Any more is too much, Shries decided and interrupted. Piercing his subordinate with his gaze, he continued as a mediator between the two. We understand Major von de Guritschaf's opinion now, and her fears are worth listening to in part, but our pressing topic right now is bringing the war to a swift end. They'd already let her yap this much. They understood the Central Army's position so well it made them sick. Honestly, it bothered him more than anything in the world, but he could understand where she was coming from. For a mere major to protest so stubbornly in a room full of superior officers, she must have been under some strict orders. Shries had never seen a major with such a big head without making light of him. So the little messenger needs to pipe down. He gave her a resolute stare. It is my duty to firmly object. The goal of lessening the load for each regional army group could backfire and result in a larger burden. But surprisingly, it had no effect on her. Without hesitating even a little, Shamir Battalion Commander matter-of-factly gave her opinion to the staff and even had the audacity to disagree with them. Even with the sacred, inviolable General Staff's power behind her, she was nearing an inexcusable challenge to authority. A head could be allowed to swell only so far. There's a limit to what can be tolerated, even for recipients of the Silver Wings Assault Badge. Though he wanted to scream at her and chew her out, he suppressed his fury and said, "Our intention is to lessen the load on the troops. Major, please refrain from rash remarks." The major, though still rather new, was readily crossing a line of which all graduates from the War College should have been aware. She was protesting too much. If they went in a war zone, it would most certainly not be allowed to stand. This sort of behavior could only escape rebuke on a battlefield. It was practically an outrage, wasn't it? Indignant, the officers turned their anger on her with violent glares. But even under such silent censure, de Guritchaf made a bold move. She lifted the coffee cup she had been served for the staff meeting, eyed the milk and sugar on the table, and murmured, "In the West, our troops are drinking dirty water, starving and suffering in the mud. The North is so blessed." To the officers watching her, hanging on her every word, the smile on her lips was both offensive and profoundly meaningful. At the same time, she scanned the room with an expression that seemed to ask what exactly they were all trying to say from their seats in this comfortable office. Her face did the talking. "Naturally, I don't think that affects how much you care about the troops." That comment was the last straw for Shries. The Central Army was always making unreasonable demands on the regional army groups. He couldn't take any more of this interference. Without realizing it, he had kicked his chair away and stood up. He wouldn't listen to any more of her mouthing off. "Major, if you're going to talk like that, then go back to the West. We don't need any cowards in the North. Is that the will of the Northern Army Group? That's enough." He realized he was shouting at an officer. He was seized by the urge to kick her out. Most of the others in the momentarily silent room held their tongues, but they felt the same way. Then, with a despicable calm, de Guritchaf snapped off a splendid salute. "Then if you'll excuse me." With that, she straightened up smoothly and bowed. They could hardly believe it, but she approached the door with fluid motions and exited the room. No one tried to stop her. Norden HQ, Major General von Rudersdorf's office. It was after Major von de Guritchaf had politely thrown down her gauntlet and left the meeting with no way to vent her rage. Hearing that she had asked to see him with utmost urgency, Major General von Rudersdorf nodded. "Just as I thought, she never disappointed, so he was fond of her. That's what she had to do. I know what you're going to say. That's why he implicitly stated they would get right to the point. Do away with the empty formalities and spit it out. Sir, frankly, considering the situation we're in, an offensive is reckless. Why don't you stop it? Major, I want you to tell me what you really think." She raises these indirect objections. Yes, it was amusing to watch her maintain composure and deliver her opinion with all the correct etiquette despite the anger seething in her eyes. But he didn't want to hear tactful, formulaic thoughts. "Respectfully, sir, I'm a staff officer. I don't believe him in a position to say any more." "I see, you're very easy to understand. Speak freely." "Thank you, sir." Head urged her to speak her mind, but he accepted her polite yet also sharp response. Aha, so her criticism is so intense that it would be inexcusable for a staff officer to give it voice. That's an interesting way to get your point across. Though she didn't say exactly what was on her mind, Shed conveyed her thoughts with a single indirect remark. "So this is why Zetwa thinks so highly of you, Major. Splendid. Now let's get down to business." Zetua would be thrilled, I see. Work goes smoothly with a mage who has strategy on her radar and is also an outstanding battalion commander. What would you think about this offensive if you considered it as a distraction, Major? It'd be an almost perfectly timed supporting attack, but do you mean as a decoy, assuming another main attack? She's got a decent head on her shoulders. She's quick, and more importantly, she has the smarts to put what I'm trying to say together with what she already knows. She's one of the rare talents who has the steady composure of a staff officer plus the courage of a commander. Evaluate the effects it will have on the various fronts. At the very least, the Republic and its supporting countries will keep an eye on the exchange in Norden, but being able to distract them from offensive preparations doesn't give us a very large benefit. So then, is there a real operation in Norden? No, the supply lines couldn't possibly. The way she lost herself in thought, as if she had forgotten her rage of a moment ago, displayed the calm sensibility that was a quality greatly desired in staff officers. Not many people could think on command under the cool eyes of a third party. And that's why those few exceptional individuals were always welcome in the Imperial Army. And if it goes well, we might even be able to tie up the enemy reinforcements. With all due respect, sir, I don't see how launching an offensive with the objective of tying up enemy reinforcements would help other fronts. I don't think the forces involved on this front would send out enough reinforcements to affect the Rhine front, which means the offensive should be a feint with some strategic goal in Norden. When he told her to work out the meaning of the Northern Group Army's offensive, to which they were opposed, she arrived calmly at the idea of a feint in Norden. Impressive, Rudestorff thought and inwardly raised his opinion of her. Continue. To be blunt, are you thinking of occupying territory behind enemy lines? I was ordered to prepare for an airborne assault, so we'd need some sort of diversion and then we'd in the rear. Is it the rear? But a conversation is a two-way street. At the same time, Rudestorff is reading between the lines, so is Tanya. She's thinking that she's seen and heard something like this before, and she finally manages to salvage the memory from the deepest corners of her mind. What is it, Major? Letting Rudestorff's question slip by at the outer edges of her consciousness, Tanya assembles the fragments of the memory she's seized, tying up enemy forces on the front lines, a feint, an assault on the rear. Remember, I know I've heard something like this somewhere before, and it was the kind of news I really like to hear. Where did I hear it? No, I could have heard it or read it, but I know I've encountered it before. Behind back supply lines. Yes, their supply, cutting it off. As the pieces come together, she mumbles without realizing it. She shuts out even the way Rudestorff's face stiffens in shock as she speaks and focuses her thoughts. The back, yes, something from behind. It was right, a thoroughly delightful kick from the rear. Suddenly a word appears in her mind. Inchon, yes, Inchon, that's it. That immensely pleasurable commie ass kicking. MacArthur pulled off a miracle with his meagre talent. The Battle of Inchon. They made a large-scale encirclement and cut off the enemy from behind. It was a decisive strike that caused the North Korean army to collapse. A great reversal from the annals of world history, where capitalism smote evil communism. Sir, if the main enemy forces are concentrated along the front lines, then wouldn't a land operation in the rear be one way to end this? It seems as though she has just now remembered Rudestorff's existence, but her sudden query and calm tone appear contrary to her overflowing confidence. Thinking of the Battle of Inchon, she realizes the invigorating, admirable strategy of kicking numbskull commie asses from behind could be employed against enemies other than communists. After all, it's a way to completely encircle the enemy and get their own logistics organized. If there's anything wrong with the plan, it's that it requires absolute control of the sea and the absence of the enemy's main force. A large-scale amphibious operation in the rear followed by encirclement to sever their supply chain, so the offensive would be a diversion for the landing operation. To Tanya, all she has done is rediscover historical fact, which is why she forgot that in this world, it's merely a concept. It hasn't turned into history yet. So Rudestorff felt unfathomable shock as de Guerichat mentioned it with such calm nonchalance, as if it were already a foregone conclusion. But Tanya completely missed that. After all, from Rudestorff's point of view, the amphibious landing was a secret plan he'd only mentioned to a select few. And now a staff officer on the lower end of the middle ranks was suggesting it to him as if it were a simple answer. He stopped the muscles in his face from twitching through sheer power of will. Still wondering where she'd gotten that idea, he cautiously asked, "Did you hear that from General von Zetua?" "I'm not sure I understand what you mean, sir," but de Guerichat gave a puzzled response. It wasn't as if Rudestorff could read all the emotions and thoughts of his subordinates, but going by his experience, he judged this was a genuine reaction and was immediately aware of his misunderstanding. The officer in front of him hadn't heard it from Zetua. So then, could it be? No, he thought, but the question welled up inside him. Did she come up with the idea to do a large-scale landing operation in the rear on her own? Did you come up with that yourself? Yes, sir. Considering our situation, I thought it seemed like an effective option. I suppose I should say that's a very interesting idea. She confirmed it so readily. It was all Rudestorff could do to conceal his emotions. As he worked to maintain his facade, he was astonished that she had come up with it, but at the same time he could now understand how she had been able to make a convincing strategic argument regarding transportation even back at the academy. So that's why he understood. You can see that much. He was flabbergasted. Either way, she was a terribly promising officer. All right. Yes, we're going to use your unit. Major, transfer orders. Your battalion is to stand by at the naval base. Yes, sir, understood. He watched de Guerichat as she calmly nodded in acceptance of her orders. She seemed just like a child happy to be sent on a little errand. And I gave this child the orders as easily as if I were sending her to do just that. You never know what will happen in a war. You'll drop in ahead of the landing party and be the vanguard for the army. I'm expecting great things from you, Major. Having someone this smart head up the vanguard, not too shabby. We should be able to expect a lot from the tip of this spear. But may I ask something, sir? What is it, Major? If this was your plan all along, then you didn't really need to suggest I put a check on the Northern Army Group's offensive, did you? She's right. Not that he hadn't thought of that. He didn't really want to call for a halt on the Northern Army Group's offensive and create ill will, especially when he had heard from Lieutenant General von Schreis that Colonel General von Ragel was about to explode. But as Zetua had told him, there were pros and cons to both bending over backward to attack and bending over backward to avoid attacking. For operations, fewer fronts would give them an easier time, but the Service Corps had to worry about supplying the troops regardless. Well, it was General von Zetua's condition. What? He didn't particularly think he needed to hide the fact. Or rather, he figured she would find out anyway, and telling her now would be an act of goodwill toward a fellow member of the General Staff. He said we should forget about the Entente alliance and focus on domestic defense. Either way has its logic, and if the Northern Army Group had agreed, I would have sent you to the Rhine and been preparing to survive the winter. Understood. If you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Northern Army Group Barrack 7, where the battalion had been garrisoned. Major, the one who meets Major von de Guerichat when she returns to the barrack to notify the troops of their reassignment, is Officer of the Week, her Vice Commander, First Lieutenant Weiss. How considerate of him to have an orderly ready an extra coat and coffee. That efficiency is skill and experience. He really is excellent material. The best part is that he doesn't smoke. Tanya's nose is sensitive to tobacco, and the staff meeting is always smoky. No, I wouldn't deny anyone cigarettes on the battlefield, but ID like separate smoking and non-smoking areas, or just tell them don't blow smoke in my face. It makes my eyes sting and my nose itch. I resent this assault on my tear ducts. Limitations on individual rights are obviously oppression, and as such difficult for people to stomach. Still, it should be fine if I murder the senior officers who refuse to stop obnoxiously huffing their smoke in my face, right? They don't even do any work, but the cigars they light up are luxury items. Tanya can't help but be disgusted. The gall they must have to voice non-existent concern for the troops. Even when I have to spout some wholesome crap, I keep up appearances better than that. That was truly pointless. What an utter waste of time and budget. We could have a phony war. 9, but instead these nutcases want to fight for real. You don't even need a consultant to point out how little can be done with scant, poor managerial resources. Lost in thought, Tanya sets her staff officer's bag on the desk and begins scribbling notes about the state of the war on a map. Her cover of staying in the North can't keep her from the front lines any more now that a mobile defense unit was no longer necessary to protect pulling supply lines back. Not only that, but the Northern Army Group is planning an offensive that reeks of a death march. Meanwhile, the General Staff, for its part, is planning a top-secret landing operation around the rear. These guys are too into war. From the bottom of my heart, I advise you to think twice about surrounding yourself with people who are overly fond of war. I can't keep up with their notion of fighting with barely any material. I can't believe they don't want to leisurely build fortifications while we wait for supplies and leave the fierce fighting to the others. I'd like to suspect them of being too steeped in the romance of achievement and militarism, but now that the General Staff is planning a major amphibious operation in the rear, they, too, seem way more into the idea of fighting than I thought. I can't understand this world. I didn't want to confess my incompetence, but I decided there was nothing else to do. That said, if it's a winnable battle, then it should be fine to advocate loudly for the advance. And if we're airdropping in, we can just fly right back out if things get rough. Considering how uniquely mobile aerial mages are, she estimates the risk to be low and grows fairly enthusiastic about the strike on the rear. Even MacArthur managed it. The Empire's General Staff is way more serious about war than that guy was, so I'm sure they'll come up with an ultra-precise plan for us. It will be my first time to fight according to an operation plan by General von Rudestorff, but when I tried talking to him, he seemed unexpectedly easy to work with. This might just pan out, thinks Tanya, genuinely looking forward to it. Get me an extra map. Here you go, Mom. But that doesn't mean there aren't any problems. She takes the map of the entire Northern Theatre from her subordinate and compares it to her annotated situation map. She buries her head in her hands and racks her brain, but fjords really have an optimal shape for coastal defense. You could bombard the narrow bodies of water all you liked, so if you placed as many batteries as you had along them, they would be impenetrable. The only thing that saves Tanya is the lesson from history that sometimes a fortress built against the water is terribly vulnerable to an invasion by land, like Singapore. Having had that thought, Tanya tries moving the pawns according to the scenario she envisions. The batteries guarding the fjords are certainly a threat to a fleet of warships. Yes, a threat, but to warships if they all face the sea. They could probably be blown up fairly easily from behind with explosives or what have you, and coastal guns are usually positioned facing the mouth of a bay. They aren't built with the expectation of bombardment from behind. Can we win? To Tanya, even if their opponents were spirits who strayed from Moomin Valley, the deciding factor is that their defensive shells could be shattered. An attack from behind, I suppose our chances of success are decent enough. Farewell from a sinking ship. It's the most obvious common sense thing to do, but in extremely rare cases, the ship doesn't sink, and sometimes you can even make a fortune. If that possibility exists, we should happily count it as a winning battle. With that thought, Tanya rolls up the map with the war forecast and mixes it in with the reports for the General Staff. After all, the General Staff is planning an operation on such a large scale. You can only call them stupid if they get so far without a contingency plan in case of failure. It's worrisome that the Operations Division of the General Staff Section Chief Rank Officer Sir planning the operation on the assumption that the Northern forces will ignore the General Staff's advice and march north. Is the cooperation between the regional armies and the General Staff even shakier than I thought? This anxious thought crosses my mind. Then again, if I think of the ill will as a legacy of their predecessors, who committed the great army to Norden and then pulled it out the next instant, it makes sense. Ludwig really mucked it up. Technically, of course, the General Staff is nothing more than one of His Imperial Majesty the Emperor's Advisory Committee 7, if the supreme authority is simply rubber-stamping things for them. Each regional army group may be nominally loyal to that committee, but if everyone isn't cooperating well, that's a problem. But no, that's exactly the point. After that realization, Tanya practically sighs. I should probably be thinking that if the Northern Forces' little adventure fails, the General Staff will take advantage of the fact that the world is watching the foray by attempting a major operation of their own in Norden. And if that works, the General Staff will have taken the initiative to lead the war. Currently, the Entente Alliance can repel the Empire's advance with guerrilla-style interception, but they don't have the available force to counterattack. Until some obstacle to defense in Norden appears, it's practically a political issue to consider something that isn't in accordance with the Imperial Army elite's wishes. In other words, it's a vitamin P problem. I don't want to get mixed up in this. No, wait, let's chill for a minute. At least Tanya has a lot of experience. She won't make the same mistake over and over. My common sense is not always common. Might there not be some sort of religion that teaches people to love war and recommends suicide? Lieutenant Weiss, do you want to kill yourself? Why do you ask that all of a sudden? He replies with a question to confirm her intention. Well, judging from his reaction, worrying over nothing, I guess that makes sense. After that thought, Tanya reaches for the coffee Second Lieutenant Serebriakov brought. It's cold up north. There's no way I could stand it without drinking hot coffee. The only thing is, Northern Command has a tendency to treat me like a kid and load up every cup with milk and sugar. I hate that. It's hard to believe, but apparently there will be an all-out offensive. What a waste of soldiers. Until the appointed hour arrives for Tanya to open her sealed orders, she tells her trusty vice commander, Lieutenant Weiss, only as much as she can. She can't let anything slip. In other words, to summarize what she can explain now, there will be a big offensive this winter. And with only that context, she can't get rid of the impression that the Northern Army Group is rushing things with their sights set on an easy advance like what happened in the war with Dasha. It's like making a huge gamble when you don't have much cash on hand, though, since the stakes are actually soldiers' lives. It won't hurt the high-ranking officers' pockets at all. If the Chicago school were to analyze it, they would diagnose a severe lack of proper incentives. Is there money for logistics? I'm guessing Lieutenant Weiss' incredulous reaction is an average person's response. Unless the Northern Army Group's commanders have some strange concept of supply lines, I don't know what they are thinking. Do they have a secret stash of cash somewhere? If so, those are off-the-books resources. We'd have to dismiss the inspectors. Talk about lazy. This is why they say we can't prevent bubble economies. Proper audits are indispensable for a market to function normally. How would there be? Once winter hits, the trains will stop running too. I have no idea where they are planning on bringing in supplies from. Well, in any age, there are also markets that only officials who come to collect taxes do well in. To prove it, not even believers in the free market system call for the privatization of tax collection. Meanwhile, there's a fountain of diverse critiques and plans regarding expenditures. Look, even the Chicago school is against privatizing tax collection. With that thought, however, I suddenly feel like something is off. So what about us? When I pointed out the risk of an offensive, we were ordered to the naval base, so I don't think we can expect funds for a victory celebration. And this is an absolutely miserable misunderstanding created in the name of confidentiality. Even if my intention is to be transferred according to the will of the Central Army, a Northern Army Group administrator won't see it that way, so I'm sure the budget section will reject the fund requisition. They'll make the excuse that it's not under their jurisdiction and refuse to pay out what they promised us just the other day. I can only see it as bullying. Even if I accept the reshuffle, we have made contributions here and should have the right to commensurate compensation. Anyhow, we'll just have to secure celebration funds by borrowing from the Northern Army Group somehow. Finding funds somehow. As such, Lieutenant Serebriakov, we need to dip into the battalion's treasury, so draw up a budget. Understood. How much should I use? I could take funds for a little party from the battalion treasury, but maybe we should avoid having a big bash in this war situation. When she considers this, Tanya figures she is thinking too hard and shrugs. She has worked her troops hard in this freezing cold. Rather than developing a cruel reputation, it would be better to have a heart and convince them she was kind, even if they got a little wild. Let's have a grand old time and not set an upper limit for alcohol spending. Just as she is about to tell her to get it done. Major, sorry to intrude, but we have enough free alcohol to swim in. It was Lieutenant Weiss who interrupted with a triumphant look on his face. After inadvertently starting to ask where Head snatched the liquor from, Tanya wills her mouth shut, somehow successfully communicating with her expression of disbelief instead. Excuse me for butting in, but we were able to get this full complement of canteen alcohol due to the kindness of a local unit. Lieutenant Serebriakov jumps in to respond to my suspicious look. Partly because we've been together for a while now, she's getting good at knowing what types of things I worry about. Oh, don't worry. The Viper Battalion bought it with their own money as a gesture of goodwill, I guess you could say. Very good, Tanya nods in satisfaction. Someone is treating us because they are pleased with our work, that's wonderful. The only problem is that due to military regulations and my age, I can't drink a drop even if I want to. Great. Go and buy some chicken or something, Lieutenant. I'd like to sink my teeth into some roast chicken at least. We'll have to toast the Viper Battalion. Thanks to them I can treat my battalion. Yes, we can't really thank them enough. Well, they are majors, they are well paid. After all, there are deployment allowances, transfer allowances, hazard pay, etc. They each make enough to build a small house, so if you count the entire battalion's funds, it adds up to quite a lot. Indeed. Well, this is a good opportunity. Let's send them a message inviting them to the party. That's what we'll do. It's not so bad to bond with our kind allies who weakened our prey for us before we arrived. More than anything, I want to clear up the misunderstanding that must have arisen due to that repugnant confession of faith. Normal. I have to prevent weird rumors from damaging my reputation. November 29, Unified Year 1924, home port of the Northern Sea Fleet. Flagship Command. Along the strait, it's nearly time for the decisive battle. A high-strung excitement runs through the air at the Imperial Army base. Usually the atmosphere feels almost heavy, but for the moment it's so lively it keeps the cold at bay. The officers and men running here and there are visibly tensino. One is relaxed. It's the excitement that occurs immediately before a large-scale operation. Humans are a pain in the neck, though wise enough to fear fighting. They are also easily intoxicated by the romance of the military. This has to be the concentrated effect of everyone's wish to taste sweet victory. Those who can't share in this festive atmosphere appear to be in the minority. Resigning herself to the fact, Tanya goes to the designated flagship command meeting room. As far as she can tell from a glance at the soldiers coming and going in the halls on her way, the entire Northern Sea Fleet crew seems full of fighting spirit. Even the vessels that would be left behind seem to be longing to sortie enough to rush out of there at any moment. And the operational factors necessary for taking advantage of that spirit appear to have been given the necessary consideration. A large number of transport ships are anchored in the bay, and among them are some that could qualify as landing crafts after being outfitted for the amphibious assault. They probably have landing crafts requisitioned as high-speed transports ready to go as well. As far as she can see, traffic in the bay is orderly, and ships are in a position to begin operations at any time, thanks to the controlling performed with the Empire's usual efficiency. Tanya is conscious again of the weight of her responsibility. A lot is expected of her unit as the vanguard. It's better for people to expect greatness of you than not, but it comes with a lot of annoyances. That said, she conceals any determination to live up to those expectations and calmly takes her assigned seat in the meeting room. She ignores the attention she is getting by nonchalantly looking over the pre-meeting handouts once again. Of course, in part, she wants to reread them to circumvent any avoidable problems during the operation. Just as she's already read many times, it seems like her unit's role is fairly large. Having their performance determine whether the operation would work or not is a big responsibility. Drop in, capture the coastal guns. It'll be glorious but a challenge. If we fail, the whole army will be stuck in the fjords. It's time, so I'd like to begin. Even while she is lost in thought, the hands on the clock keep ticking. Then, when they reach the appointed hour, an Imperial Navy staff member announces the beginning of the meeting in a solemn voice, and everyone turns toward the commander of the operation, the fleet commander, in unison. All right, I'll explain the situation. Tanya listens to the commander as he briefs everyone, unaware of her feelings on the topic and with a sober expression, but the gripes in her head threaten to overflow. Internally, she complains up a storm, whining over and over that it sure would have been nice if the drop team had been given a few more men. Well, be performing a mission in support of the Northern Army Group's operation. In support of the Northern Army Group, Tanya starts to think, but then it makes sense to her. Yes, the Central Army is nominally giving credit for the operation to the Northern Army Group. I guess it's a show of the General Staff's intentions or kindness, you could say. After the awkwardness between them over the great army mobilization issues, this'll be a heartwarming reconciliation. In other words, this is a lousy plan, a military operation loaded with the higher-ups' motives. But you could also say that they'd managed it in a nominal way that wouldn't come back to bite the troops on the ground. Instead of a political compromise, they had pulled off a splendid handshake. After all, the Northern Army Group is going on the offensive, and as a bonus they get the honor of leading the operation. Even if they fail, no one in the Northern Army Group will be harmed if the General Staff take responsibility for implementing the action plan. Then again, if it goes well, the war situation improves, so it's worth it for the General Staff. Major General von Rudersdorf came out to make an inspection. It's probably his evil scheming. On the one hand, I'm impressed with the move, but on the other, I want to lament just a little bit that when you belong directly to Central, this is how you get used as a tool. As you all know, we currently have both the Northern Sea Fleet and the High Seas Fleet deployed on a northern support mission. Then there's the situation being described. The main force of the Northern Sea Fleet is a support unit that acts as a sort of check on the Entente Alliance. Their mission is to prevent the Entente Alliance's warships from escaping to Republic waters while simultaneously supporting the army maneuvers on land. So ignoring those ships to perform the amphibious operation is almost a strategic sneak attack. It isn't about sealed orders or intercepting the fleet. The plan from the first is to ignore the Entente Alliance fleet. The Northern Sea Fleet is going beyond the parameters of its original mission and sortying for the sole purpose of receiving a huge number of reinforcements in the High Seas Fleet and performing the landing operation. The Entente Alliance ships that will surely come to stop them will be kept at bay by the High Seas Fleet. If the Northern Sea Fleet can complete their operation during that time, the war situation will see a literal reversal. The success of a strategic sneak attack is tantalizing. You could say a winnable battle is just dangling in front of us. It's a comparably safe opportunity to achieve things and get promoted. I'm not the only one. There's nothing strange about a soldier wanting to join a winning battle. Actually, the ones left behind with no prospect of sortying get depressed or look for an excuse to go. Anyone is happy to be told they are going on the attack. If there's one problem, it's the weather. History tells us units sent into harsh winter conditions always end up getting stuck in some lousy situation, and well be performing an airborne operation. If we fall into the ocean, we'll freeze to death like Titanic victims. Even the bright red Soviet army met with all kinds of disaster in winter wars. The Imperial Army isn't used to such conditions, so if we fall into the winter ocean, we'll be turned into frozen meat packs. This means almost all our main force is going, but that's just how big the objective is. The fleet commander leaves it as implied for just a moment, then solemnly states our target. The Ostfjord. We're going for a direct strike on their rear communication lines. The Ostfjord, when everyone grasps the significance of what they've been told, a momentary silence descends. Fjords are bad news for naval ships. The detestable narrow bodies of water with terrible cliffs on either side enable the enemy to shoot at them from any direction. Even without counting the threat of mines, if there are guns on both sides, any ship that makes a run for it can only lament its fate to be pummeled to death. The gunners will surely shower the marks with shells as they struggle to maneuver in the narrow waters. And although their navy may only have a few destroyers left, if that, the cramped space forces us to worry about torpedoes. What's more, given the geographical importance of OS, the Ostfjord will be more heavily guarded than the average fjord. Under these circumstances, we need to go in ahead of the fleet's advance and capture the enemy guns. From the time General von Rudestorff gave her secret orders to prepare for an airborne operation, Tanya has pretty much been expecting this. Neutralize coastal guns in an aerial mage sneak attack is practically the same thing as support the fleet as they make a run down the fjord. For what other reason would the army pit their elites against a rear echelon coastal stronghold? She finds herself balling up her fists inside her sleeves. Capturing enemy guns ahead of the operation to take the mouth of the bay, in other words, our drop operation is a gamble that could decide everything. And we won't be walking leisurely down a gangway in this cold weather, but parachuting out of the sky with our computation orbs and rifles in hand. If we fail, it will be a huge disaster. Our aim is to disable enemy guns in a short amount of time to allow the fleet's entry. It's easy to order someone to get in there, but it sounds pretty outrageous to the one told to go. The purpose of the airborne operation is fine. I can grasp the military need for it. At least I understand that it has to be done. But what's this about us securing the guns? The operation is in support of the Navy, so it would make more sense to have the Marine Majors do it, since they train closely with the fleet. If instead we seize the guns and sweep the area, it'll be basically like rolling out a carpet for the fleet to waltz down. Our troops are having difficulties, so in order to support them and deliver a decisive blow, I want us to do this right. That's easy to say, but can we? Can we really capture enemy guns on bad, snowy footing in the fjord? If we were told to suppress enemy forces in that region, well, that just would have to be done. The responsibility of seizing all the enemy guns is enormous. Talk about mission impossible. That said, there's a limit to how much majors can do as direct support for the fleet, and if guns remain, it's entirely possible that the ships won't be able to enter. So someone has to get saddled with this unlucky operation. Annoyingly enough, that someone is the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion. And the vanguard will be "We're expecting great things from you, Major von de Guritschaf." May I say something? What is it, Major? My unit is an augmented battalion. Setting aside the issue of firepower, I may not have enough men to take all the guns and cover the enemy reinforcements who are bound to attack. I hate resisting superior officers. There is nothing I want to do less. But that's why I have to be bold at times like these. Anyone can smash you if you oppose them with a subservient attitude. But if, on the contrary, you make your case so confidently that it must be logical, it sounds more persuasive. And if people think you're giving a constructive suggestion with the aim of accomplishing your mission, then even an excuse transforms into the genuine truth. So I have to be the donkey borrowing the lion's skin. I just want to probe slightly. Even if I fail, this isn't rebellious enough to cause me trouble. Don't worry. We were fearing that as well, so we're arranging for 2 regiments of Marines to reinforce you 30 minutes after your drop. Understood. So in a worst-case scenario, do I have the right to suggest aborting the operation? Her attitude says she doesn't feel at all bad as she masks her request. Any sign of hesitation can be interpreted as cowardice, but if a request is stated with conviction, it will most likely have a measure of persuasive power. It's not about who's right or wrong. It's about who makes their claims in a loud voice with confidence. What do you mean? Simply that if my unit fails, the fleet may be exposed to needless danger. What if, hypothetically, we fail? That we would have to withdraw is self-evident. Put another way, we'd be able to avoid unfeasible orders to just do something so the fleet could get in. Once we decide to fall back, all the majors have to do is fly away. Even if the right to call for withdrawal isn't granted, the record of me asking for it would make it possible for me to argue that I made every effort to avoid risks. You mean, we should prioritize the safety of the fleet in the event you can't neutralize the guns? That's level 1 cleared. If I haven't been flat out refused, it shows he's willing to listen. A good officer would give serious consideration to the risks the fleet would face if we failed to take the guns and they were in working order. An officer concerned with self-preservation would be worried about being blamed for the results of a forced charge under such circumstances. Either way, he has to carefully analyze what I've said, weigh the pros and cons and see what he thinks. If we don't take preserving the fleet seriously enough, we may let the Republican or Commonwealth fleet slip in. That would render the blockade meaningless and create a very dangerous situation. So I give him a little push, the concern of weakened patrol in our waters. I just prod his instincts as an officer of the Navy by asking whether we should really conduct a landing mission at the risk of our command of the sea. It's really too reasonable. Whether he's out for self-preservation or not, he can't ignore this. Of course, I can't push too hard. Balance in this too is paramount. That said, if I don't mess up the pressure level, I can persuade him without upsetting him too much. That's a reasonable concern, but we can't leave our course of action up to a single advance unit. Major, if you fail, fall back to join your reinforcements and try again. Understood, sir. But due to a quirk of the command structure, I can neither command nor be commanded by Marine majors having gotten this far. I just need to give him an excuse. He must know how things work. The Navy's original job is only providing escorts to the mouth of the bay and maybe firing their cannons. I'm sure he doesn't want to exacerbate major command structure issues. In light of that, I'd like permission to advise aborting if the Marine Regiment commanders agree. It's an adjusted step to save everyone's faces and avoid any bothersome disputes. It doesn't take any time at all for him to agree. All right, you have it. A few days later, the operation is to be carried out as scheduled, and Tanya and the brave members of the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion are in a transport plane being taken to the drop zone as the vanguard. The plan is to jump at the crack of dawn and capitalize on the enemy's confusion in order to seize the guns. As the ones performing the operation, it seems risky, but coastal fortifications are extremely vulnerable to attacks from behind, so it has its logic. I guess we might be able to do this. Tanya murmurs, inwardly seeking comfort in reason. Coastal fortifications are put in place to prepare for attacks by enemy ships and units. When she tells herself there is no reason for the backside to be protected because all that's there are the communication lines to the rear echelon, it feels like they have a chance of succeeding. Even if the enemy is on guard against a sneak attack, their units are likely to be only lightly outfitted. The coastal fortifications would say that the army should protect the rear and that their purpose was to prevent attacks by sea. And a century ago they wouldn't have been wrong. I've cut the engines, we're gliding. The announcement from the cockpit alerts them that they have entered the final prep stage. Loath to betray even the sound of the engine, we make our careful gliding approach. Naturally, our drop will be performed with airborne gear and not rely on magic. If we can't descend undetected, Tanya's fate is sealed. All right. All hands prepare to jump. She can only hope the troops she has trained will put all their talents on display. Her only tasks now are to increase the probability of success and eliminate obstacles. And a commander can't wear an anxious expression moments before an operation. That's why she orders them to prepare with the carefree tone of someone announcing picnic plans. It's a bit surreal to see mages in full gear jostling around in the cramped plane, but they're getting ready anyhow, so that's good. You've heard this before, but our targets are the guns and mines guarding the fjord. Capturing them is optimal, but if that proves difficult, disabling or damaging them to inhibit effective functioning is fine. She doesn't insist that she believes in them but reconfirms their objectives matter-of-factly. I think you know this, but if we fail, the landing unit will get stuck in the fjord. Guns are not fortresses, which means they aren't impossible to capture. Most importantly, their muzzles are pointed at the sea. They aren't set up to fight mages dropping in on them from behind, but they still have the power to trap the fleet. That's why this operation hinges on us. There isn't much wiggle room in the schedule. 30 minutes after we drop, marine mages will arrive ahead of the fleet to back us up, but the plan is for them to deal with enemy reinforcements on the ground. Basically, we have to do this ourselves. If things get bad, I can make a joint suggestion with the commanders of the troops coming later to abort the operation, but the consequences would be the sacrifice of my career and worse. I'd be ruined. I have no interest in going to ruin by myself, but to avoid ruin entirely if possible is surely the modest wish at the root of all human emotions. Destroy all the positions as best you can in 30 minutes. I expect you to all be putting the true power of aerial mages on display out there. So Tanya is expecting a lot out of her subordinates. No, not even expecting. All she can do is hope. Don't fuck this up. Please show me you have more than it takes. Lieutenant, head up the capture of the Albert battery. I'll take the Narva battery as planned. Understood. What time are we lifting radio silence? Vice Commander Weiss confirms for the 3rd time. If you fail to seize the position, contact me immediately. Otherwise, the plan is to maintain radio silence until our reinforcements arrive. What about enemy reinforcements? Come crying to me if you can't handle them. Otherwise, crush them. Yes, ma'am. Reconfirming everything to make sure we don't miss anything and keeping the troops informed of relevant information were model communicators. Anyhow, we can't say for sure that we'll succeed, but there are blatant reasons we could fail, so there's no better way to prepare than getting rid of them. Okay, Lieutenant Serebriakov, you're our reserve commander. If Lieutenant Weiss and I go dark, order the retreat. Retreat, ma'am. The operation is a failure if you lose our signals. If well-outfitted enemies show up, you have no chance of winning. We're just like canaries. A canary in a coal mine gives its warning by dying. The point of view that resulted in this method is exemplary in its practicality. Of course, we face the vexing reality that the army values us and canaries equally. That said, though Tanya made this troubling simile, she has absolutely no intention of nobly sacrificing herself. If need be, she'll make a scene screaming about the danger to everyone as she makes an airborne escape. That's how far her loyalty to the Reich goes. Then I'll try to sing my sweetest. I kind of have to hand it to Weiss for that joke. I'm not interested in hearing you sing, Lieutenant. Get ready to move out. Yes, ma'am. As each soldier briskly checks over their gear, Tanya grabs her parachute, makes the last pre-jump checks and nods in satisfaction. If I have no choice but to go, I should at least do a good job. Okay, go. When it came to zeal for one's work, Colonel Anson Su of the Entente Alliance Army was like Tanya, the kind of person who made rigorous preparations for battle. Enemy attack. That's insane. We can detect their mana signals from this far away. What's the suppression squad doing? Colonel Su's unit had just been stationed there out of a need to protect the sea, and although they weren't in perfect fighting condition, they were already on guard, no doubt, because he had learned the horror of completely losing the initiative in battle. And especially considering their situation now ever since they had carelessly started the war, the pressure had been growing. They were attacked in their sleep. Is the army even training people properly anymore? which was why Su couldn't hide his displeasure with the chaos descending over their coastal guns and clicked his tongue in annoyance. The discipline was probably so lousy because they were calling up reserves from the rear. Enemy status. At that time, he was regarding the attack as a mere bit of harassment, but even a harassing attack on the guns was a nasty move that could lead to a dispersal of their forces in the name of stationing additional troops in a rear echelon city like OS. One might say that he still had the wherewithal to lament such things at that point. No, more accurately, he was sighing while keeping a hopeful eye on the situation. Colonel Su himself probably didn't understand the core of his emotions, but up until then at least they didn't grasp how grave the situation was. Unclear. I have reports that the coastal units are engaged and it seems the patrol boats haven't made their regular check-ins. What? Ask the patrol line what's going on. Could be a sneak attack by mages flying out of a sub. Approach in secret and attack. In that sense, a commando unit and a submarine went together perfectly. That was why Su persistently appealed to the military to adopt submarines, but sadly, the Entente Alliance Navy was really only a slightly thicker-skinned version of a Coast Guard. They didn't have the resources to allot submarines for use in magic operations. The few they had, frustratingly enough, had gone on their periodic deep-sea exercise before the start of the war, and then wound up getting disarmed as warships in a neutral country. That disgraceful situation meant they had 0 operational submarines. Reflecting jealously, Su wondered if they could perhaps capture one as he had his men get ready to sortie. He had the radio operator connect him with the picket line. "I've been calling them, but none of the ships are replying. Do you think there's some kind of confusion and they can't connect?" That was when he understood the situation. The picket line ships had gone dark. If it were only one of them, it could have just happened to be near the submarine and gotten attacked, but if the entire surface warning line went quiet, that was not a minor problem. No, it meant the root of the trouble was on the surface. Crap, they are targeting the guns, were moving out, scramble. Enemy mages were sneak attacking the batteries, and they had lost contact with the ships on the sea. The guns are all facing forward. It was the enemy, an enemy attack, a major methodical attack. The fatherland, my country home I must protect. In the air now, scramble, engines on. Su's unit, taking off with determination in their breasts, was an unexpected newcomer for the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army General Staff thought it was a newly organized unit that had just been stationed there. They had also grasped that the enemy troops were not very content and tended to have insufficient logistical support, and the General Staff's intelligence wasn't wrong. So the staff officer who had analyzed the data came to the utterly common-sense conclusion that it was a static guard with a measure of defensive capabilities that was protecting the city of OS. And that was why he thought the troops would be able to clean them up with the strength of their main force. He had figured that by the time that unit had assembled to counterattack, the main Imperial force would have already landed. And he wasn't entirely wrong, only his conclusion was. After all, at face value, Colonel Anson's force was a puny mage battalion, a mix of wheat and chaff that was undertrained and lacking unity. But the Empire didn't know why these troops were fighting, because it didn't need to yet. Still, from a totally objective standpoint, the unavoidable truth is the Imperial Army commander, Tanya, muttering mainly curses at either God or the devil about the arrival of these unforeseen enemies, has to come up with a way to handle the situation. Major, new enemies. The rapidly approaching formation is a battalion-sized group of mages. Both their speed and altitude are quite impressive. No doubt about it, they are a first-rate interception unit and a horrible nightmare for the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion suppressing enemies on the ground. I see that. Lieutenant Serebriakov, take command of 1st Company and stop them. Major, it's too dangerous with only one company. I'll share some troops from my group. Lieutenant Weiss, you just capture that battery. Well, figure out some way to handle this. Tanya decides without a moment's hesitation to go meet them herself. I'm at wit's end, but I can't run away. If I send my subordinates up and they get the shit kicked out of them, there'll be nowhere for me to run. If that's how it'll go, Tanya feels more at ease intercepting them herself from the start and preparing for trouble. True, she isn't terribly keen on facing an elite-seeming enemy battalion with a force the size of a company, but it's better than the fear of having them on top of her. If she doesn't want to be made into a target, she has to get above them. Roger, first company follow me, we're intercepting. The moment their short exchange is finished, Tanya accelerates to climb hard. As she swiftly ascends, aiming to occupy a combat altitude that is even with or superior to their opponents, she catches sight of the tiny dots drawing nearer every second. And as one side got visual confirmation, so too did the other. We can't get through to the surface. I've got visuals. They are on their way up to meet us. As Colonel Su's battalion raced across the sky in a messy formation and reached the Ostfjord, the situation was as he had feared. The batteries had descended into chaos due to a sneak attack. Not only that, but enemy mages were smoothly gaining altitude while maneuvering into combat formation, as if they had been skillfully lying in wait. He could instantly gather from their impressive aptitude and clean formation that they were formidable opponents, in other words, the kind he hated. They are fast. A company they must think were wimps, these guys parachuted in. Don't underestimate their training, put our numerical advantage to good use. Let's go. That said, they couldn't cower. How much do you think numerical superiority will really matter? The realistic part of his head sneered, but he suppressed it and encouraged his unit to drive the attackers away from the batteries. Beat them back. What else could he say? Go, get 'em. All he could do was scream and lead his troops in the charge. He chose to do it, but it was also his only choice. But it should probably be said, Sue looked up at the sky. I guess God isn't smiling on me. NGH, that's Colonel Sue. Dear God, why is she here? This one's pesky as rust. Take some distance and fire to suppress. Do not let her get in close. She's got that obnoxious alias white silver or whatever. When it came to an enemy who fought bitterly against his own unit and got an award out of it, he remembered news from an enemy country. With all the blood she has on her hands, her alias is white silver. The Empire has no talent for coming up with names. Might as well call her rusted silver, looking like that. A devil spattered and rusted in the blood of his fellow soldiers. There was no way for him to mistake that detestable Girlhigh's sworn enemy. Dear God, I pray, give me the strength to destroy that devil. Sue even prayed as he shot the formula, and just as an attack filled with fervent hopes should, it ploughed into the enemy formation. Or rather, things happened as he expected. They scattered, taking barely any damage, and sped toward him with no hesitation. Still, that didn't mean he could back down. There was no way he could withdraw. He was carrying a submachine gun. If that mage would just get in range, he would turn her into honeycomb. With that thought in mind, Sue eagerly charged. In terms of inability to withdraw, Major von de Guritschaft's unit is in the same boat. Tanya inwardly feels that she is being seriously overworked for her salary, but even if she wants to declare this isn't in my contract and fly away, that's not how the army works. Rules have to be followed. If a regiment of mages had moved in to attack, perhaps she could have used numbers as an excuse to run away. But when both the enemy mages and your own are battalion-sized groups, you can't get away with excuses. Though she wants to flee, she can't. In a case like this, the army says to put up a fight. TCH, these guys are tough. Attack in platoon formations. As she thinks how badly she wants to run, she realizes that if she did, the career she had spent all this time building up would disappear, and she would be helpless to stop it. Reluctantly, even grudgingly, she has to take on some degree of risk and fight. The only way to thwart gaps in firepower and numbers is to dart in for melee. At close quarters, there is a greater danger of misfire. As a result, the imbalance in firepower stemming from the disparity in numbers decreases somewhat. More importantly, if they bring the fight to an individual level instead of organizational, the Imperial mages will definitely have the advantage. Get above them. Don't let them get above you. crisscrossing gunfire and formulas. The scene displays the very essence of Mana science technology, a fantasy where the practical modern advances of civilization are having their day. Sadly, it's a picture painted only in blood and iron. In the end, though, the impact of numerical superiority will be felt. If it becomes a battle of attrition, the side with more material and men will be declared the winners. Oh, the reinforcements are here. Shit, again, more reinforcements. A regiment is approaching. Openly jubilant as she notices indications of their arrival, Tanya is sure of her victory, while Colonel Sue is devastated. As such, their voices reflect their situations. The former's is very cheerful and the latter's sounds helpless and bitter. Major von de Guritschaf, what's the status of the seizure operation? Below, Thea sweeping up but Im currently fighting an enemy unit. Requesting backup. Understood, you 2 battalions support the major, the rest of you head for the interior. And in her straightforward exchange with the commander of the reinforcements, her remarks are businesslike to ensure the operation proceeds smoothly. The 2 of them are so in control of the situation, Thea no longer worried about whether they will succeed or not. Instead, Thea thinking of what comes next. The coastal guns are being seized, the enemy unit can be eliminated, and the Imperial transport ships are coming into view across the bay. The scene below makes all the Imperial Army soldiers feel that they are moving step by step closer to victory. Victory, it will be an established fact in the Imperial Army's near future. Colonel Sue's beloved fatherland no longer had the power to object. The same day, the Republic Channel Command. Alert from the early warning line. The observation units along the warning line had an alert. What that meant was clear: the Imperial fleet was on the move. This was the chance for a naval battle they had been hoping for. The tension at command peaked all at once. Order DEFCON 1. So Thea finally coming out. We've been waiting. That's practically what the commander was saying, and his feelings were shared by all the other members of the Republican Navy. While the army was fighting a grueling battle on the Rhine lines, the Navy was ridiculed as slackers. This was an opportunity to clear its name. They had been looking forward to this chance to support their troops. They have a transport ships with them. Why? But the enemy movements they had longed for completely betrayed their expectations. The latest update on the Imperial fleet indicated that, contrary to their hopes, it had no intention of engaging in a naval battle. The fleet maneuver they had predicted was happening, but the warships were leaving the port accompanied by several transport ships. Unless the movement was a long one, it was hard to imagine a unit of battleships sailing with slow, vulnerable transport ships, which is precisely why, upon hearing about those vessels, the clever ones among them immediately speculated upon what might be inside and were assailed by a type of foreboding. What could be in there? Common sense would say coal, oil, food for the troops, ammunition, spare parts, and so on, things the unit would need on a long operation. But there was no way the Imperial Navy would take a leisurely cruise around the world right now. In that case, the ships had to be taking something important to where it was needed. The command personnel all waited with bated breath for the next report. The atmosphere was so tense their uneasiness was burning them up inside. Spike 04 to HQ. The Imperial fleet is setting course to the north. I say again, course to the north. NGH, an amphibious operation. Of course, they all felt like they'd been whacked in the back of the head when they understood. After all, this was the worst possible development for the Republic. It had been their worst nightmare ever since one corner of the encirclement, Dasher, had crumbled. The fear that the Entente alliance would collapse as well. And now, as they could see the Imperial Northern Army Group planning an offensive, the Entente alliance's main forces were tied up on the front. If the rear logistics base were seized in a landing operation, it would mean they had failed to avoid another Dasher. War could no longer be fought with superior ground forces alone, and if the rear supply lines were cut, the army's fate would be tragedy. In the back of their minds, a few senior officers remembered the plans for the Imperial Army's amphibious operation. delivered in utmost secret from the Commonwealth. If the Entente alliance were to fall like Dasha, how much would that increase the burden on their beloved fatherland? Ready the fleet and the marine majors to sortie on the double. Saya planning to land in the Entente alliance's rear area. In came another enemy status report. Increasingly agitated, command notified them that they should hurry up and send out the fleet. But one report made them all freeze. All the hubbub faded in an instant and dissipated. Are you sure? There's no mistake. Subs and enemy majors are forming a restraining line. The primary mission of the Republican Channel Fleet was to confront and annihilate the Imperial High Seas Fleet. But while the Republic had to split their main forces between the north and south, the Empire could concentrate their naval power in the north. With the Northern Sea and High Seas fleets combining forces, the Republican Channel Fleet would be forced into a disadvantageous position. A fight that was once 7-on-7 had just been joined by 3 enemy reinforcements. Fighting a 10-on-7 battle wasn't impossible, but it was far from the numbers they would like to see. Even if they got backup from the Entente alliance, it probably wouldn't help very much. Meanwhile, the Northern Sea Fleet may have been small, but it featured a lineup of relatively new models. Its flagship, the Helgoland, was the first of the state-of-the-art Helgoland class. In terms of capital ships, the Channel Fleet would be overwhelmed. If under those circumstances the Empire had chosen them as its opponent, even if they ended up getting cut in the process, they could probably have thwarted its aims. But that hope was only feasible if the Imperial fleet chose to meet them for a knife fight. Instead, it was futile because the enemy ships were paying them no mind and heading in a different direction. They were leisurely escorting the transport ships north. It was completely certain that, if they landed successfully, the Entente alliance would fall. So the only time to take a risk was now. They had been lucky to discover them so early. If they had naively gone out to challenge them to a naval battle unawares, they probably would have been sneak attacked and forced to flee in a panic. Discovering them first was truly good fortune. The problem now was how to handle the situation. Request backup from army majors, send in the patrol boats and do anything necessary to beat a path to the capital ship. Will we make it? It only lasted a moment, but the doubt that flitted across the minds of the Channel Fleet Command personnel was serious. Whether or not the Republic's nightmare of the Entente alliance collapsing came true hinged on them making it in time. We just have to, they were determined. Send out any ship available, full power sortie. Sadly, they were out of luck. As they raised fists and were about to advance toward the enemy, they received bad news from the military attaché in the Entente alliance and understood. They had been too late. And so they swore with all their might that next time, well, get them. December 4, Unified Year 1924, Commonwealth, Londinium, undisclosed location. After the shocking report that the Imperial Navy had taken an amphibious force to the Ostfjord and launched a decisive landing operation, the atmosphere in the room was unbearably bitter. The agony of the deteriorating situation was so terrible that it even dashed all hope for the nearing Christmas leave. Contrary to the Commonwealth's futile wish that the Empire, Republic, and Entente alliance would just destroy one another, the Empire continued to pile on victories. By virtue of their shared view on the situation, the entire group of people connected to the Commonwealth's intelligence agency had fallen to the gloom. But the office itself wasn't out of sorts. The unpleasantness of the situation was due to the foul mood of the office's chief occupant, Major General Donald Habergram, which was permeating the room to a preposterous extent. He had a difficult personality to begin with, and now he was especially irritated. Heads would roll at the first careless remark. The radio operator who saw the next notification that arrived was truly lucky. Normally, delivering a report was as nerve-wracking as being shoved into a minefield, but this time was different. To be blunt, it wasn't bad news. How many days had it been since he had nearly run like this to inform his superior? Since Dasha had fallen, Of course, since it was his job, he couldn't be swayed by likes or dislikes, but it was true that there was nothing he hated more than reporting bad news. Urgent message from the auxiliary ship Lytol. Let's hear it. Without flinching at the disgruntled tone, he relayed the facts in a straightforward way. They had received reports from their intelligence-collecting ships disguised as civilian vessels as well as their armed merchant cruisers. But out of all the messages, this one was sent at the highest emergency level priority, even using a one-time pad. Head thought it would be exceptionally horrible news, but when he deciphered it, to his surprise, it wasn't bad at least. Well, he wasn't sure if it was something to get very happy about, but anyhow. The Entente Alliance is requesting transport of a VIP. The content of the request was transporting a VIP. More specifically, the person in question was one of the 10 councillors of state who, in practical terms, held the most authority in the nation. Essentially, the Entente Alliance, no longer concerned about appearances, was shedding decorum in order to establish a government in exile. That was much better than the country obediently surrendering to the empire. And it wasn't necessarily a wholly bad development in terms of the Commonwealth's national interests either. Isn't that Foreign Office business? But to the one receiving the message, it seemed like the matter was out of their jurisdiction. The job of the Foreign Strategy Division was planning and analysis. They were decidedly not a contact point. In fact, they wanted to avoid any actions that could compromise their intelligence gathering as much as possible. Honestly, they were loath to get involved. Ordinarily, it was the Foreign Office that accepted diplomatic requests. In the case of the Entente Alliance, the official channel was through the embassy on the ground there. And would the heads of a country really try to negotiate asylum directly with a room in the strategy division of the intelligence agency? It wasn't unthinkable to assume they must have just contacted the wrong place. The radio operator understood the higher-ranking officer's suspicion immediately. He had the same doubts. Still, he had to give a short explanation, even to General Habergram, who hated wasting time. Someone from the Entente Alliance Navy made contact personally. Did they find us out? If so, all I can think is that we have a huge security leak somewhere. No, it seems they've contacted all our vessels. They hadn't called a ship from the Commonwealth's intelligence agency. No, the ship just happened to be the auxiliary ship Lytol. Actually, they had tried every vessel stopping at the Entente Alliance. Though they were deeply concerned about the possibility of an intelligence leak, in this case the request was simply the natural outcome. Surely the caller was just trying their luck. In that case, however, they were dealing with a bothersome amateur. No regard for appearances, What a bad move. Do you have the list? Here it is. It seems the others were just regular ferries. This had to be the worst way to go about it. If you seek help indiscriminately, word will definitely get out somehow. As more people learn a secret, the risk of it being leaked grows exponentially. And their opponent in this case is the Empire, waging war seriously as a world power. He couldn't imagine that Imperial intelligence was slacking off. So if these guys were trying to pull off a secret asylum operation, they should probably proceed with a bit more caution. Well, maybe he couldn't expect so much from the Entente Alliance government, now in a state of panic and dysfunction. Even if they weren't planning on doing it in secret, the fact that the heads of government were preparing to flee would no doubt demoralize the citizens, although they may very well shift toward nationalistic resistance. So it was also possible to imagine a hopeful outcome. The timing was delicate, given they were expecting a large-scale imperial offensive on the northern lines at just about any moment. Honestly, if word of this spread now, it could weaken Entente Alliance resistance. But if it held out heroically and the government called for resistance, it might have a chance. If that happened, the Empire would be forced to tie up troops in Entente Alliance territory, unlike in Dasha. What should we do? Sir, if we're going to accept, we need to hurry. Actually, in the case of Dasha, things had happened so quickly that the government in exile idea didn't work out. With that failure behind them, they knew that this issue demanded a rapid response. They were receiving the message right when they keenly felt the need to play a card. An operations officer asked a question, taking the initiative to suggest it wouldn't be wise to pass on this turn. Shouldn't we make a move? Im opposed. I don't think anything good will come of drawing attention to our armed merchant cruisers. From elsewhere came a proposal for cautious handling of the situation. After all, armed merchant cruisers were already in violation of international law as well as various states' laws. If their orders to collect intelligence and disrupt trade were exposed, there would be an uproar. Disguising armed vessels as merchant ships to get them into the port was a legal problem. In a worst-case scenario, all the crew members would be declared pirates and arrested. Even if breaking international law didn't nag their conscience, every evil organization needs calculated reluctance based on profits and loss. You weren't supposed to break treaties, you were supposed to force the other party to break them. At least, General Habergram intended to toe the line of what he could get away with at the bounds of international law. I want to avoid being boarded either way. How's the loading going? Although they shared the same thought, the leader's idea was somewhat different. After all, they knew a little bit more than the others that intelligence was proactively working to clear their bad name after Dasher and had learned several interesting things. I think it's almost done. Then at this point a little extra cargo won't make much difference. Who is the VIP? After all, the intelligence agents had counted their chickens before they had hatched and suggested it was because Dasher collapsed so readily that the Republic and the Entente Alliance had more time to construct third lines. They thought this would be a good time to redeem themselves. Intelligence collection and analysis was proceeding at a fantastic pace on the northern lines, and they were really getting results. The intelligence that the auxiliary ship had so rapidly acquired and the machinery they had used was secretly on board. They had even learned that the Imperial Navy was planning a landing operation. So it went without saying that an inspection of that ship would be bad. That said, they already had so much dangerous cargo that adding something new wouldn't do anything. He didn't think throwing in a little more problematic cargo would change their situation much. A councillor, one of the 10 councillors of state establishing a government in exile in the Commonwealth, was fraught with political implications. Officers couldn't work in intelligence unless they had a nose for understanding politics, so it was evident to all of them. That probably went for any outstanding staff officer. It was no small thing for a politician at the level of Minister of State to be appointed as a government in exile by the previous government with the proper authority. And General Habergram was far from inept, which was why he hesitated. Wait a moment. It was certainly true that if they succeeded in getting him asylum, that achievement would overshadow their previous failure. They might be able to prevent the nightmare of the Empire smoothly building government organizations, as it was doing in Dasher, from happening in the Entente Alliance. That was how well the man in charge here understood the issues, but that would all only happen if the bid for asylum succeeded. If it failed, the political and diplomatic risks were huge. Additionally, the fallout was so far-reaching that this matter was far above what General Habergram could decide on his own. And he was a person who knew the extent of his authority. He understood very well what wasn't up to his discretion. That was precisely why he was selected to hold the reins. His ability to make calm judgments and not go off the rails was valued. In actuality, the reason they had thrown someone so toxic in there was to get the department under control. He swiftly had a document prepared, took it and stood. This was a matter that demanded extra attention to confidentiality, and so, taking a few escorts along, he left at once for the office of the Admiralty. Habergram here is the First Lord of the Admiralty Inn. A military policeman stood guarding the office. Habergram had to put up with the duty officer's suspicious look, given the man's job. He himself had always been terribly nervous when he had to stop officers of a higher rank when he was younger. With that in mind, he made a mental note that this officer had to be quite a serious-minded young man. Do you have an appointment? No, there's an urgent matter I'd like to ask him about. After the duty officer confirmed a few things, the general was shown into the office. As soon as he ran inside, he asked everyone else to leave. After all the attendants had been sent away, he made sure no one else was around and then gave his report. General, I trust you can make this quick. Sir, something I'm unable to handle on my discretion alone has occurred. He passed the First Lord the summary he had prepared. At the same time, he gave him the outline verbally. As he watched his superior look over the document, he supplied more detailed explanations as necessary to help him understand. Anyhow, every second counted. There could be no hesitation, but at the same they couldn't act thoughtlessly. That was why the basis of the decision, the report, had to be given as quickly as possible. The Entente alliance was collapsing with each passing moment. The life of the country, measured by an hourglass, had begun trickling away. If they wanted to save its invaluable political fruits, they had to act basically right now. An Entente alliance councillor is requesting carriage via our auxiliary ship. What a hairy situation. There aren't any civilian vessels of Commonwealth nationality anchored in the area. Politically, creating the government in exile and getting in the Empire's way was a promising choice. But it was the difficulty of the task that he was considering and thus asking about. The reason was crystal clear. Any major political achievement that came without risk-taking was a dream. While a government in exile would be an excellent way to harass the Empire, getting the core members out of the country in secret, and then taking them home to a supposedly neutral country was so difficult that calling it hairy seemed dismissive. Yes, the issue was how to transport them. How could they get them to Commonwealth territory? Even if the Lytle was in disguise, it was still unquestionably conspicuous. After all, it was registered not as a ferry but purely as a cargo passenger ship. It wouldn't be strange for them to call at any port, but anyone watching the mouth of the bay would definitely notice. It was too great a risk to carry someone so important in such a vessel, 4 or 5, but they are all regular liners. I'm sure the Empire is watching them. The problem was that most ships of Commonwealth nationality had been avoiding docking at Entente alliance ports. More accurately, since the start of the war, anything trying to call at Entente alliance bay facilities was being blown out of the water. It wasn't so much a matter of neutrality. The Commonwealth was simply worried about getting mixed up in a fight. So the only boats in the ports right now were the regular ferry lines scheduled beforehand. But they were almost completely filled with ordinary citizens trying to evacuate and get asylum. Apart from a slim minority of charter ships, there were no other vessels anchored besides ferries. It would be weirder if the auxiliary ship didn't stand out. He couldn't imagine the Empire overlooking it. Even if they weren't deliberately keeping watch, it was a ship from the Commonwealth sailors at the port would find it a rare sight, and hopeful civilians would be literally begging to board. The Empire was bound to hear of it somehow. The ship stood out so much. The Office of the Admiralty was considering sending a diplomat to go retrieve the intelligence. At least the Lytle wasn't armed in a conspicuous way, but it was moving at 29. 5 knots, which was faster than a cargo passenger ship ever needed to go, and on top of that, it was even secretly carrying a seaplane, nominally for sightseeing flights, and a measure of firepower. They were disguised as hoses and recreational equipment, at least. If it weren't for the confidential materials, even if the ship was boarded, there wouldn't be any issues under international law. The crew might be made up of majors, but that was a decision a business could freely make. After all, the Commonwealth was a free country. But if they were caught assisting with asylum from a country at war, things would get tricky. It would raise the issue of whether they should give the refugee up without resistance. The Entente alliance would probably want him to be guarded. It would be furious if they just handed him over. So what would happen if he had the crew fight the Imperial boarding unit? The answer was obvious. It would come around to bite them in the ass. Lytol can move at a fairly quick clip, but can it outrun the Imperial patrol boats? Even if the Lytol was fast, it had its limits, and considering marine mages or aircraft might be present, it was impossible to say whether it could make a clean getaway. To go a step further, was a ship really even the best transportation method in this case? All right, well, transfer them to a submarine on the water. That must have been why the First Lord of the Admiralty made a daring decision. The ship could certainly sink, or the living quarters could be attacked, but if they used a vessel that could operate underwater, they could stay hidden. A submarine, we have one we can use. Admiral Mayer guarantees it. In any case, we need to consult with the submarine squadron. Chapter 4 The Devil off the coast of Norden. December 10, Unified Year 1924, Entente Alliance, Arnelsny Port. Upon hearing the news that the city of OS had fallen, coupled with the Imperial Army's advance on the interior, everyone of that generation understood that this was the end for the Entente Alliance leadership. Some lifted a glass to toast the Imperial Army's victory. Others downed bitter drinks in anticipation of that victory. Everyone saw it as the end of the Entente Alliance. But they cried out to encourage the ones directly involved, who were beginning to break in the face of their fatherland's looming fate. It wasn't over yet. The Empire's victory was not certain. Only the government had given up. The civilians, the people, were not defeated. So are we ready to sow our seed? The Republic agreed, and the Commonwealth also agreed to take someone as a diplomat. Resistance could continue outside the fatherland. Yes, the war against the Empire would carry on beyond their borders. Well then, shall we jointly sign over our authority? In that case, I think the recipient should be Foreign Affairs Councillor Abensol. No, I think we should send the youngest, Culture Councillor Corsa, as our ambassador. I disagree. You're the better man for the job, Councillor Abensol. Someone had to survive and continue the fight to declare we're still here, and it was the soldiers who would act based on the councillor's intentions. The reality was obvious, but the army did what the government demanded. Everyone would do all they could for their country, which was how it should be in a unified nation. If there was one thing that was often forgotten in the big picture, it's that those soldiers who are asked to give their all and sacrificed by the politicians in the name of the fatherland have families and happy households. And so that day before deploying, the Entente Alliance mages had only a short time to say their farewells. Good luck. I'm sorry, Colonel Sue quietly apologized as he embraced his tearful wife. She would evacuate to another country to avoid the fighting. The fact that they were a family who could choose that option was Sue's only consolation as head of the household. He should probably have been happy he could have his family go to the Unified States. Still, the way things had turned out meant he had no choice but to send them away. Probably the only thing every Entente Alliance soldier can do is hug their family and exchange hopes of safety. Our fatherland is no longer safe, Dad. Mary, look after your mother and take care of yourself. You can't come with us. I'm sorry, I have work again. He forced himself to remember that he was still lucky. He had the connections to at least get his family to safety. Given the congested maritime traffic and issues with controlling the sea routes, it wasn't an option open to many people. He did feel a bit guilty, but if he could protect his family, he had no regrets. Of course, it wasn't what Sue wanted. He would have preferred to spend peaceful days in the warmth of his family. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have gone home more often. Why didn't I appreciate what a blessing that was to have my home so close at hand? I should have spoken to my daughter more. There are so many things I still want to tell my wife, so many regrets. It was stupid of me to believe our lives would go on unchanged forever. It was a feeling even he couldn't explain, but when he loosened the arms he had unconsciously wrapped around his wife, as if sweeping away some awkwardness, he managed to put on a smile as he crouched down to his daughter's eye level. Anson, I may not have been a very good parent, but I hope someday you'll think of me as a father you can be proud of. It's okay, you're my dad. Oh, but you should shave, she was such a sweet girl. He had hugged her in spite of himself, he wanted to grin at her ticklishness. You're right, I really should be good and shave. Get it together, Dad. Yeah, you're right, I gotta get it together. The most Sue could do as a father was laugh like that with a wry smile. The moment where his daughter scolded him for not shaving off an inort hat was normal life. The essence of his precious everyday world. Well, this is no good, I can't have you worrying about me. I'd rather remember you with a smile. Please stay safe. The fact that his wife bravely wished him well, even after she had broken into tears, pained his heart. He wanted to board the ship with them to live out their lives together. But he was a soldier bound by duty. Duty. Annoying. Noble duty. O fatherland, I give myself to thee. So God, please bless my home, the country my family loves. Dad, it's a little early, but Merry Christmas. As Sue steeped in sentiment, his daughter pointed at a large case before she boarded the ship with her mother, telling him to take good care of it. Momentary relief filled his heart as he watched them go, as well as the sadness at their parting that could very well be final. But if there was one thing he didn't want to do, it was regret the moment. There was nothing unluckier than tears in a send-off. He forced himself to smile and then suddenly realized the case was gone. He was confused until he noticed an old acquaintance holding it out to him with an easygoing look on his face. Sue, a Christmas present from your daughter. Take it with you. The bizarre remark came from Councillor Kaza, who was present to see the evacuees off. Wondering why the councillor would know about his daughter's present, Sue grabbed the case only to be puzzled by its unexpected weight. There weren't cookies or a wool sweater inside, it was something much heavier. Councillor Kaza, what is this? Go ahead and open it. That's an SMG from AS Weapons in the Woldst Confederacy, durable with a body like an LMG. At the councillor's suggestion, Sue moved to the shade and opened the case. What greeted him was a brand new submachine gunner, fairly costly model that would work well in conjunction with his orb. Clips, magic bullets, a set of maintenance toolset came with everything. How did she get a hold of something like this? He admired the solid yet light build as his examination continued. It accepted the same caliber as his rifle and had a shorter range, but it was easier to handle in a close-quarters fight. It was a good choice for facing anyone who snuck up on him. Additionally, the limited range meant a comparatively lower risk of accidentally shooting an ally, so that was a big plus. That's why he had to wonder, how in the world did my daughter get this? It's a personal gift from a lousy Commonwealth fellow. For a country with such horrible food, they sent us a good man, wouldn't you say? Sorry. Apparently he saw your daughter crying in the park. He put your initials on it. Oh, the A.S. is for my name. He was sure the engraved letters were the factory's logo. The level of effort made him smile. I don't know if my daughter is sinful or if heaven simply loves her, but she sure wooed that intelligence agent now and again. Those Albion chaps actually can do something nice. Surely it's the initials for Arnold and Smith weapons. No, apparently that's stamped on the underside. Councillor Kaza looked somehow amused as he explained. That vexing Commonwealth gent was probably moved by your daughter's tears and gave her a discount. Apparently she paid the special price of £100. That's surprisingly cheap, Colonel. Thanks for giving your dad such a great present, sweetie. He wanted to give her a kiss if he could. So this is what the strength of 100 men feels like. I'm proud to have such a happy family. I'm sorry, Colonel. I'm afraid we're going to have to ask too much of you. You arranged the ship for me. For my part, I'm prepared to protect my family's home with my own 2 hands. We're counting on you. One man bowed and the other smiled in receipt of the gesture. They didn't need to say anything more. December 11, Unified Year 1924, Empire, Rain Hotel Dining Room. For Tanya, it's a wonderful autumn lunch. The appetizer had been a delightful PT of seasonal fish. The skillfully prepared dish used fish so fresh it seemed almost a waste to make them into a paste. No praise would be enough, it was simply sublime. The potato soup was legendary. She was used to eating potatoes, so it felt strange to enjoy them so much. That said, it wasn't a bad thing. Battlefield rations could hardly compare when it came to the level of care devoted to their creation. and as such, the dish was an embodiment of humanity's delightful creativity. She has heard the main course, which hasn't yet arrived, is whitefish. The waiter explained the dish so proudly she has high expectations. If the hotel's waiter says it's that good, not only should the quality of the ingredients be high, but she's certain it will demonstrate the chef's skills too. And the fact that her dining mates are also happily expectant makes the meal even more fun. With her are members of the Reservists Association and notable figures from the region. To think that she gets to network with them, she can only marvel at her luck. As they have an understanding of soldierly habits, the gift from the troops up north, Koskenkorva, 10 is going over well. I can see why this stuff is notorious for increasing your chances of becoming an alcoholic. Though they are old soldiers, they are mainly just men well known around town who are getting on in years. They are probably just surprised by the curious flavour, and if they are happy to have an interesting story of receiving such a gift from a child of my age, even better. With her scheme going to plan, conversation flows naturally, and Tanya is able to enjoy herself quite a bit. Even if she can't drink with them, it was worth the trouble of confiscating a case of the stuff for private use at parties. She's most satisfied. As she's thinking how happy she is about the results of her labour, she's looking forward to enjoying the sautéed whitefish when the waiter brings not the highly anticipated main dish, but the receiver of an ominous-looking black telephone. Miss von de Guritschaf. He deliberately asks her if she will accept the call. She's on her way back to Central, having lunch with these local reservists and celebrities as an excuse to pass through a resort town. Who gets a wartime phone call in that setting? My best day off has turned into my worst in an instant. I'm also now dubious that I'll really get to spend Christmas on leave like I was promised. She takes the respectfully proffered receiver with reluctance. If it weren't her duty, she would want to run away. This has to be just how Churchill felt getting woken up by the news that his capital ships had been sunk. Would someone make me a hellish cup of black coffee? This is Major General von Rudersdorf of the General Staff, Major Tanya von de Guritschaf. Yes, sir, this is she. She knew before he even spoke. It was obviously a call from a military person. No statement of purpose or seasonal greeting. Not to mention, General von Rudersdorf is still at this moment on the forwardmost line fighting the Entente Alliance. The implications are the opposite of this gorgeous luncheon telephone call will be an invitation back to the wretched front lines. I want to go home right now. How could I have been so dense to come to this meeting where everyone would know exactly where I am? A notice from the General Staff Office. Assemble Major von de Guritschaf and her unit at once. Report in as soon as this is done. Understood, sir. Well, proceed to the nearest garrison at once, and I'll report in as soon as we're all gathered. It's an impressively impossible to misunderstand order to mobilize. She has already responded to a pile of unreasonable General von Rudersdorf orders, but it seems he's going to work her some more. If this was going to happen, she should have blocked the radios and taken her time going back under the pretense of training. Well, there's no use crying over whatever. She replaces the receiver and slips the waiter a generous tip. It's not his fault the news is awful. She doesn't like it, but services must be compensated. Oh, good news. Major von de Guritschaf. But apparently people give big tips when news is favourable. I can't help but think of that as emotional, illogical behaviour, so I don't do that, but it seems the amount I gave was a signal to these local names, who hadn't heard, that the message was something fortunate. I'm probably supposed to smile at these gentlemen and politely reply, but I'm not sure I can manage it. In the end, her face wears an unrefined frown as she shakes her head. No, sir, unfortunately it doesn't seem to be very good news. Oh, that's, the man with the expression of utter compassion on his face is truly a good person. Well, they have the goodwill of men who don't have to go to war. To someone being sent on the assault, it's complicated, but it is what it is. Polite manners are one of the most basic tools for keeping mistakes to a minimum. As such, it's only a matter of course that I follow the rules. At their core, human beings are political animals, but at the same time they are social ones. Apologies, but I have orders. I'll have to leave early. I wish you well, Major. Can I say for sure that none of them are feeling lucky it's not them? Tanya decides it's a groundless suspicion and puts on a polite smile as she swallows her bitter thoughts and stands. Thank you. I hope you'll forgive my rudeness. Excuse me. With those parting words and a bow, she takes her overcoat from the waiter and pays her bill. She's dressed for me in uniform. Her overcoat, having been designed for practical use, is quite substantial. Somehow it bothers me, but the army can be irrational in the strangest ways. Of course, I also have to wonder about people who wear trench coats as fashion. While she was picking up her coat, a military vehicle had been sent over. A thoughtful waiter must have alerted the orderly in the waiting room. A car with her subordinate at the wheel is already standing by. The efficient arrangements make her feel a little better. Humans have to live with a positive outlook, and so she finds the situation genuinely wonderful. She was right not to be stingy with the tips for the waiters. It's also nice that they open the door so courteously. She quickly gets into the car and it pulls out. Corporal, back to the barracks. Sorry, but if you can step on it. Yes, ma'am. The corporal takes off, and amid the slight jolts along the way she decides to share her misfortune. I don't enjoy suffering alone. However, I don't mind making others suffer alone. Without even giving herself time to sink back into her seat, she boots up her computation orb. She connects to the garrison and calls the officer of the week. The fact that he answers on the second alert means he passes. What can I do for you, Major? Well, it's bad news. Rather than beat around the bush, I should just get to the point. Leave's been cut short. Issue mobilization orders immediately. All hands should assemble as of right now. Yes, ma'am, mobilization orders understood. I'll call everyone back from their half-day leave. Well, my rest in this resort town is certainly over sooner than planned. Then Tanya has a vexing thought. The possibility that even before she applied for leave, General von Rüdersdorf had been kind enough to hold her unit up near a naval base for a few days as nominal time off. It's totally possible. If during a large-scale operation on the northern lines they were transferring a unit that could keep itself safe from espionage, the General Staff certainly might have the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion withdraw. It's actually quite practical. Hurry. It's orders from the General Staff. Understood. The fact that they single her out to give the orders makes her think the General Staff wants to hide something. Yes, upon closer consideration, there is something very unnatural about all this. Why now, of all times, is General von Rüdersdorf from operations personally in Norden on the pretext of an inspection? Temporary camp of the Imperial Army's 203rd Battalion. Telegram from the Imperial Navy Northern Sea Fleet Command. Read it. From the fleet. That's the doubt in my mind. Tanya shares the question behind the puzzled looks of the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion officers. Why did the fleet's command go to the trouble of sending us a telegram? The fact that they aren't going through the regional army must mean this is what the General Staff wants. Or are they intervening directly? Either way, I have a bad feeling about this. As Tanya interprets the situation, she presses the radio operator to read the telegram. As the officers listen with question marks on their faces, he responds to her request and reads the mission orders. These are search and destroy combat orders for the 203rd Battalion. All previous maneuvers are to be halted immediately. You are requested to proceed directly to the waters indicated, locate the enemy and block off the area. That is all. Geez, they say search and destroy like it's nothing. Plus, nobody uses search and destroy these days, and mages don't have any way to navigate over the water, so how are we supposed to find enemies and block off an area? Talk about mission impossible. As Lieutenant Serebriakov brings the document over, Tanya stares crankily at a navigation chart of Norden's coast spread out on her desk. She doesn't even usually look at these things. Realizing this, she can't help an inward sigh. It confronts her with the reality that she'll have to fly in airspace with no sense of place, and it makes her awfully depressed. Lieutenant, get me the combat control map for the Northern Sea area. Call Northern Control. This is making my brain hurt. Tanya shakes her head to clear her mind as Lieutenant Serebriakov brings her the requested map before trying to establish a line through to the local controllers. Yes, ma'am, right away. She hands over the map and receiver with crisp motions. It's Northern Control. We exchange just a word or two, and the radio operator connects me to someone from the Navy. It's the worst when they don't pass you off irresponsibly, but actually have good lateral cooperation. At this rate, I won't be able to slack off and blame it on bad coordination. Maybe being too efficient is a bad thing. I suppose I should at least praise the integrity with which they do their work, though. I'm a good citizen, so it's only right that I commend my fellow countrymen for performing their duties. When I think of that, I guess all I can do is stick it out for the public good. Since I have no other choice, I make all the necessary calls without a minute wasted. Griping is a luxury and a waste of time. There is not a day in the life of a corporate warrior that they are allowed the indulgence of wasting time. In order to spend their off days as they wish, the highest level of job performance is essential. For a soldier, not a thing changes. Lieutenant, where is the Northern Sea Fleet now? I'll ask right away. The military machine is starting to move, and in one of its gears, Tanya automatically thinks. And this gear needs to know the positions of the remaining Entente Alliance ships, as well as her friendly fleet. She has crammed the general memo on the Entente Alliance ships into her head at least, so she dredges it up while quickly confirming the crucial points. Even if the Northern Sea Fleet deployed in this area isn't the Empire's strongest, the High Seas Fleet, it has some powerful vessels, including capital ships. Their training is trustworthy, and ever since the landing operation a few days ago, we've been able to coordinate to some extent. But an unplanned battle is a different story. Tanya manages to consider all the most important facts while having Lieutenant Serebriakov make phone calls. She has no choice but to handle this efficiently, but it's in an area she has no experience with, not to mention a rapid response mission. Maybe that's why she can't calm down and has only a tenuous hold on the urge to give 1,000 different instructions. She takes deep breaths, small ones, so no one around her will notice. Sometimes it's useful to be short. It makes you less conspicuous, but at times like this, it's really handy. Still, we've never even done an exercise over water, and now we're being thrown into a real marine battle. The target is a group of fleeing Entente Alliance warships. Missions to assist in pursuit are so hard. It's like trying to negotiate an acquisition without knowing anything about the other side. If we're in such a superior position that these talks would work out, it begs the question whether negotiations are even needed in the first place. Hence, each minute feels like 100 years, and when the situation report that Tanya is waiting for comes in and Lieutenant Serebriakov hands her the receiver, she snatches it away. With her other hand she holds a pen, ready to make notes at any moment on the map she had Lieutenant Weiss spread on the table. This is Major von de Guritschaf of the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion. We received a mission to support your ships from the General Staff. What's the situation? The second fleet of battle cruisers has left the Kiel naval base. Submarine Task Force 13 went out ahead of them to build a patrol net. Luckily, someone from the Navy who knows what's going on fills her in. According to him, the emergency dispatched battle cruisers are already searching for the enemy. So well be the vanguard for the battleships. Thrilling. Lieutenant Weiss has a penchant for keeping things light-hearted, and Tanya makes a mental note. A vice commander who stands out by paying attention to the atmosphere of the troops is hard to come by, but what he said is actually correct. Just being the vanguard would make them look good. What are you getting all excited about? We're a rapid response mage battalion, it's what we do. Soon enough, she receives the report that the unit is ready to sortie, so she goes to meet them. Your commander, Battalion Commander Tanya von de Guritschaf's expression must look normal to Weiss and everyone else as they meet her with salutes. I'm confident that I act the part of an unflappable officer that well. She returns their salutes nonchalantly, glances around, and nods in satisfaction. Well, internally she's over it all, but still. Thanks. At ease, Lieutenant Weiss. Ma'am, I'll give the briefing. Having one's subordinates do the annoying stuff is the privilege and duty of all officers throughout history. An organization runs on hierarchy by nature. If a superior is stealing work from their reports, that workplace is topsy-turvy. Yesterday before dawn, a scout plane belonging to the 224th Night Reconnaissance Team spotted a gathering of vessels. Photos on the board show multiple Entente Alliance battleships, including a coastal defense ship. The Entente Alliance is hardly a naval power, but it's still an armament lineup on par with what you'd expect of a player on the world stage. It's a formidable threat even the Empire can't ignore. To Tanya, the obsession with big ships and their big guns is passe. Still, she is aware they have to be wary of heavily armed combat vessels. As one data point, take the fact that a battleship's naval gun fires weigh more iron than an entire division of infantry. On top of that, the porcupine-like anti-air fire and marine mage interception makes it a difficult net to slip through. Still, they should be easier to approach than the U.S. ships in the Marianas were. It's a question of how much easier. Upon analysis, the General Staff has concluded these are the main remaining forces of the Entente Alliance fleet attempting to escape. It's obvious, don't you think? We've estimated the various paths they might take, from a beeline for the Republic to a meandering route to the Commonwealth. But it's clear that their goal is to shake off Imperial pursuit and get away. Naturally, the pursuing side wants to locate and annihilate them. We've received reports that the Commonwealth Navy is doing exercises just outside our territorial waters, which is a real headache. We've been notified to avoid firing stray shots. On the other hand, we've notified them that regardless of what happens on the open sea, anything violating Imperial waters will be shot at. Overall, it's a delicate situation that puts a huge strain on the nerves. Fleet Command has ordered all ships to find and annihilate the Entente Alliance vessels. The General Staff's order for us is to support them. Lieutenant Weiss narrows down the broad range of meanings support could have. Then he looks to me as if the rest is my job, and yeah, I don't want to look like him getting paid to do nothing, so I take over. Battalion, it's as he said. Reconnaissance Mage Task Force 2 with Northern Sea Fleet Command has gone out ahead of us. And apparently a neutral country is hard at work doing exercises in nearby waters. Take care not to hit them. It must be really hard for the scouts to stay on top of them in this rain. Although I must say, it seems backward to send a unit to watch the Commonwealth exercise while we're trying to find the Entente Alliance. But there's no reason to lower morale by making that kind of remark. We're going to head north and meet up with them as soon as we get data. This goes without saying, but we'll be playing it by ear. Understood. According to intelligence, the enemy is fast, and apparently they have marine mages. The scope of our mission includes eliminating those, but reconnaissance is top priority. Our mission is of the common enough search and destroy variety. We're just being told to prioritize the search part. Meet at the exercise ground runway in 60 minutes in full gear. Any questions? Well, they are my war-obsessed underlings. They are full of fight. Without raising any questions, as usual, the unit eventually takes off an hour later. We head west at cruising speed as we climb. Apart from a few irritating false reports from friendly submarine units, there is no news. If there is anything to say at all, it's that the wind and rain have picked up, and our visibility has rapidly deteriorated. I look around, but I can't even see my battalion. I'm confident in our ability to fly in formation, so I'll be pretty upset if we get separated and can't bring our full power to the fight. Our saving grace is that we shouldn't have anyone with a sense of direction that hopeless in this unit. Control to Pixie. No reports of contact. Pixie 01 Roger, how about the weather? Can we expect it to improve? Still, I'm fed up with these tiresome reports from the rear. No reports of contact means that even though we've been flying all this time, we have to keep searching. If we wanted to get above the rain clouds, we would have to climb awfully high. Instead, we just get wet. Even though our defensive shells repel water, getting rained on doesn't do much for the mood. Sending war zone data from urban control looks like it won't for a while. I feel for the ground troops, they must be in hell with this cold. The whole combat zone is hard rain and storm winds. A level 2 flood warning and flight restrictions are being issued. Got it. How are the other units in the operation doing? Tanya checks the data as it suddenly comes in and gets confirmation that the weather is only getting worse, which boggles her mind. That said, if the flight warnings become no-fly advisories, they can return to base. First Squadron has left Kill Naval Base on a search and destroy mission. The Air Force is sending up a Special Force Recon Company. Make sure you don't accidentally shoot them. We have other forces searching. I suppose that's better than not. Guess we should keep searching till we get permission to go home. That was what she was thinking when. Pixie 01 Roger, can you let me know where the exercising Commonwealth ships are? Far down. Even in the downpour, an unmistakable roar and the sound of gunfire abruptly draw her focus to something below her. An explosion. It was the dull boom of something detonating underwater. It reverberates more than you would expect, especially in the quiet night sky. When she squints, she can just barely make out several floating shapes. The next moment, her eyes pop open. In the searchlight are enemy ships. It was an awful sight for the men on board the submarine belonging to Imperial Northern Sea Fleet's Submarine Task Force 13. The captain, who was looking through the periscope and saw the huge splashes the moment the explosions sounded, was so shocked at first that he couldn't get his mouth closed again. When they realized they didn't hear any secondary explosions, everyone looked to the heavens. The torpedoes had gone off early. The 6 Rs 11 they'd only just been issued really were more useless than actual eels. The furious sailors spewed strings of curses, swearing that next time they'd load the torpedo development team, who were only good for wasting the budget, into the tubes and fire them. To them, the results the devs had gotten meant nothing. The Entente Alliance vessels they'd discovered wouldn't sink. The 6 torpedoes they'd launched after making careful calculations in anticipation of success had gotten impatient and blown up too soon. It was no surprise that the navigation officer who had gone to such pains to get them into a striking position was looking dazed. Even the captain's thoughts froze for a moment at the sudden scene that seemed to scoff at all their hard work. What he saw through the periscope was the Entente Alliance fleet changing formations for counter-sub combat. Then Marine majors began sweeping the water's surface for periscopes. As the crew hurriedly pulled theirs in, they found themselves furiously didn't want to die because of such a stupid failure. Actually, they didn't know it at the time, but given the outcome, they had actually pulled off a fantastic assist. When the Entente Alliance fleet realized an Imperial submarine was targeting it, it entered counter-sub combat. As a result, if only for a moment, everyone was looking down, and that's why their response to what came out of the sky in the next moment was delayed. Make them look down, then have the real attack swoop in from above for the kill. To Colonel Anson Sue, who realized they'd been caught, it was an awfully cunning 1-2 punch. They got us, those bastards. Where was the leak? No, now they are those fuckers. It was truly the worst possible timing for the Entente Alliance fleet. Since they had transitioned into counter-sub combat, the destroyer escorting the flagship had moved away. Not only that, but the Marine majors had rushed out to suppress the submarine, and the lookouts, staring into the darkness, were all scouring the sea so as not to miss any torpedo wakes. That was when it happened. The enemy mage battalion that had been lurking in the sky made a full-speed charge at the flagship. Only a few managed to take off, including Colonel Sue, but the Imperial mages plunging down, trading altitude for acceleration, were far faster than they were, and the fact that they had control of the air meant he couldn't think of a way this desperate situation could get any worse. Still, all Sue could do was climb. If he didn't, that ship and the seed of his fatherland's future would be sunk. Major von de Guritschaft's feelings at that moment, the time, the place, would be the subject of many inquiries in later years. In reality, the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion, including Tanya, is in partial chaos at finding themselves in an unexpected encounter, but they manage to charge as a training reflex. Battalion, break, prepare to attack. Making the split-second decision to engage, Tanya enters a headlong dive. She has no experience fighting ships. The reason is that supposedly great balance of power. Thanks to diplomatic efforts, the leading nations have avoided serious armed conflicts up until this war. In other words, this is practically the first major attack on a ship in history. And that was why it's all they can do to act according to their exercises. She scatters the unit, and dodging anti-air fire all the while, everyone swoops in at the same time. It's a tactic championed by a doctrine that has only been verified theoretically. No one knows whether it will work or not until the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion tests it with their own flesh and blood. Really, the receiving end of the attack was in the same boat. The ability of aircraft to attack ships was only just starting to be discussed, so no one was focused on mages, who have less firepower. As a result, they had only just touched on anti-mage combat in training exercises. In a sense, it was an extremely crude firefight for both sides. Pixie 01 to CP, contact. CP to Pixie 01, what is it? It's hard to do your best when you find yourself stuck in a battle where you weren't expecting to get shot at. In that sense, Tanya can't help but hate the easygoing CP radio operator. Internally, she can't stop griping, what the hell did you mean telling us there'd be no contact? But a calmer part of her brain isn't very impressed with the enemy's anti-air fire, which is a relief. Actually, the enemy's protective fire is so poor it doesn't even come close to the American Empire's anti-aircraft fire Tanya is thinking of. It's sparse enough that she can evade simply by flying aimlessly, inwardly outraged and wondering what the other search units have been doing, so it's evident that it isn't much to worry about. Taking fire, that's definitely the flash of a battle cruiser gun. 200 off the coast of Wiengenberg. As she makes the report, she immediately breaks formation. After all, naval guns are a much greater threat than small arms or even most field artillery. Even a single autocannon uses 20 mm ammunition, the same class as a heavy machine gun on land. The powerful high-angle cannons are 127 mm. The shells they are aiming at her won't allow anyone with a human body to just walk away from a direct hit. If we stay in tight formation, the enemy anti-air guns will have their way with us. Battalion, don't bunch up. Make sure you attack the mages and the ships. Don't get too distracted by one or the other. Everywhere around me is dark, but I'm sure I'm exposed. When she realizes that, she can hardly believe how unexpected this is. Her mission was to find the enemy. If the submarines, the scout planes that went out ahead, or the company of recon mages discovered the enemy, Tanya's unit might have taken over monitoring, depending on the situation. It was supposed to be an easy mission. Entering the effective firing range of enemy ships and engaging was never part of the plan. But if she squints, she can see a light reminiscent of a muzzle flash from below. It must be one of our submarines torpedoing them. If it wasn't for the noise from the explosion, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. The thought that she had narrowly escaped making an error frightens her. If she hadn't noticed, she would no doubt have ended up being grilled by an investigative commission. Boy, am I glad the torpedo's wake caught her eye, but I can't be completely happy because if she had been a little farther away, she could have noticed and been fine. NGH, anti-mage counterattack detected, anti-air disciplined fire incoming. Picking up mages, damn it, we've got marine mages incoming. Her talented subordinates have an appropriate understanding of the situation, so she isn't actually very worried. But any commander asking their subordinates to act in a situation they haven't been trained to handle has to at least acknowledge their right to scowl. All hands, engage at will. Follow your company commander's lead. As long as they are receiving an organized interception, it has to be dealt with, but she decides that rather than trying to control an entire battalion in the dark, it's better to let each company operate individually. We have to regain some degree of discipline and get out of here. Visibility is poor. Don't lose your depth perception. The air is dense, but don't forget we're over the sea. Take the humidity from the water into account. Our opponents are used to it. Maintain your altitude. The lower companies, 2nd and 3rd, seem to be in good positions. 1st and 4th were on guard above, so they have some leeway in terms of their altitude. And as long as I'm personally commanding 1st Company, I want to push all the dangerous stuff onto 4th. She makes some quick calculations and decides to adjust some things. NGH, draw the majors away from the ships. 2nd and 3rd Companies, you're the vanguard, keep those majors busy. Marine majors are a threat to aerial majors. It goes without saying that exposing myself to anti-air fire and enemy majors isn't a hobby of mine. Even the majority of my war-crazy subordinates probably aren't into it. We'd all like to avoid working in dangerous areas. 4th Company, guard the rear. Help 2nd and 3rd withdraw. A shootout with the ships is out of the question. Really, I want 4th Company as my shield, but that's too much to ask for. In that case, increasing the number of decoys will probably get me the best results. From the enemy's point of view, it must be easier to target the entire battalion. 1st Company, lament your misfortune a sob with joy at your opportunity to earn commendations. Rejoice, for it is we who will harass the ships. Follow me. I'll have my underlings do the dangerous counter-mage warfare and I'll mess with the boats. Understood. Plunging into the fleet is a bold move. Allow us to be the vanguard. The elated personnel of my company volunteer, but it won't do for me to follow their suggestion. Sorry, the commander leads the way. Get back. This is the only time believing that commanders should lead the way is useful. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I want to expose myself to enemy fire. Nobody with common sense wants to be out front charging into a hail of bullets, but that's an amateur's calculation. Of course, I don't want to do it, but since I know it's the safer option, I choose it without hesitation. Reason trumps fear. To explain it simply, most of the bullets aimed at the leader of a pack will end up hitting the people behind them. In a little more detail, with deflection shooting, if they open fire assuming I'm coming in at 250, all I have to do is approach at 300. The difference will keep me safe in the lead. But what about the ones behind me? Yes, the enemy will correct their deflection to my speed, and it's the ones who follow who will rush straight into that. Also, when moving away after the attack, it goes without saying that I'd rather have a shield behind me. Our eyes are in the front of our heads. The more you think about it, the more dangerous the rear starts to sound. In other words, being the bold commander out front is the safer policy. It's said that in war, whether you survive or not is determined by how cowardly you can be. I'm a coward, so I want to calmly maneuver myself into a safe position. Follow me. I say again, follow me. For the moment, I look for a ship that isn't firing so heavily. I don't even have to stop and think to know that only war junkies want to get up close and personal with the dense anti-air fire of cruisers or battle cruisers. You can see it in war videos or special reports. The anti-aircraft fire density of American ships was 9 parts bullets to 1 part sky. I would practically despair just watching. I don't care how strong Major's defensive shells are, I am absolutely not flying into a 127 mm high-angle gunshot. This is a night battle, but even if we can expect some help from the cover of darkness, it's too dangerous to aim at one of the big ships known for anti-air fire. Of course, the sensible way to do this is to attack a destroyer. In war, picking on the weak is justice. Hooray, justice! Ah, is that a destroyer? Well, whatever it is, let's get it. I can't really tell because it's dark, but there's a turret firing at random so I can make out the shape of the ship. Considering there are no ships in consort, it must be an isolated destroyer. In that case, we don't have to worry about backup from other ships in the enemy fleet. Based on that interpretation, we get into assault formation. In order to dive all at once from 4,500 feet, we maintain the spindle shape and make minute adjustments to the angle of our assault. Im hit, heading back to base, no escort necessary. But I guess you can't underestimate a destroyer. Just as we were about to strike, one of my men gets hit. The main gun on a destroyer is 127 mm and can be effectively used for anti-air fire, so I reappraise the situation and decide we can't take it lightly. My mage who got shot seems able to fly, well, fine. Still, he doesn't look very good, so he has to drop out, I guess. Since his mouth works, he'll fly back to base on his own. There's nothing else we can do for him. About the only thing we can do is hope he's good bait. Go on, get out of here. Okay, everyone, prepare explosion formulas. Given a typical destroyer's armor, we should be able to take it out if we aim for exposed depth charges or the torpedo tubes. Tanya's able to instantly twist her body to evade a shot as she approaches, most certainly a result of her training. Well, would you look at that? I can dodge them, she murmurs. She makes a mental note that her unit probably needs additional training as she returns fire. The ones firing off interceptor formulas from below must be Entente Alliance direct support. Since they are a destroyer's escort, there are probably only a few, but if they are brave enough to come up here, they can't be discounted. Just as she's thinking that, she seems to recognize one of the enemies, a mage who gave her a lot of trouble in the fjord. He looks an awful lot like that fanatically patriotic monster. Maybe it's a coincidence, but you can kill a lousy enemy with less guilt than a good one. In that sense, it's a plus that this guy resembles a lousy one. It'll be refreshing to shoot him. She changes gears and turns her attention to how best to attack. A heavy explosion type would blow up a wide area, but she'd be a sitting duck while she's using it. Out of the question. Shoot with her rifle, that probably wouldn't even count as harassment. Rejected. That's when she realizes a dive at this speed must have a ton of kinetic energy. All I have to do is literally assault him with the sharp end of my rifle. A fleeting intersection, but Tanya's bayonet, propelled at the speed of her dive, cuts through the Entente Alliance mage's defensive shell and twists into him. A bayonet thrust by a mage going over 400 knots is far more damaging than a lance charge from a medieval heavy cavalry member. She jabs it in, and in satisfaction, watches the stunned face of the enemy soldier, who seems hardly able to believe something is piercing his abdomen. But when she tries to pull her bayonet out, she frowns slightly because it seems to have gone too far in and gotten stuck. Even the barrel is sticking into him, and Tanya struggles a bit to remove it. The enemy soldier, murmuring something that's not even a word, is fatally wounded. Geez, what's that about? She thinks when she realizes he's groping at the air, trying as hard as he can to bring his writhing right arm around to the submachine gun on his back. So she decides to make a trade. Auf Wiedersehen, she murmurs the curt farewell with a smile. I admire him for his unexpected stubbornness, but I don't have time to go along with his futile resistance. I have to hurry on ahead. Shoving his right arm out of the way, she steals the submachine gun. Then she kicks the corpse away, already pushing it out of her mind, and takes a quick look at the weapon she's acquired. It's a standard submachine gun, but oddly enough it accepts Imperial magic bullets. How nice. This trophy will prove unexpectedly useful. A Christmas present to myself, anyhow. Tanya smiles at her clear path, feeling quite refreshed, and murmurs, now there's nothing in my way. Yes, she's literally kicked the obstacles out of her path. All that's left is to evade the ship's wimpy anti-air fire, strike her blow, and disappear under the veil of night. That said, war is a gentlemanly fight for survival wherein one must be the first to do what the enemy hates. And as a civilized individual with an education, Tanya will not use her pretty hands for a sophisticated game of cricket. 12. She understands the need to unhesitatingly kick the enemy's ass. This situation demands the enemy's intentions be thwarted. So what is the best way to bully them? It's simple. The enemy fleet is currently being pestered by submarines, so they have to take counter-sub measures. If I use an explosion formula with short activation time, and get either the ship's depth charges or their torpedoes to blow in a secondary explosion, this thing will go down easily. Those torpedoes can be used against even a battleship. If I can get them to explode, the destroyer won't stand a chance. If I concentrate my attack on the stern, even with low expectations, there's a possibility of speed reduction and rudder damage too. And if it dumps the torpedoes to avoid the danger of secondary explosions, the destroyer's ability to counter the submarines will definitely take a dive. Not so much risk on my end. This is perfect. There's no law that says a mage can't sink a ship. I'm gonna rock this. We drew off the mages, holding them at a distance now. And the one thing I was worried about, the marine mages, had been pulled away right on schedule. They made it extremely easy by dropping their altitude to work on the subs. Now I should be able to dive without worrying about being attacked from above like an idiot. And I'm nominally here to harass them, so this is too perfect. Good. Keep them far enough away that they can't support the ships. Roger. It'll probably be difficult to hold them until our fleet can get here, but they'll surely be rewarded for hastening the enemy's attrition. After all, we already did a great job by locating the enemy fleet, and were even coordinating with our submarines, though that was rather sudden. All I have to do is report to the brass that we did all we could with a split-second decision. The best thing to do right now is give the enemy one good hit and RTB. 13 fighting the ships is a secondary objective. If we return fire, I figure our part of the search and destroy mission is accomplished. Destroying the Entente Alliance ships is the Northern Sea Fleet's job. Okay, First Company, if you don't want to be called a bunch of no-achievement knuckleheads, it's time to go to work. We begin accelerating again to dive. Unlike air-to-ground attacks, the humidity from the water makes this descent uncomfortable. But we're also in the rain. As expected, the intercepting shots can't catch me and they fly past. Unless the enemy are hopelessly incompetent, the rest of the company behind me is in danger. Using your subordinates as bait to survive and climb the ladder is a constant in a corporate setting and the military. All hands deploy your formulas. That said, to my happy miscalculation, no one has dropped out. Considering it's a destroyer, maybe the last guy who got hit was a fluke. That would make sense. The company efficiently deploys their formulas. The concentrated attacks fly one after another toward the stern of the ship. This is Fourth Company with an impact report. The enemy ship seems unharmed. After confirming impact, I pull up sharply to get out of there. Even if my subordinates are acting as a shield behind me, human flesh is fragile. Their presence is enough to ease my mind somewhat, but I still move at full speed. Only an idiot gets shot down while hanging out observing the results of their attack. A unit spotting from a distance reports the outcome. And according to Fourth Company, regrettably the ship is apparently fine. I knew already since there wasn't a secondary explosion, but it's still disappointing. All we do now is hope is that they've jettisoned their torpedoes. Good enough, we achieved our aim of throwing them into confusion. Let's get out of here. Following the swiftly withdrawing First Company, the other three also begin to move away, keeping the marine mages in check as they go. In order to get out of there all at once, I pull us into return formation as fast as possible. Well, we didn't do so badly. We failed to take out the marine mages, but the strategic win of locating the enemy can't be ignored. Basically, any further combat would just wear us down without gaining anything. We should let our fleet get some of the credit here. How did we do? 6 mages down and probably moderate damage to an unknown ship. For a destroyer, it's moving pretty slowly. Its engine must be hurting. If we're lucky, the submarines will confirm. What's our damage? We also have 6 with serious injuries and a bunch with scrapes. Anyhow, no one died. That's a blessing in this curse. If we had been up against an American ship, there would probably be heaps of corpses. Taking a look at the actual damage, it's not as bad as I expected. Considering we were up against a destroyer, we could have come out far worse. I'm kind of glad VT Fuses 14 aren't unleashing their fury yet. We basically lost. How can we show our faces back at base? but the mood is heavy because we weren't able to deal much damage. The lack of secondary explosion could mean that they had already used up their depth charges, but still that's probably wishful thinking, Tanya laments. But if we encountered the enemy in these water sphere advancing too quickly? Major, if y'all forgive me considering the speed of a destroyer. Yeah, you're right, it's possible. Still, I can't believe we missed our chance to take out a destroyer. All Tanya can do is bemoan the unexpected encounter. In other words, she wasn't prepared. It was possible for the Entente Alliance ships to be moving faster than the estimate she'd been given if they had a group of faster-than-average ships. And for just a quick destroyer it was definitely possible. Calling it unexpected was basically a confession of incompetence. It's possible, but what about the enemy coastal defense ship? This is going to give me a headache. Still, the fact that a superior was wrong is no small matter. Well, the fleet coming after us has a powerful attack in store. This probably won't be viewed as that much of a problem. After all, to our fleet of powerful ships, a destroyer is easy prey. At this point, it's more constructive to think about the damage my unit has taken and apply for their retraining and rest periods. Thinking it nearly makes her crack a smile. Of course, I have plenty of experience controlling myself and faking a sorrowful expression. Nah, I should be genuinely sad. The damage to the unit I spent my time training really gets me down. Mages were able to hold their own against an enemy battleship. That's a fine achievement. Well, leave the rest up to our friends. Back to base. We accomplished our mission. Tanya consoles herself, biting back a sigh, and orders her soldier with the long-range wireless set to radio command. After a few coded exchanges, Tanya is told she's gotten through, so she takes the receiver and gives a straightforward summary of the situation. Pixie 01 to Urban Control. That's it for my report. Urban Control, Roger. Well, take care of it. Can you stay on the enemy? The enemy fleet is several ships, including a battleship. They are on a course heading north. They've had contact with our submarines. When I promptly gave command coordinate data and the details of their speed, they asked us to pursue. With all due respect, we've been flying patrol for hours and can't take much more fatigue. Is it possible to spare us further anti-ship combat while we're flying with wounded men? Understood. I've made arrangements for you to land at the nearest base. Wishing you a safe return. Thanks. Over. To Tanya, all she had done was say indirectly that she wanted to go home. The controller probably hadn't been expecting much when he asked. She had no problems getting permission to return to base. But Tanya doesn't know that on the way to the nearby base the controller was considerate enough to get them accommodated at. She's about to have a rather lovely run-in. Imperial Army Northern Patrol Airspace, B-47. Magic Major Tanya von de Guritschaf is the most senior officer in the airspace at the moment, and the senior officer has to make a decision at one point or another. That's why they are given the responsibility and authority. And the decision, when it comes down to it, will be whatever they believe is the best thing to do. There's something you learn if you read a lot of self-improvement books. Decisions that aren't made in time are pointless. Judgments that come too late mean nothing. Of course, it goes without saying that careless decisions are prohibited. In other words, the most important thing is balance. We can call it an essential skill for any managerial profession. And on this most inauspicious day, the sky over the freezing northern sea has poor visibility. Not only is this the absolute worst possible weather to fly in, but also the fact that we encountered a submarine of unknown nationality over the water on our way home is a turn of events so unlucky I feel like something is wrong with the theory of probability. And now that we've found it, Tanya, as the most senior officer, is forced to deal with it. She has her troops fan out, and when she glances at their faces, she sees eyes so serious it makes her sick. Just one shot can kill almost 100 of our own species, and their expressions mean business these soldiers will do their best not to miss. I really hate this world. May ruin befall this place where humans can't act like humans. And fuck the war laws too, while we're at it, Tanya grumbles in her head. Way to blow it by having no provision about a right to innocent passage for submarines. Were you planning on appealing to the principle of legality, or waiting for a decision from a maritime court? This isn't a joke. Before my eyes, a submarine of unknown nationality is attempting to rapidly flee underwater from us, the Imperial Army. This has to happen when I'm in charge of all times. It's moving awfully fast and will probably be completely submerged in less than a minute. But although a minute isn't much, we do currently have it. Right now, we can still make it in time. Submarine armor is as flimsy as paper. My battalion is prepared for anti-ship combat, so we can sink a sub instantaneously. I can't help but feel the eyes of my men turn to me, hoping for permission to attack. It's practically the same look a hunting dog uses to ask permission from its master. Externally, Tanya's unfazed, but inside she's raging. I'm the one in charge. To put it another way, I have to take responsibility. Sink a boat of unknown nationality, that be idiotic, thinks Tanya, flatly rejecting that fantasy. The law of war doesn't permit fighting except between countries in conflict, and the worst part is that there are boats from the Commonwealth sailing near here. I should break war laws right in front of a neutral country. The various ensuing problems would wring my neck. It'd be a way bigger issue than compliance. If I don't want to become a political scapegoat, I have to maintain at least a veneer of reason. So do I let it go, before my eyes, without inspecting it even though we're right above it? That could develop into a huge hairy mess in the Imperial Army. It already looks like I'm forcing a lot of issues in the military org, even though I'm doing it because I have no choice, so if I let a sub of unknown nationality get away, they wouldn't just let me off the hook. It's an unknown boat operating in these waters. It must have some awfully important cargo. I can't overlook that either, and with a little effort, that sub can get away in 2 days underwater. As long as we don't have sonar of some kind, it'll be practically impossible to find it again if I let it go now. Why? Why must I be driven into this kind of corner? What started all this, the root of Tanya's suffering in this dilemma, was a radio message received after the fight with the Entente Alliance ship as we were on our way back to base. Commander, urgent report of a suspicious boat running dark in our territorial waters at 2 o'clock. I didn't expect to find anything, but if we're flying we get paid for it, so we headed away from base and ended up involved in a fight with the Entente Alliance. It happened just as Tanya had started grumbling about how if she couldn't warm up by the fireplace with a warm cup of coffee, she wouldn't be able to go on. A report of a suspicious boat arrived. Apparently, some industrious guys found it, who is doing more work than they get paid for. She was half impressed and half disgusted as she cocked her head and then sighed in irritation that she would have to work extra hours with no overtime pay to deal with it. My battalion was somewhat worn out by the unforeseen battle we had just been in. I couldn't imagine wanting to actively enter combat, but we weren't hurting so badly that we had to avoid it altogether. Well, we can't ignore it, challenge it. It was a situation that couldn't be ignored, and even though my battalion was on its way back to base, I acquiesced since we were the nearest force. Albeit reluctantly, Tanya and her battalion arrived at the reported sector that had been reported, and they discovered the suspicious boat. Is it one of our transport ships? Check the nationality. It's a cargo passenger ship from the Commonwealth, the Lytol. When she called and got a response, it was even more troubling. It wasn't strange for a Commonwealth cargo passenger ship to be there, but that didn't mean she could just let it go. Tell them we're boarding. Are you sure? If it takes too long, it will affect our return time. We can't ignore it now that we challenged it. It's in waters between countries at war. The boat's nationality was too problematic to ignore, which was also a pain. Yes, ships from neutral countries have the right to come and go as they please, but at the same time, we have the right to board in the territorial waters of the country at war. Obnoxiously, if we didn't inspect this ship, I would need a good reason for it. It's just one thing after another. How annoying. I want to do my job efficiently, but it's not as if I want to work, so there's no way this will end well. Lytle, this is the Imperial Army General Staff's 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion. We order you to submit to inspection. Cut your engines immediately. I say again, cut your engines immediately. This is Lytle. We are a vessel from a neutral country, the Commonwealth, so we do not believe we are under obligation to comply. Lytle, this is the Imperial Army. Are you carrying any military personnel, or are you operating under the orders of military personnel? Lytle to the Imperial Army. We're not required to answer those questions. Imperial Army, Roger. Lytle, if that is your decision, we're unable to recognize your immunity to boarding as a neutral country's warship. This is a warning that if you refuse inspection, it will be considered a hostile action and you will be classified as a hostile nation's vessel. I say again, if you refuse inspection, it will be considered a hostile action. We will have no choice but to sink you. Lytle, we've cut our engines. Good, start the inspection. Lieutenant Weiss, your company is the boarding party. Yes, ma'am. The rest of you keep watch over the area. Tanya wanted to pull her hair out. The legal exchange was such a pain in the ass, but just as she was pushing the boarding duty onto her subordinates and having the smallest acceptable party pull up alongside the ship, something else happened. Wait a minute, what's that? Lieutenant Serebriakov asked, pointing at something on the surface. She seemed to have found something in the mist over the sea. Drawn by her question, several people followed her gaze and bingo, I suppose you could say. There was the cargo passenger ship flying the Commonwealth flag plus a submarine of unknown nationality. And if I wasn't seeing things, they seemed to be transferring something. It goes without saying that these were two British ladies 15 enjoying a secret meeting. They couldn't be unrelated. I most certainly wanted to inquire about their relationship. I might have seemed like a paparazzo, and you could say it was bad manners, but I just hoped they'd find it in their hearts to forgive me. Another extra job to do, Tanya lamented. As she was about to send out another boarding party, she was suddenly unsure what to do. Submarines go underwater as their name implies, but war laws cover only surface boarding rules. There's nothing pertaining to boats that can dive. After all, submarines are a relatively new type of vessel. Since they are used in proxy wars, there is research being done into counter-sub combat and ways to stop them, but most Navy personnel are extremely underinformed. Still, it's crazy that there is nothing in the naval war laws about submarines. I realized it was only a matter of time before unrestricted submarine warfare was declared. But every second Tanya fretted, the situation was developing. The sub was trying to dive before her eyes. In a few minutes, it would be deep enough that our attacks might not reach it, would be able to make a calm getaway. NGH, Lieutenant Weiss, capture the Lytle with your company. I figured we should hurry. I wanted to keep them from hiding evidence before the inspection. But what about the critical submarine? If it refuses to be boarded, I can shoot, but first it has to be a warning shot. That's the standard protocol demanded by the law of war. Submerging isn't denying inspection. Annoyingly, my opponent has slipped through a legal loophole. I love slipping through legal loopholes, but I hate it when other people do it to me. What suddenly crosses my mind is compromise. Does it really matter how deep the mire goes? I'm in this bog already. If I'm already covered in mud, it's not a big deal if another kind of mud gets involved. I'd hesitate to get clean white sheets all dirty, but throwing a ball of mud covered in mud into the dirt won't hurt it. All units on standby, prepare to attack the submarine. Ready a warning, Major, fire sniping formulas. If it doesn't comply with orders to halt and starts to dive, blow its conning tower off. All we can do is shoot. All hands at the same time prepare to subdue the target. Avoid direct hits. This is for intimidation purposes only. So choose the route that isn't pitch black even if it is dirty. The law of war doesn't prohibit shots across the bow. As long as we don't hit them directly, we can claim they were warning shots. We can't call diving refusing inspection, but it's not exactly cooperative either. If we're firing warning shots to urge compliance, legally speaking, that's got to be the whiter part of grey, in other words, white. All hands, assault formation. Prepare to fire warning shots. The company commanders repeat the orders. My men have just enough self-control to wait when told to heel. If I tell them to intimidate, they should intimidate. Submarines have such wimpy armor that one depth charge is enough to crush it. If we blow multiple heavy explosion formulas in its immediate vicinity, it won't be able to keep diving. Then all we have to do is stroll aboard once it surfaces. You got that? No direct hits, so I repeatedly emphasize that we're not trying to sink it. If it sinks, it'll really be in trouble. The opponent is a sub. One depth charge is enough to cave in its armor. Stop at a few near misses. I'm not listening to any excuses if you sink it. What did they put on board? Depending on that cargo, this could be a major achievement. We can't go lending them a hand by sinking them and erasing all the tangible evidence. We have to secure it. Jowl, Frau Major. Good. Gentlemen, that Commonwealth vessel is watching. Make sure you don't humiliate us. Everyone swiftly gets into formation. The sub doesn't have any anti-air fire to speak of. Actually, anyone who would be scared of that should be shot. So yes, everyone has calmly leisurely even assumed their positions. All that's left now is to decide how much distance to keep. Heavy explosion formulas are different from the simple kind. About 10 meters away should do it. Converted to gunpowder, they are 150 kilos at most. There won't be fragmentation. The water pressure will be enough. Stay 15 meters away from the hull. The worry that 10 meters won't be enough suddenly crosses my mind. Submarines are fragile. I'm not about to have them too close and send it to the bottom. Considering its half intimidation tactic, half warning, 15 meters should be good. It might even be a little underconfident since the water will dull the shock. That said, it can't be interpreted as an attack. We may be in waters where the Empire and Entente Alliance are at war, but that doesn't mean it's okay to sink a vessel of unknown nationality. Which is precisely why commanders forced to make quick, delicate calls can never relax. I hate it. Warning fire at a distance of 15. All right. Fire. That's why I have them keep their distance. I shout over and over so there will be no confusion that this is only for intimidation. It must be recorded in the unit logs, and the fact that I clearly stated to keep 15 meters away should be in the firing data table. In other words, I'm compromising myself as little as possible. We've seen it, so the best thing we can do is perform our duty. I pour a hefty dose of mana into the computation orb in my hand and put it in firing mode. The cores regulate the energy, and I aim near the submarine my unit is trying to keep from diving. It's a company's worth of disciplined fire from 360 degrees and 15 meters away. Heavy explosion formulas burst in the water. The huge splashes obscure the unidentified submarine. Second company, descend. Prepare to board the sub when it comes up. Well, they were warning shots, but at that range, the sub is probably taking on water. That's the weakness of these vulnerable submarines. I'm sure a bunch of confidential materials will get ruined, so we have to capture it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the captain of the Commonwealth S-class submarine Syrtes was nearly panicking due to the report of an incoming Mage battalion. There's a Mole 16 in the intelligence agency. He was aware of the rumors. He and his submarine crew were not about to lose to the subterranean, but unfortunately diving into intelligence and diving into the sea are two different things. They knew they had taken measures to preserve utmost secrecy. Security was so tight that when they were dispatched, he could only tell his crew that they were performing an utterly normal navigation exercise. Only the captain knew the true identity of the technical officer from the office of the Admiralty who was on board. Only the captain knew about the sealed orders. They had been so thorough that even the navigation officer wasn't informed until after they had launched and were setting their course. However, there they were at the rendezvous point, only a handful of people should have known about. They managed to make the transfer just as the report came in that the Imperial Army was approaching, and the situation rapidly deteriorated. If that hadn't happened, all they would have had to do was play dumb and get past the Imperial Army patrol line. What did it mean that an Imperial Mage battalion appeared out of nowhere just then? The shock was so great that he momentarily locked eyes with the technical officer from the office of the Admiralty. Multiple Imperial Army mages incoming. They saw our rendezvous with the Lytle. The enemy must have known about the cargo and the schedule. If not, they wouldn't have shown up here. An auxiliary ship might have been conspicuous, but it's nominally a civilian vessel. The Empire couldn't be rough with a civilian vessel from the neutral Commonwealth. But if the vessel was of unknown nationality, handling it as a belligerent to some extent would be permissible. If they had known that much planned a raid, there had to be a mole. Sayer ordering us to halt. The radio operator's shout jerked everyone back to reality. The captain had to set aside his doubts for the time being and make it through this moment. An S-class submarine could dive to a depth of over 100 meters. Even mages would have trouble following them if they submerged. It would be a different story if they took a shot to the hull, but the law of war wasn't clear on the definition of halting their ship. No, submerging was not officially recognized as fugitive behavior. After all, the rules were written before boats went underwater. Cut off all radio communications. Emergency dive. All they had to do was dive before the mages were on them. Maintain radio silence, refuse transmissions, and dive just like that. He thought they would be able to escape that way. But his forecast was naive, just as they opened the vents. The observer shrieked a warning and the captain learned whether he wanted to or not their opponent's lack of scruples. Multiple mana signals detected. All hands brace for. They were going to shoot. When he realized that, his head told him to grab hold of something, but the warning was so unexpected that his body wasn't moving the way he wanted it to. Not many on the crew could get their bodies to cooperate. I have to move. Everyone thought so, and when they reached their hands out, they heard a roar. Then came a series of huge shocks to the hull. The captain noticed that he felt weightless as the attacks landed, and he lost consciousness. Captain, shit, medic, the captain's wounded. Get to the conning station. He awoke to the sound of someone's raised voice, but not for long. Noting the captain's condition, the first officer prepared himself to take command. The scenario was about as worst case as it could get. Multiple hull breaches, rapidly spreading flooding. On top of that, the water pressure around the bridge had destroyed the periscope. The engines were just barely running, but there was a problem in the battery compartments. They were emitting chlorine gas. They needed masks for poisonous gas, but it was all he could do to just get the battered crew moving. Between the flooding and the gas, the environment in the sub would deteriorate quickly. It was only a matter of time until disaster. To make matters worse, the rudder wouldn't budge. It had probably been damaged by the water pressure, so they wouldn't be able to move properly. There was a limit to the emergency repairs they could do. Only one of the drain pumps was working, so they would eventually lose balance. With their reserve power situation looking dire, the only choice they had was to surface. "Sir, we can't take any more," he addressed the technical officer. "There's nothing you can do." He had to make a hard decision and fast. The first officer didn't really think the mysterious technical officer was a mere officer, so he hinted at him that all they could do was surrender. As long as the captain couldn't command the ship, the first officer was responsible for the lives of the crew. Since they were forced to surface, he had no choice but to say it. "We're not going to last long. If you need to take care of the cargo, let's do so quickly." "Understood." A murmured exchange, and then the technical officer and the first officer went to quickly deal with the cargo. It was an awful decision to make, but it was the only way. December 12, Unified Year 1924, Commonwealth, Londinium, undisclosed location. What were you doing? An unassuming building stood tucked away in a quiet residential area, isolated from the outside in an inconspicuous way. The building's interior was in the midst of a storm that struck a perfect contrast with its quiet environs. Not so much as a molecule of the genial Christmas spirit of the world at large could survive there. Particularly violent was Major General Habergram of the Foreign Strategy Division, who was abusing the line of intelligence officers. He pounded the desk with his clenched fist almost hard enough to break it. A half-assed explanation wasn't going to cut it. The intelligence officers standing there were as pale as prisoners about to be executed by firing squad. Well, it was only natural. Of course the general's fury would be violent when Head been woken from a nap, because the plan had foregone sleep or rest to realize was ruined in the span of a single night. Head figured out the Imperial Army aerial units' patrol lines and analyzed their Northern Sea Fleet's patrol routes. Head checked the speed of that fleet and adjusted the Commonwealth Navy's exercise schedule accordingly as a distraction. In a single moment, all his efforts went up in smoke. General Habergram was by no means the only person in the Commonwealth grinding his teeth in disappointment. The need for a sweeping investigation into the causes of the problem had been acknowledged. At this point in time, the ones getting the murderous looks were the security officers. Their stomachs probably couldn't take much more. Why were there Imperial mages over there? The failures of the intelligence agency had been in question for some time, but now there were getting to be too many to brush off as coincidences. One or two incidents could be unfortunate mistakes, but by the time the third one happens, it's inevitable. When the voluntary army that had been sent out to gather intel and observe was pinpointed and bombarded by mages, it was still possible to suspect coincidence. They were working on improving the apparatuses after they concluded that reverse detection of the surveillance waves could have been the cause. It wasn't out of the question to call it an unfortunate accident or coincidence. But this time, it was too hard to fathom as a coincidence. He couldn't accept it. They were targeted so precisely. We're performing a thorough investigation, but we can only imagine it was a coincidence. The Empire might have a good intelligence team, but I really don't think they could have known about this. Then explain this video. The footage of the battle he projected shut up the officers who were trying to object. Even though the details were hazy with static thanks to the dense concentration of combat mana, what it showed was clear. The Imperial mages moved in perfect formation toward a single target. Other ships tried to draw their fire by attacking, but the enemy unit ignored them. Not only were they not afraid of getting hit, they maneuvered as if they weren't even taking the possibility of damage into account. Then they held back the Marine mages who went up to intercept them and dived in assault formation. The log blacked out when an Entente Alliance mage who went to intercept fell as a corpse into the sea after being mercilessly bayoneted and kicked away. The last image was the enemy mages darting straight for the battle cruiser. Yes, one glance made it obvious. They were clearly aiming for a specific ship and paying no attention to the others. I ask Yowie, it was the question of a man about to explode at any moment. Why is the named who was supposedly deployed in the northern zone lying in wait for us here? Then his thunder crashed. All the intelligence officers could do was pray for the storm to pass. According to their careful analysis, the Imperial named had seemed to be providing support to the northern lines. Central had taken the trouble to dispatch this named unit, and the intelligence officers had given a partially incorrect warning that they were going to be supporting an offensive. Against their expectations, the named unit appeared far from the sector they had been stationed in. At first, they wondered if it was an unknown elite unit, but the recorded mana signatures answered that question immediately. They matched the signals of the named unit who had just previously been spotted in the Entente Alliance. Looking at the combat logs, it was obviously the same unit who had been so kind as to demolish the voluntary army there just the other day. Really, it was hard to imagine them being here. Considering the Imperial Army's rotation of combat and rest, it was too soon. The fighting in the north is intensifying. And Thea planning an offensive to mop up the Entente Alliance. Why would they dispatch a powerful mage unit out here? Yes, their analysis said the Imperial Army, which had carried out a landing operation that ignored communication lines and the power of the Commonwealth's Navy, was preparing an operation to finish off the Entente Alliance. Why would they just happen to send an elite unit to this area at a time when the Northern Army group probably needed all the help they could get? These were the guys who were massing all available arms, ammunition, and personnel for the northern lines, so this maneuver clearly had to be the result of a plan, not a coincidence. This was the same named unit who was spotted during the landing operation. If it had been pulled and then appeared on the Rhine lines, you could call it proof that the Empire was prioritizing the Rhine front. But just when they noticed they had stopped seeing it on the northern lines, it was instead lying in wait for departing Entente Alliance ships and their submarine in the Northern Sea. Most importantly, look at this. They make a beeline for the middle of the fleet without even looking at the vanguard. The attack was too efficient to be explained as a chance encounter. For starters, look at how the mages suddenly attacked just as a sub distracted the fleet with a torpedo, causing everyone to look down. How elite mages dropped out of the sky just when everyone's minds were blank, and physically, the fleet had broken formation to perform evasive maneuvers with too perfect timing. But then they didn't even touch the Vanguard destroyers. As a result, they were able to go undetected for some time. They ignored the intercepting attack that had just barely occurred at all and headed straight for their objective. If that was a coincidence, it had to mean about a dozen ladies of luck were smiling on the Empire, but that seemed impossible. We also have record of some kind of transmission above the fleet. Were the mages filing a report right before going into assault formation? There was no chance it was a report of enemy contact, but in that case, You'd think they would have done it sooner. If they were there to restrain them, they wouldn't have had to approach so closely. But if they were an attacking unit, there should have been a combat control team. Unexpectedly encountering an unguided battalion of mages, don't be ridiculous. Plus, it happened right after the submarine attack. If it wasn't planned and it wasn't the kind of coincidence only God can conceive of, it wasn't possible. They started drawing off the escorts straight away, and on top of that, one company went right for the battle cruiser. All you can do is laugh. Anti-air fire doesn't score that many direct hits. The Navy and even the Army know that. But the difference between knowing something and experiencing it is night and day. Would you charge a battle cruiser lined with autocannons simply because the shots don't usually connect? Normally there would be some hesitation. Even if they didn't hesitate, there would have been various ways to go about it. If attacking was their aim, deploying barrage formulas at range would have been one option. A mage's extra long-range barrage formula would be able to get past most anti-air fire. Of course, the Marine mages were there to keep them from doing that. But they had been pretty much caught by surprise, so although the handful of direct support mages put up the best resistance they could, it was futile, and they were scattered. The enemy mages were emitting such tranquil signals we didn't discover them until they were right on top of us, so they must have been working really hard to conceal them. Look, from the mana signatures, it seems like the named is leading the formation. Did the Entente Alliance miss the signature of the named because they are incompetent? Observing the mana isotope of the flight leader 17 is the most basic step to take. It's easy to detect it as long as the mage isn't limiting output to conceal themselves. A unit putting a check on enemies might be able to limit output. It was a standard way to extend one's time in the air and liked for the way it lowered one's chances of being detected. But could a battalion flying at high speeds do it? It did temporarily increase your endurance, but in the end your fatigue would spike. It would be out of the question to enter combat. So perhaps they were limiting output for some other reason, not a sneak attack. But then right after that, the same unit raided the waters where their auxiliary ship and submarine were meeting. No matter how optimistically someone wanted to interpret the situation, it was only natural to suspect a giant leak. Rather, if the enemy was acting this boldly on their intelligence, they probably weren't even trying to hide that they were getting it. They considered saying it was so obvious it was unnatural, but they thought they had looked deep into all the circumstances and, Yet they still couldn't get the possibility out of their head sand that was the demands of their job. In an information war, truth was never guaranteed. Even if something seemed correct, the mere appearance of accuracy wouldn't help them. And that was why they had to suspect every possibility, including the hypothesis of a leak. What did you find out in the hunt? Acknowledging that hypothesis had serious implications. If there wasn't a leak, they had no explanation for the enemy's actions. Naturally, the intelligence agency had launched a major operation in great haste to whack all the moles and clean out the organization, the assumption being that if they could just find the culprit. Everyone was about ready to cry, because they hadn't found the slightest sign of the enemy. The people in charge of the investigation had come up with no evidence and no support, but if there wasn't a huge leak, then they were saddled with the bigger problem of having no explanation for the situation. They really were at wits' end, about to break down sobbing. We considered code issues, a double agent or betrayal, but so far were clear. We're still waiting for the actual results of the investigation, but I can't imagine the code is broken. We're not using anything except one-time pads. A double agent or traitor isn't terribly likely either. The number of people with access to this information isn't even double digits. It's possible they were a lookout on the flank of the main Imperial fleet headed north. Perhaps it really was just an unfortunate coincidence. It wasn't as if the intelligence agency and its officers were doing nothing. They had arrived at this word coincidence after suffering through investigations that exhausted every other avenue. Now all they could do was tell their irate boss their troubling conclusion that perhaps it was simply chance. Over the course of the hunt, a few moles had been discovered and purged. Still, they were clear. At this point, wasn't it just an unfortunate accident? It was only a matter of time until a number of people began to think that. Actually, some were even saying it, given the report that the Entente Alliance fleet had been able to escape the Empire's Northern Sea Fleet to meet up with the Republic fleet in the end. But that idea was rejected due to one piece of unmistakably clear evidence: the reports from the intelligence and naval officers dispatched to the Entente Alliance ship as military observers. The details written there were enough to silence anyone claiming it was a coincidence or an accident. No, it blew them out of the water. A big augmented battalion of mages just happens to encounter the battle cruiser with the councillor who would form the government in exile, and they just happen to attack and concentrate their fire on where that vital politician is. And immediately before, the submarine torpedo attack with perfect timing. Right as the ships abruptly shifted to counter-sub combat, and the direct support marine mages were flying low on patrol, the Imperial mages used their altitude to their advantage and swooped out of the sky. It was awfully well coordinated if they weren't waiting for us. Then, as if they had done what they came to do, the enemy mages left after only one strike. For General Habergram, the bad news they had woken him up for was enough to make him nearly crush the pipe in his hand. The attached photo made it clear that they had focused their attack on a single area that was almost never considered a strategic target. In anti-ship warfare, there aren't many methods of effective attack. Maybe a heavy explosion formula or a gravity formula aimed beneath the target's waterline. But they took the trouble to aim for the living quarters with anti-personnel explosion formulas. Maybe against the bridge it would be understandable, but they aimed at the living quarters. That is, the entire company concentrated their fire on them, and this had been noted already, but according to the reports, after recklessly charging in and bombing their target area, they all left without any further combat actions. They left as if they had no time to lose. They must have been on their way back to base. Theoretically, it was possible to insist that coincidences had just stacked up. But what are the astronomical odds of the coincidence where an enemy who waited so persistently, only to strike once and rush away, subsequently runs into the Commonwealth's auxiliary ship and sub on their way back? You don't even have to think about it. And is there anyone who believes that it was a coincidence that they ran into our boat on their way back just because it was bobbing out there looking suspicious? It was a rhetorical question containing his fury. He was all but saying that if anyone did, that fist pounding into the table would smash into them instead. He squared his shoulders imposingly while inside him the hurricane was raging. What a priceless fluke. Of all the coincidences that could possibly happen, this one's a real riot. Shouting, he slammed his fist into the table again, paid no mind to the fact that Head started bleeding, and fell silent as though Head lost the power of speech. He had always been praised as an unflappable paragon of composure, and yet, same day, Imperial Army General Staff Office, Joint Conference Room, the situation was bad if the Service Corps staff, the intelligence staff, and the operations staff were all at wits' end. Maybe there was some kind of political strategy problem or some kind of military issue. It was natural that the staff officers would be worried about how to get things under control. Well, they had probably also started thinking about who to blame. What? We lost the Entente Alliance ships. That accurately summed up the sentiment of all the army officers present. No, all the participants' thoughts could be expressed that way. Not that they'd had them trapped like rats, but everyone had believed it was certain, given the power balance, that they would deal the enemy ships a serious blow in this naval battle. It had been finally a chance for the idle navy to shine and show some results, but the staff's expectations had been magnificently betrayed. The Northern Sea Fleet failed to relocate them, even though we succeeded in building up superior fighting capabilities. Yes, it seems they got away. They let them get away. Not that the fleet was perfect, but they had managed to gather a fair number of capital ships. They were also able to choose the battleground. It was only natural to have high expectations under those circumstances. Were all those fleet maneuvers just a waste of heavy oil? The stern gazes from the army seemed to contain a rebuke. What is the meaning of this? The confused naval officers bearing the brunt of it were forced to present materials and attempt to explain. No, the weather was so horrible. The fact that we even made contact twice was a fluke. It's incredibly difficult to relocate a fleet. There was nothing easy about finding something in the sea. Even a fleet of warships is nothing but a speck in the wide-open water. Unless you controlled all sides of an area, it was impossible to patrol it perfectly. How well you could do was practically up to probability. For that reason, the Navy prioritized inferences based on past experience. To put it another way, the Imperial Navy's lack of experience was enough to break them down into tiers. Though the expansion of their hardware was on schedule, the personnel operating them still required improvements. But that's your job. Still, it was true that griping wouldn't get them anywhere. They didn't need to be told that doing their best with what they were given was demanded of military men. In that case, the Navy had to supplement their perfectly adequate hardware with software that could operate it in the form of quality manpower. Still, I guess saying any more at this point won't change anything. Major General von Zetua figured that was enough useless finger-pointing and chimed in to end the venting. As far as he could tell, the Army had already expressed most of their complaints and discontent. The Navy was getting near the end of their rope. Any more of this was just a waste of time. Yes, he made up his mind to end the witch hunt and proposed that they work toward a realistic solution. All we can do is consider our next step. Does the Navy have anything to suggest? After finishing his question, he gave a stern look to any Army officers who seemed to have more to say and slowly took his seat. An officer from the Navy stood, apparently waiting for the chance. What a young kid, Zetua thought as he changed gears. We would like to prevent their meeting with the Republic by getting some assistance on the diplomatic front. In the documents they'd been given, there was a plan that included an opinion from the Foreign Office. There was not a problem with the proposal per se. He actually thought it was fairly well put together. At least it was reasonable, making use of the duties of neutral states, but do you think the Commonwealth will actually fulfill them? But reason is not all that matters in a fight for the survival of a state. If that were the case, the world would already be utopia, and the absence of a heaven on earth made their position clear. The Foreign Office thinks it's tricky, but honestly they want right. The Commonwealth would probably just demand they leave within 48 hours. He didn't think it would actually take measures to disarm them like it was supposed to. The military attached confirmation would be resisted with procedural delays. By the time permission was granted, the boat would have left the bay. In which case, those ships will waltz over to meet up with the Republic fleet. Ugh, that means Entente Alliance resistance will drag on. Inconveniently for the Empire, the Commonwealth and the Republic had more than a little adjacent territorial water. Since it was out of the question to battle in the Commonwealth's territory, there was no real way to prevent the ships from getting to the Republic once they'd lost them. And if the Entente Alliance ships were fighting with the Empire, it could create issues with convincing them to surrender. Look, our navy's fit as a fiddle, the enemy could say. They were trying to discourage further resistance at this juncture, so the issue had the capacity to develop into a headache. There's not really anything else we can do but sink them ASAP. There was no other way to rapidly gain control of the situation and minimize damage. They had to sink all those Entente Alliance ships. Missing a ship or two was one thing, but they had let them get away. Sinking a few enemy vessels was no longer enough to resolve the problem. The only option their current situation permitted was to swiftly sink as many ships as they could. That was the only way to stop the issue from evolving any further, so the orders for the Northern Sea Fleet are still to promptly sink the ships. That works. The Navy had no objections either. Well, continue to provide support. I just want to get this resolved as soon as possible. Garrison of the 203rd Battalion, Battalion HQ. It had crystallized into something pure and tranquiller madness that had precipitated as a faintly black sediment, then festered and condensed. Those nightmarish eyes seemed to invite insanity into everything they fell upon. It was all you could do to resist the bewitching gaze if it landed on you. Your orders, please, Colonel. Lieutenant Colonel von Lergen exhaled lightly and finally drew air into his lungs again. Sunlight streamed in through the window. It seemed a warm day for winter, but his body felt like it was enveloped in cold. The reason was simply the incarnation of madness before his eyes. Major von de Guritschaf, you're being transferred. Preparations were underway for a large operation on the Rhine front planned and drafted with an unprecedented amount of leverage from Major General von Rudersdorf, Deputy Director of Operations, and the support of Major General von Zetua. So they needed reinforcements, and they would need support for those reinforcements. Of course, as a bit of an obnoxious errand, there was a court-martial waiting for her at Centrala Formality. After all, though she hadn't realized it was a neutral country's boat, she had sunk a Commonwealth submarine as a suspicious vessel in an unfortunate accident. That said, it would be a court-martial in form only. Of course, I can't say it won't be a bother, but it's really mostly a formality. I'm expecting your best. So this'll be a chance to redeem my reputation. But the little major before him didn't make an effort to understand any of that. Apparently, she was taking the unofficial transfer orders he'd shown her as bad news. Maybe she was also a bit nervous about the trial. She had a warped sense of responsibility, but the thought of being called to account made her shiver. A mere major had to take responsibility for everything. He had a strange feeling that something more horrifying than chilly air was blowing through the room, or maybe like he had been hurled into the fissure separating normal and abnormal. You succeeded in locating the enemy unit. It's not your fault. Nobody was asking any more than that of you. I had our sworn enemy right in front of me and I let them get away. Next time, I'll get them for sure. His intercession didn't accomplish anything, but the words weren't just for show. That her unit had located the enemy at all in those horrible weather conditions was impressive. They had also dealt some damage to the enemy marine mages. Even if the results were not perfect, there was probably only one person who didn't acknowledge them as acceptable. Major, don't worry, I won't repeat this mistake. I swear to you that it won't happen again. but that person wouldn't acknowledge anything less than perfect. Horrifyingly, her frame of mind seemed to be a combination of bloodlust and patriotism molded into the form of a soldier's psyche. Rather than a soldier, she was more a doll shaped like one. The words she repeated over and over, practically delirious, exuded a strange urgency. Just one-timeish had gotten merely satisfactory results, and this was her state. How much of a perfectionist can you be? She has no interest in anything except for following her orders to the letter. What kind of education do you have to give a child to warp them like this? Don't fret, Major, we're pleased with what you've achieved. All you need to do is accomplish your missions. Don't worry, I won't leave a single ship behind. I'm not getting through to her at all. It looks like we're having a conversation, but something is making us talk past each other. All I did was encourage her to accomplish her missions. Why does that make this ball of insanity overflow with a will to fight and declare her intent to annihilate? How war crazy can you get? Though she's the best the Empire has ever produced, she's the worst war nut we've seen. Can a mere person be so joyful about killing their fellow men? Can a mere person carry out any and every military duty so faithfully with no hesitation? Unless your foundation as a human being was off-kilter, this level of incongruity was impossible. No one at the General Staff Office has any issues with your actions, Major. It was a fact he had to express to her as a messenger. Customarily, typical notices to unit commanders conveyed expectations that they eliminate enemy units. They were practically season's greetings. But what he had to express this time was not superficial consolation but unmistakable forgiveness. But in some corner of his mind, reason was warning him. This monster in front of you might actually do it. But Major, thus, if you do want to contribute to the fleet's efforts, he gave her as much consideration as his discretion would allow. It is planning a war game in the Northern Sea. I don't think anyone would mind if you participated before going to the Rhine. I volunteer. Great. I'll make the arrangements. As she gave the reply he expected, Lurgan caught himself feeling relieved that this would bring closure to the matter. I wish you and your unit much success. Good luck. Feeling a slight chill, he dutifully answered with the required encouragement, speaking quickly. She and her men were on his side at least. As long as the tip of her spear isn't pointed at my beloved fatherland, what is there to fear? He suffocated his mind with that question to deceive himself. Thank you. Whether she knew it or not as she bowed, Major von de Guritschaf was an outstanding model soldier. Battalion garrison, large auditorium. To express the feelings of Magic Major Tanya von de Guritschaf in a nutshell, I've escaped by a hair. I was trembling in fear of a rebuke. But when I opened the envelope my friend Colonel von Lurgan brought from the General Staff, it was just an administrative note. I really expected a reprimand over my failure in that mission, but I guess the brass is more lenient than I thought. Relieved, Tanya drains her cold coffee with an involuntary sigh and smiles wryly, thinking of how uncharacteristically nervous she's been feeling. There's the court-martial coming up, but it's supposed to be nothing more than a discussion held as a formality, which means Tanya's been unofficially given a mostly unexpected pardon. She was only informed verbally, but given that it was the word of a staff officer, it has to be true. In other words, the fact that Lurgan, someone she knows, delivered the note had to be a token of consideration from the higher-ups. Lurgan's report must be a roundabout way of saying that the brass hasn't forsaken me yet. It's a kindness that says, we'll keep you around, so show us you can still get results. If I'm receiving this sort of understanding, the General Staff must still have high expectations for my unit and me. I mean, they were nice enough to spare me mental stress by giving me a heads up, albeit only verbally, that I would be found not guilty. If it were me and my subordinate was being incompetent, I wouldn't give a damn about their mental health. I'd advise them to resign. Wouldn't anyone? Even in the army where you can't lay someone off, they'd have to be ready for some sort of disciplinary action. But apparently the higher-ups are letting me off the hook this time and giving me a second chance. To put it another way, I can't expect them to be so lenient again. Thea even giving me an opportunity to show off my abilities in this war game. I definitely have to live up to the expectations of the general staff and the brass this time. Still, I wonder who's the one making allowances for me. If I'm getting off so easily, someone in the totem pole is pulling the strings. There are only a few people it could possibly be. Someone who has influence higher up, but would also deign to do me a favor. It has to be someone in General von Zetwa's camp. I'll have to thank him sometime soon, Tanya murmurs, her mood improving slightly after considering her good fortune to have such a great superior in the army, where soldiers don't have the luxury of choosing their bosses. I really can't thank him enough. Then, with a single deep breath, I amble leisurely to the room next door. In the worst-case scenario, I thought the battalion might even be broken up, so I had summoned them all in case I needed to explain. Thea already waiting. Everyone's exhibiting proper concern and they seem ready to listen, which is endearing. I'll tell them the good news. Tanya slowly begins to speak. Battalion, I don't believe in God, not even a little bit. If you do exist, grant me the power to feed being X to pigs after cramming him through a shredder. Tanya doesn't say that part aloud, but I think it. Nothing happens, I sigh inwardly. The troops lined up here are way more useful and a hell of a lot more loyal than some non-existent god. A great commander of ancient times said that the 100 men you have are better than the 10,000 you don't, and he was quite right. Of course, if I loosen the reins, they'll go racing off to the battlefield, so that gives me a splitting headache. But anyhow, I have a chance to make up for the mistake. She takes the dais and decides to give her troops a few inspiring words so that she can restore her reputation. Gentlemen, I believe in the general staff. It's a bastion of logic and wisdom. Dear God, if you're so great, try being ethical. Then I'll show you that the general staff's wisdom is greater than yours. The Imperial Army General Staff exists for real. God or whoever only exists as an idea. In other words, he's a fantasy. That's ethics. If you want to oppose the rule of law, the generally accepted universal principles, then you have to show us something greater. To neglect them, unilaterally claim you exist, and declare your own laws is to ask us to fulfill a one-sided contract. On that point, the kind-hearted General Staff shows mercy even when we err and gives us chances to redeem ourselves. But Tanya won't forget her failure. Colonel von Lergen and the General Staff are considerate enough to be indirect about it, but it's torturous. It's in other words, my failure. I want to impress these things on my disheartened troops, so I issue a declaration. These are the kinds of subtleties middle management has to instill in their subordinates. People don't expect anything from an entity with minimal presence. My brothers in arms, the General Staff, maybe even the Empire itself, has expectations of us. Our duty and dedication are our honor. Of course, Tanya was convinced the higher-ups were disappointed in them. She could have done nothing if they had been deemed useless. If a person in manufacturing somehow made an inventory management error by going out on a business call, it wouldn't matter how well he did in the meeting. He would have to endure castigation for his incompetence. It is the will of the army to give us a chance. We've been granted an opportunity to atone for our mistake. The General Staff Office even sent someone in person. It means we haven't been forsaken. There's still the danger of being sent to serve in some penal battalion, but we'll just have to overcome it by amassing achievements. I don't care if it's purgatory, we'll go there and we'll conquer it because that's what soldiers do. We go anywhere we're ordered. That fundamental principle goes without saying, but it's important to constantly review the basics. Heinrich's law is a warning against letting minor errors pile up. Taking a heavier hand to prevent accidents is elementary, so let's do a mission right now. Let's do it ourselves, Commander. Vice Commander Weiss is interrupting me. Am I repeating myself too much? I feel rather hesitant, but something from my education at the military academy crosses my mind. Never waver in front of subordinates. But I'd rather regret doing something than aimlessly doing nothing. Having made up her mind, she just barely maintains her unconcerned expression and glances around. Well, the battalion personnel don't seem to be so sick of my insistent confirmations. People who value the basics are the kind of talent I wish I could just put in my pocket. Let's show the Empire how great their watchdog is. I make sure it registers. Basically, the army is an instrument of violence that serves as a watchdog. We need to show that we have no intention of bucking the state's control. You never know whose eyes might be out there glinting as they watch. It's good to appeal to their loyalty to a slightly underhanded degree. It's a million times better to have them laughing at me than putting them on their guard and trapping myself. Besides, I can just give anyone who laughs a beating. Let's teach those rats that no matter where they run will be on their tails. Let's think a step further. Him acting like Tsuji right now, would anyone with common sense like him? Fat chance, I have the feeling they probably hated him. Why? Because he would act without consulting anyone, of course. If a sensible person like me had a subordinate like Tsuji, they would stand him up before a firing squad. After all, he was the kind of guy who'd go making his own arbitrary decisions. How useless can you get? And does my vice commander have common sense? In other words, has he concluded that I'm a Tsuji who might go on a rampage? Well, that's no good. I'm actually a sensible person who feels shame. I don't want to make decisions on my own and then shove the responsibility onto others. Plus, following rules is the meaning of my existence. I don't break them, I find loopholes. Lieutenant, we're being transferred to the Rhine. Some of you have fond memories there. Yes, gentlemen, the Rhine, sweating bullets at this misunderstanding. Tanya racks her brain. Honestly, I want to avoid being seen like Tsuji, General Brutgutschei and those guys. If Lieutenant Weiss thinks of me like that, I'll need to have a talk with him. Though brooding inside, she concentrates on getting through the current moment. The Rhine. Well, we'll be in a rush, but they're expecting a lot out of us. We're going to do a counterclockwise sweep of the battlefield. We just bop the guys who have the gall to show up. That's it. We don't get paid to do more. There's also the idea of working hard to get promotions, but in the army, getting promoted doesn't always mean you'll be happy. As long as that's the case, I'd like to cut off my efforts where my pay grade ends. Why in the world is this happening? No, I know being X is at the root of this, Tanya laments. I think twice about acting too much like Tsuji. Next time maybe I should speak frankly with my troops. Should I ask Serebriakov what they think of me? Or should I ask Weiss how they are doing? So, yes, but before that we're going to play a little game of marine mages. Rejoice, the Navy has better food, right? But that's a job for later. For now I have one piece of good news that is worth telling them. Navy meals are much higher quality than the Army's. The Navy lambasts the Army for spending too much on hardware, and frankly the Army can't deny it because on the software side, the Navy surpasses the Army with their quality food. From a welfare standpoint, the Navy is certainly a much more desirable workplace. Courtesy of Colonel von Lergen, we're going to go help out the fleet. January 18, Unified Year 1925, Imperial Navy, Northern Sea Fleet commands Exercise Area 2, at 100 feet. Scowling at the spray, Major von de Guritschaf gives the order for boarding assault formation. The idea is to practically skim the water without dropping their speed and charge their target. Responding to her directions, the companies all get into formations that support one another. Beneath her serious expression, however, Tanya is shocked they were told they'd be flying into anti-air fire, so despite it being an exercise, she expected an appropriate interception. Instead, she is compelled to worry. Are they actually shooting? She's puzzled by the weak intercepting fire. Surely, they are going to fire on us, even though it's an exercise. We're performing an attack on a ship using visual combat maneuvers with a clear view. According to the scenario, we've already deployed a smoke screen to foil the intercepting fire. Tanya hides in the smoke and gets down to business, finding it disappointingly easy to reach boarding distance. Enemy mage incoming on the starboard side. Prepare for a close quarters fight. Anyone not occupied comes starboard. A few petty officers on deck begin moving to handle the situation, but they are hopelessly slow. It's already too late. Once you let a mage get this close, you can't avoid a fight on deck. Maybe they weren't expecting it, but this is still pathetic. Inside, she wonders, is this a trap, like the wily ones people used to plan back in the age of sailing ships? I'm pretty sure I've read nautical novels where confusion on the deck turns out to be a trick. But no matter how I look at it, the opponents running hither and thither everywhere I can see seem a bit too inexperienced. The deck may be narrow, but I even see some sailors tripping. If that's acting, they would have had to spend an awful lot of time training to fall so naturally. Magic blades up, company on me. Anyhow, leading the charge again, Tanya has no choice but to maintain her speed perfectly and swoop in. She even deploys an interference formula right into the panicking cluster of sailors. As some of them go flying, the sailors grow even more confused, and the marine unit that came running gets caught up in the mess. The rest of my company coming after me hinders the Marines' efforts to restore discipline. They miss their chance to stop us, too busy with the exchange of checking fire. Don't let up, keep shooting. Fix bayonets, all hands fix bayonets. A handful of officers and sailors just barely manage to fight back, but they are not enough to keep the force of the attack at bay. Tanya and her company easily break through their defense. Then they stab the second bridge's soft shrapnel shielding and cling to it with their magic blades. We didn't slow down at all. One of the internal frames probably got dented. Watching us come in is probably freaky as hell. Land and capture. Go, go, go. Even though they smashed into them pretty much head-on, the members of the 203rd Battalion are enthusiasm incarnate. With brisk movements, they promptly establish a bridgehead. From there, they set about taking the main areas of the boat. Though outnumbered, their coordination keeps everyone well covered. Destroy the anti-air gun mounts, take the next set of points. Gunners, don't let them get any closer. We're taking the second bridge back. Form an assault team around the marine unit. It takes a little while, but they manage to finish setting up their counter-attack team consisting chiefly of Marines. We may be a battalion, but our strength is our mobility, and that can't be used to its fullest in the closed space of a ship's interior. That's why the Marines and Marine mages are able to put up a fierce fight inside. Here's the counter-attack. Marines, dump M overboard, get rid of M. But the members of the 203rd Battalion capture point after point with surprising efficiency. Normally, mages focus on mobile battles and aerial maneuvers and tend not to be so great at close quarters fighting. The vanguard might be different, but the members in the rear usually have a hard time with it. But training is about eliminating weak areas. Show them what the Marines are made of. Don't let those landlubbers think they are so tough. The next group has arrived. I'm sending them in now. And so the 203rd Battalion and the Marines, each with their own take on close quarters combat, clash and refuse to give any ground. The Marines have a slightly better position, but the situation is fluid. As both sides struggle to make their next move, the follow-up company lands. We shall be victorious. Major von de Guritschaf and the company commanders grin. Meanwhile, the Marines who had allowed reinforcements to arrive display their disgrace in their expressions. They are running out of fighting resources to tap into. Sailors would be some help, but they can't be pulled off the cannons. They hesitate slightly and their actions get delayed. All unoccupied personnel prepare for hand-to-hand combat. We're going to drive them off this ship. Still, if the bridges, engine block and magazine get captured, your ship is done no matter how much you have left to throw at the enemy. It's that crisis that makes them hesitate a bit before they scrape together what muscle they can for a counterattack. The captain issues the order to gather up any spare fighting power, and when it comes down to it, a ship has quite a lot of personnel on board. Though it isn't their primary task, sailors can shoot guns. The mobilized officers and petty officers form provisional naval brigades and start to reinforce the Marines. It was hopeless to begin with. Their idea is to push and push till they push us off the boat. It's quite simple, but it's still a valid attack plan for the narrow space inside the ship. If this is all, though, the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion can push right back. Humming, I cheerfully lay down a smoke screen, and just as the cunning fire from the attacking side has distracted the defenders, all hands, I don't care if they are Marines, teach them what a bad idea it is to mount a frontal attack on my battalion. Remember that the useless ones who die in war get sent to hell. With that shout, she attacks in a flash to bring the fight into close quarters. The pressure of 2 companies is hitting the resistance hard. Just as the sailors begin to retreat from the mages and their ogre-like game faces, Tanya takes a small unit on a detour. While everyone is focused on the fierce fighting inside the ship, she seizes the opening and launches a sneak attack on the port side. We're pincered. Shit, move some of the crew to the port side. They are all confused. Success. Major von de Guritschaf got around behind them. Now we destroy them. Our opponents look ready to run once they've been pincered, but we don't let them. Each company commander works to improve their results. The iron law of war is the harmony of impact and confusion. Break their composure, disrupt their discipline, and then crush them. Chaos is spreading on the defensive side between the rear attack, pulled off efficiently in loyal accordance with the principles of war, and the intensifying frontal attack. Just like we wanted. An intense impact crushes the Marines faster than they can close gaps and rebuild the interception line. We're clear, us too. Directly after that, Tanya gives each company their own target as she mops up the defenders, who are no longer able to operate in an organized way. Good. First company to the bridge, follow me. Second and third companies go to the engines. Fourth company to the magazine. Capture your objectives quickly. After eliminating the main enemy resistance force, we need to gain control of the key parts of the ship. The plan is to approach each area in order by sweeping outward from captured locations. We manage to maintain speed by going around any pockets of enemy resistance, and the decision to share the burden across the battalion is implemented with high standards. Once the ship side realizes that we've stormed the critical areas, they give up resisting. Discipline has collapsed inside, and the sailors look like they are about to flee. At the same time, their pretend enemy joins up with reinforcements and seems ready for more. The defense's fighting force is already practically non-existent, and their methods of resistance are limited. They are forced to gracefully admit their defeat to the referees. Okay, rush them in your 2-man cells. Vanguard troops, brace yourselves. Major von de Guritschaf, that's enough, that's enough. The message comes just as she's about to step onto the bridge. For the referees, who were forced to follow all those insane maneuvers, the end couldn't have come soon enough. Honestly, so many things had gone through their minds when she told them to come with her because she was going to seize the second bridge. The exercise is over. I say again, the exercise is over. The call ending the game echoes throughout the ship over the loudspeakers. Hearing this, though they are concerned about all the things on the ship that were damaged, everyone is finally able to relax. It had been a rare joint combat simulation. Many things were broken, but there hadn't been any accidents. All right, stupid corpses, you can move now. All the sailors and Marines who were judged dead and ordered to lie still, face down, sluggishly get to their feet. We may have been using exercise-grade rubber bullets and low-power explosion formulas, but that doesn't mean they feel good. Some of the injured even have to go to the infirmary to get treated by a surgeon. For example, take the sailors who were unlucky enough to get caught up in the firefight between the 203rd Battalion and the Marines. They said that, despite ducking down, they came out of it worse for wear because stray bullets kept hitting them. Although such bad luck was rare, no small number of people were hurt in the melee on the interior of the ship. A team of medics and surgeons was on call and prepared for efficient intake, but I imagine the infirmary will still be crowded for a while. And in the midst of all that hustle and bustle, Magic Major Tanya von de Guritschaf is in the wardroom, which has already been picked up. Although it's small, some thought was put into the design so the atmosphere is relaxing. It's now packed full of officers. In her hand is a cup of coffee she was given. It's supposedly better than the stuff the army serves. Something smells faintly like baked goods. Surely only in the Navy, where they are allowed to bring their own rations and cookies, can you enjoy that. Naturally, we're not just having a tea party for no reason. After the exercise, it's time for the main event. Very well, let's review the full fleet close quarters exercise. The seamen have been permitted port and starboard liberty and raced off to the PX still in a holiday mood, now boosted by post-exercise cheer. But unlike them, the officers' real work begins now. We have to go through the referee's commentary and the reports from each unit commander to find areas of improvement and reflect on what happened, so we can put the lessons to use in actual combat. This time was different from the usual exercise in that it included a boarding scenario that aimed to be extremely realistic. But to only do that would be a waste. First of all, it's still early in the year, but I think we can say that this exercise was meaningful. The all-important ratings showed that the participants thought the exercise was worth doing. The Navy, who provided the base and ship as the venue, are desperate for anti-mage combat experience. They can never get enough. Although their main job is counter-ship warfare, they've learned through battle that marine mages can't be ignored. But they never have enough marine mages for an exercise, and how few mages they do have allotted internally is a matter of constant contention. Yes, the borderline overworked marine mages are in such great demand that they don't have the wherewithal to participate in war games. And so, the Navy was thrilled to have this joint exercise to gain some of that missing experience. At the same time, Tanya herself and the 203rd Battalion had little experience with anti-ship combat or battles to capture ships, so the exercise was in their interest as well. More than anything, it was what the General Staff wanted. They had no choice but to participate. That notwithstanding, it was still a useful experience. And when the referees said it was meaningful, they meant it. When it comes to results, although they were up against particularly elite mages, building some experience handling that situation was clearly valuable for the Navy. All right. First, some complaints from Captain GRN of the warship used in the exercise, Basel. Captain GRN stands and bows to Major von de Guritschaf. To be blunt, you creamed us. And on top of that, the year has only just started and we've taken all kinds of damage. His expression is somewhat resigned as he acknowledges his ship's defeat. No one died during the exercise, but that didn't mean the ship wasn't laid to waste. It was more than a few broken windows. The formulas and grenades may have been exercise grade, but they were still hurled all over the place. Naturally, the crew did clean up as an exercise in damage control, but still. Damage control went fairly well. The crew was able to make prompt repairs. The results were all right. They could at least be satisfied with them. There were no issues during the operation inspection after interior maintenance was performed, mainly on the engines. That said, although the damage isn't bad enough that the ships need to be docked, there are a number of repairs that need to be made, broken glass exchanged, dents fixed, and so on. That will take some time. Luckily, it'll be patched up by the time the Entente Alliance ships have to leave the neutral port, but the captain still isn't happy about it. As such, Major von de Guritschaf bows as well. Honestly, it might be a bit weird that the child among all these adults is the one being so considerate. It might be weird, but I guess I just have to go with it, since it's better than being seen as uncaring. Our most urgent task is to re-evaluate our anti-air fire. I can't believe we didn't even graze the incoming mages. He looks like he wants to rough up the men of his who boasted that they wouldn't let the mages anywhere near the ship. The gunners who upset him are sure to be trained extra hard for some time. Still, everyone is relieved that they learned their lesson in an exercise rather than in actual combat. The observing captains are also sure to tighten up their training regimens in the same way. If things go downhill when the enemy reaches a ship, then they have to drive the enemy off before that happens. Learning that is a great outcome for the exercise. Major von de Guritschaf, do you have any suggestions for improvement from the attacking side? I believe the fundamental problem is a lack of firepower. I can't imagine anything but a dense barrage of anti-air fire will prevent an approach. Tanya, who was actually one of the mages to so easily break through their defense, has an even simpler opinion, the utterly straightforward one, that they don't have enough guns. Tanya would tell you that if intercepting is a matter of probability, the only way to raise the probability is to increase the density of anti-air fire. The idea for this comes from the simple knowledge that at the end of their trials and errors, the navies of countries outside this world all went running for the solution of adding more anti-air fire. If you don't outfit ships like porcupines, they'll be vulnerable to an attack from the sky. Plus, Tanya adds in her head, even the aircraft carriers the Americans used near the end of World War II, that supposedly had great anti-aircraft fire, couldn't completely stop a certain all-in approach taken on the assumption of not returning. Basel has some of the most powerful anti-air cannons out of all our existing capital ships. To someone who doesn't know yet, charging a ship with a mountain of autocannons seems like suicide. The Navy officer who brought it up, looking confused, seems to have done so because he thought the ship had enough firepower. And it's not such an outlandish thing to believe. It's a practical truth that human beings, while intending to take in things objectively, only accept what they themselves can understand subjectively. In a surprise twist, Lippmann's stereotype paradoxically describes how far the human intellect can expand. A warship with a pile of autocannons is a floating fortress. Among them, Basel boasts outstanding defensive firepower, so the question arises, isn't that enough? To the officers in attendance, it's a natural question, or at least to them it's not a strange one. From the point of view of the attacker, it's not much of a threat, but Tanya puts an end to it easily. To be honest, it really wasn't even an obstacle. That matter-of-fact murmur is significant. She has hinted that anti-air fire is not actually an efficient defense against attacks from the sky. All the Northern Sea Fleet Command, previously lacking in anti-mage combat and exercise experience, can do is register anew what a threat mages are. Still, that's just the opinion of one major, and they would like to hear from a third party who participated in the assault. The head referee gathers that and discreetly eyes the referee in charge of the attacking side. The referee takes the hint and begins giving his general opinion. I agree with Major von de Guritschaf. I accompanied her on the charge and was surprised to find the firing line not so imposing. But contrary to most of the officers' hopes, he essentially repeats what Tanya said. Overall, I'm forced to say that our current anti-air fire is about as useful as a bunch of firecrackers. Our defensive firepower is that weak. The claim is that they have been overestimating their defense, and in response the officers ask a question that shows their consternation. Is it really, honestly that weak? Yes, we're lacking even more than I expected. In order to halt approaches, we need to increase the number of guns until the ships are like porcupines. The reply from the second referee is simple and leaves no room for misunderstanding. I agree, and we should be adding not just 20 autocannons but 40 as well. Tanya concurs more strongly than anyone. She believes the American military provided the best example of ideal anti-air fire. In this world it's completely unheard of, but it's already been proven in combat. She indirectly proposes the innovation as her own contribution, albeit dispassionately. What do you mean? This is just my opinion, but 20 are for short-range defense. In order to create a multi-layered interception shield, I strongly recommend adding mid-range guns, Tanya answers. From what she can tell, the 20 guns have the advantage when it comes to handling and speed, but in terms of range and power, they are weaker. It's logical to add 40 autocannons for intercepting at mid-range. Most importantly, mage defensive shells and aircraft have no chance of withstanding a 40 shell. From the attacking point of view, capturing a warship with multi-barrel gun emplacements all over like a porcupine would be a difficult task. If possible, I'd like to focus on numbers. We probably need 10 times the current amount. Captain GRN, what do you think? It's an interesting suggestion, but we can't change the number of cannons without doing major overhauls, such as removing the secondary guns on the flanks. To go a step further, I would say that secondary guns are worse than useless. We need to increase the priority of air defense. Tanya knows it's disrespectful, but she sees a chance for the Navy to take a decisive step forward and chimes in. After all, she knows the era of aerial warfare better than anyone here. She's sure the time will come when warships will be assigned to aircraft carriers as direct support. Really, she would like to urge them to change the doctrine from obsessing about big ships with big guns to focusing on their air forces as their main power. Incidentally, she's also a believer in fire action and values warship cannons for their supporting fire. That said, even one-shot lighters were able to send the then state-of-the-art Prince of Wales and the Repulse, which had been reconstructed for the modern era, to join the seaweed. Of course, we should concentrate on removing the secondary guns already and increasing the amount of high-angle guns and other autocannon emplacements. She also knows that until a comparable incident occurs, it will be difficult to convince the ship warfare-oriented Navy to accept an air force-centric doctrine. At the time, the fleet's original mission was set as counter-ship combat, and the use of mages was not yet so widespread. I've heard that requests for vessels to be upgraded for anti-mage and anti-air combat began pouring in this year as a countermeasure. Honestly, everyone still thinks mages fight on land. Computation, orb functionality, and aircraft specs are both improving. As a result, the idea that maybe orbs and planes might be threats is only just starting to spread. Only someone who understands the history of how aviation advanced by leaps and bounds during the Second World War can understand. Until then, no one had dreamed war would drive scientific and technological advances like it does. It's not that we're taking air defense lightly, but we'll have to think about it if issues arise fighting off other ships. In truth, even officers who are far from inept have deeply rooted views. Ships are equipped to counter ships because the Navy can't escape the instinct to keep their original countership combat mission in mind. And thinking in terms of countership doctrine, they'd like to keep their secondary guns. Though the importance of being equipped for close-quarters fighting has lessened, the need to fight off torpedo boats and destroyers, which do press into attack, is a factor that can't be ignored to them. We'll have to discuss it with technology. Please let Navy Command and the Technology Department handle this issue. In the end, the conclusion is not to reject the idea but take it under advisement, which essentially means to shelve it. Well, in a way, by saying her piece, Tanya has done her duty. After all, it's no skin off her back if the anti-air fire isn't strengthened. As long as it's not a ship on where it sinks has nothing to do with me. Besides, the Empire is a continental state, not a maritime state. Without breathing a word of any of that, she camouflages herself with a sober attitude, but she is in utter earnest. The best thing for ensuring my own survival is training my troops. Of course, she is passionate about identifying issues in this post-mortem. Well, she has to be. She believes that preventing mistakes is best. All right, are there any other remarks from the attacking side? I would say there are cooperation problems. Of what sort? The Marines and sailors don't seem to be very well coordinated. I felt like the disorder of the sailors was tripping up the Marines. She had noticed it on her approach. The deck was a real mess. Her impression was that the two different corps had trouble working together. If they had been units stationed there today, below-par coordination would be understandable, but for units that are shipmates, it's a bit problematic. From what I could tell, it seemed like the Marines felt their job consisted of ground and landing battles. Of course, I can't deny that those are their primary duties, but we don't want them to suck at fighting on board a ship. And the confusion and failure to cooperate with sailors is completely unacceptable. In an organization where sales and systems engineering become estranged, they have to compensate with a death march. In the military, the death in death march is literal. Considering that I could end up a casualty of poor cooperation between our own troops, it's absolutely critical to suggest an improvement. Having reached this quite reasonable conclusion, albeit via a selfish argument, Tanya speaks eloquently on the necessity of increased coordination. Her idea at its root is self-preservation, but at the same time she's altruistic. It can't be said that she isn't acting with the aim to benefit the majority. And that attitude, for the good of the majority, leads to a proposal that is acceptable by the whole. Probably everyone was vaguely aware of the poor cooperation. The head referee questions the concerned party. Naturally, he does it in a way that is sensitive to their sense of honor. I see. What do the Marines think about this? I'm embarrassed to admit that we haven't trained much with fighting on ships in mind. I acknowledge the need for retraining. In response to the comment from the Marines, Tanya declares her unit's need for more training as well. After having actually fought inside a ship, I think my unit is lacking experience too. She's half using inadequate training as an excuse. Though the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion is elite, the group is made up entirely of mages, and their lack of knowledge of other fields is a real problem. That's why Tanya hopes to do joint training with the Marines, who have the most experience on this front. You can't hesitate to borrow wisdom from experts if you want to stay alive. The plan for what happens next can come after you survive. If this meeting runs long enough, the Navy will feed us dinner, that is, the good food that Navy officers get. It's no problem at all if the exercise schedule takes more time than planned. In this way, Tanya continues her hard work, cultivating a heartening friendship with the Navy, while keeping an eye on her next battlefield, though it runs against her own thinking, and thus she takes one step after another toward victory.